Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, in which you can learn about the radical, life-changing, and potentially world-changing ideas of Ayn Rand, a novelist and philosopher who wrote the bestsellers Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. It is Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. This is a show on which you can participate. You can shape the topics that I discuss. I have some potential topics in the title. I have a question about should Trump fans be unfriended, immigration, and we the living. So those are some topics we might get to, but I want to give priority to people who are here. So if there's anything that you want to discuss, I invite you to mention it in the chat. You can ask questions, make comments, or just say hello. You can also call in to the show. I have a link in the Zoom chat or the YouTube chat, as well as a phone number that you can dial. And I'm going to pin that right now so that it doesn't get lost. All right. It is now pinned. Okay, so I guess I'll go to my list of topics that I thought I might discuss until I get any people joining the chat. So I'm looking at a few topics. Maybe a good one to start with is the topic I have listed first. Should Trump fans be unfriended? That is a topic that I raised in a post on Facebook recently. So you might have seen that already if you're connected to me on Facebook. But it got a lot of comments, and I thought it might be good to discuss some of them. So let me actually share that. Just give me a moment while I go to bring it up. Here it is. This was from November 29th. So that was about 5 days ago. Okay. There it is. So here's the question that I posted on Facebook. How about promoting the good by unfriending Trump fans? So that got how many comments? 79 comments, a bunch of reactions. So what's behind this question? Well, I want to promote the good. I want the world to be a better place. And I think Trump is making the world a much worse place, or making the United States a worse place. I think he's done so many bad things. His lies about the 2020 election, to mention just one of the worst things I think he's done. But just his general character as a person, I think is really bad. His lack of concern for the truth, his authoritarian tendencies, his apparent liking of um, brutal dictators. So I'm wanting to do something to address the problem that is Trump. And I thought one thing I could do is not sanction people who are fans of his. So that's one thing within my power to do. And I think there are some people who are just beyond the pale, and it doesn't really, it might be better just not to engage with them, or at least not be friends with them, or at least not Facebook friends, which is not the same thing as normal real life friends. But it might carry some amount of endorsement. Now, people use Facebook differently, and this came up in some of the comments. Sometimes people will have explicitly said being a Facebook friend with someone is not necessarily an endorsement of them or not a sanction. But I think for some people it probably is. So I was just thinking, well, maybe one of the ways that Trump is able to persist in his influence is that people who support him are given sanction, and meaning given approval. And maybe if that approval, mild as it may be, since it, just unfriending someone on Facebook might not mean too much, but maybe it's something small that could be done to promote better ideas and hold people to a certain standard and say, if you're a fan of this guy, that's just beyond the pale, which is not the same thing as saying that if you vote for him, you're beyond the pale. So I deliberately chose this word fans, by which I meant nothing out of the ordinary of the normal meaning of fans. Just you like the guy, you're enthusiastic about him. It's not that you voted for him as a lesser of evils. I wouldn't say that's a Trump fan. But if you don't see him as an evil, if you actually like the guy, I think that's a problem. I think that's that's a very serious mistake, or worse. Maybe it involves evasion. So I thought maybe if some pressure is put on these people by unfriending them and saying, I'm not going to stand for this, maybe that'll have some small, at least, impact for the good. So that was my thinking behind this post. And next we can look at some of the comments. But let me just go back to take a quick look at the chat. Close some of my windows here that I don't need right now. I see Latent Prion is here. Okay, says I'm reading through some of his chats. See one that says, if you get some time tonight, I'd like to talk to you about a project I want to launch. Okay, yeah, we could talk about that. There's one other person who said he might call in today, but I don't know. It's not certain, so maybe. But if he does call in, I'm not sure when he will call in. But yeah, just let me know when you're available, and maybe we can chat. It says you're gonna go right now. And one other comment from Prion, he says, I think Trump is bad, but the problem is that Kamala would have been significantly worse. Trump is the lesser of two evils, and he's basically a backstop against what could have been much worse. Okay, so that's not what I'm talking about. Maybe you typed that before I made the point that this is not about voting for someone as the lesser of two evils. You might think that Kamala is even worse than Trump, and therefore you voted for Trump. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are positive about Trump. They don't see him as a lesser of evil. They're actually enthusiastic about the guy. That's why I use fans. Like, if you think he's an evil and you vote for him as the lesser of evils, I wouldn't say you're a fan of Trump. I think every election pretty much is a choice of lesser of evils as far as presidential elections go. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actively liking the guy. Okay. Um, you say you can't talk anytime, or you can talk anytime, but you're about to get some chicken. Okay. Oh, he says, yeah, I typed it before I clarified my point about lesser of two evils later. No problem. Okay. Yeah, I thought that might have been the case. So let me go back to, I guess they're still on the screen. Um, so let me go through some of the comments. So one of the common comments mentioned echo chambers. I'm trying to find one that has that term in it. Here's one. This person, Mark Melion, he says, maybe isolating people to their own echo chambers is unwise. Maybe refusing to hear unfavorable opinions is unwise. Maybe rethink this one. It doesn't seem like your best take. Okay, so one thought on this is unfriending someone doesn't mean not talking to them. So if I say, how about promoting the good by unfriending Trump fans, that doesn't mean not talking to them. At least it doesn't necessarily mean that. But that's a separate issue. So you can unfriend someone on Facebook and still talk to them, still debate with them, especially if it's a public post, as this one is. See, this is a public post. This is not a friends only post. So it's open to everyone. Everyone on Facebook can see this, Trump fans, non-Trump fans. So I'm not relegating myself to only people who I agree with by unfriending someone. So I think that's a common theme throughout many of these replies. You're just isolating yourself in an echo chamber. How are you doing that? Well, I guess it could be less likely that someone comes across my post, given that the algorithm might less likely recommend my post to them if they're not connected with me as a Facebook friend. But I'm not making it impossible. I'm not closing the door. I'm not shutting them out. You can still be a follower of mine. There's a distinction on Facebook between friends and followers. You can follow someone even if you're not their friend. So you can still follow me, and maybe the algorithm will still give you my post. If you connect with me as a follower, you can still debate with me. But that's not the same as being someone's friend on Facebook. Or am I refusing to hear unfavorable opinions by unfriending someone? No, it just means I'm not giving them a certain level of approval or sanction. It doesn't mean I'm refusing to hear what they have to say. I can still listen to them. I can still debate with them. I'm just don't have to be connected with them as a friend. And as I mentioned before, I'll just say it once more. Some people, even though they are connected with people as friends on Facebook, they might not actually like the person. They might just want to be able to keep a close eye on them, spy on them, sort of, because certain posts, like I mentioned before, you can either set posts to be public or friends only. My posts are usually public, but if someone has their posts set to friends only, then you do have to be a Facebook friend of them to see their posts. So maybe if you want to keep a close eye on people you don't like, that would be a reason to be their friends, even if you don't actually like them. So people use Facebook in different ways, and I recognize that. But anyways, I think it's false to infer that someone is relegating themselves to an echo chamber just because they unfriend someone on Facebook. Now, another thought about this is that there are degrees here. So not everyone is equally um, should be shunned at the same level. I don't know if that's the right word, but or distance yourself from. You can distance yourself at different degrees, right? There can be some people who you are not friends with, but you still discuss, and other people you might also not even want to discuss with them. So I've been saying how just because you're not a friend doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone. But there's some people which you might even go further and say, not only are you not my friend on Facebook, I don't even want to talk with you. You're just beyond the pale. Like maybe if it's a Nazi, you might think, it's this person I shouldn't even have a conversation with. It's not enough merely not to have them as my friend. I don't even want to engage with the person, interact with them. And I think in the case of some Trump fans, maybe not all, but at least some, I think they are beyond the pale and beyond reason, and I don't want to engage with them. Um, so that's another distinction here. Um, just because maybe I can find, yeah, well, here's another one that mentions an echo chamber from Bob Calco. He says, in response to my post, he says, or instead of unfriending Trump fans, or you can learn to discuss issues with people outside your echo chamber. So again, he's mentioning an echo chamber. Like there's plenty of people I can disagree with, discuss issues with, but do I have to discuss issues with anybody? Even people who are fans of this horrible person, Trump, not just voted for him. They're fans of him. Person who wanted to steal an election and who routinely lies about it, who cozies up to dictators, brutal dictators, says he writes them love letters. Does the fact that I don't want to engage with someone who's a fan of that person mean I can't discuss issues with with other people who disagree? I think this is just it's a false alternative. Either you discuss ideas with anyone, and you have no standards at all, you don't rule out anyone, or um, you're in an echo chamber. There are other options here. It's not you discuss with no one except those who have identical beliefs, or you discuss with anyone, no matter who it is, Hitler, Nick Fuentes. Um, there's a middle ground here. You can have standards, right? Um, which are such that I think it makes sense to have them, but it might mean you're not going to discuss with everyone. But you will discuss um, with some people who disagree. Okay, here's a might help to define Trump fan. I've said a little about that. Like I mean someone who's enthusiastic about Trump, who likes him, not just someone who votes for him. Um, Here's one from Robert Nacier, who is sometimes on my chat, and he called in once. Maybe I'll go over his comments some. But let me take a quick look, at least back at the chat. Oh, here's Greg Lewis. Hi, Greg. Greetings. He says, in reference to echo chambers, what role might virtual communities the internet has to offer play as a role or even a supplement, a precursor? Earlier historical settlements emerge from without. Okay, I think I have to read that again to process that correctly. In reference to echo chambers, what role might virtual communities the internet has to offer play as a role or even a supplement, a precursor earlier historical settlements emerged from without? So earlier in history, we didn't have the internet. So is there anything that the internet distinctively contributes to the phenomenon of an echo chamber? Hmm. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about that, like specifically how it would work in the age of the internet as against the prior, the pre-internet days. With the internet, you can unfriend people and block people. There's different levels of distancing yourself from someone. Maybe I should share this chat while I'm engaging with the chat. Oh, I should pop out the chat first. Okay. All right. So I was just reading Greg's chat here. So you can create an echo chamber or a bubble if you just disagree, or sorry, if you block everyone who disagrees at all with you. I mean, that's so different than what I do online. I mean, I invite debate. You all know I've done many debates with many people who disagree. People have come on my channel um, many times to debate. I had debates with Latent Prion. He's definitely disagreed with me. I disagree with people all the time. Um, that's central to what I do. I want to debate, but I have limits. There are limits to the people who I want to debate. So, um, in limits, and I said, as I said, I'm not even talking about debating, just unfriending someone. That doesn't mean I won't debate someone. Um, so that's a different issue. To make the inference from I'm not your Facebook friend to I don't want to engage with you or debate with you, that's just an invalid inference. Um, so you can set up your internet settings in a way that makes it an echo chamber, but I'm not doing that at all. Not saying that someone was implying that Greg was implying I'm doing that. Um, so maybe some people do that and they don't want to tolerate any disagreement, but that's so far removed from my approach. I seek out disagreements um, within limits, right? Greg says the internet also allows invitation-only setups, which I don't consider conducive to the spread of information, i.e., the propagation of Ayn Rand's philosophy. There are different there are different setups. John Wayne is here. Hello. So on Facebook, to connect with someone, it's a well, there are different ways. As I mentioned, you could be a follower or just a friend. And when it's a friend connection, it's a two-way connection. So you can invite someone to be your friend and then they can accept that invitation. But if you have your account to set up to allow followers, then you don't have to, it doesn't have to be a two-way connection. Someone can just follow you, even if you don't follow them or you're not their friend. And that's how it works on X and maybe other platforms. It's not necessarily a two-way connection. You could just have a bunch of followers. Uh, So there are some invitation only setups, but there are also some non-invitation only setups. Like you can follow someone even if you haven't been invited to follow them. But I think the internet is a great way of spreading information. It could also be used to spread misinformation, but there are tools you can use to try to fight against that. And maybe one of the ways is by distancing yourself from trolls or from hardcore MAGA people, hardcore Trump fans who want to come on your page and post things. So you can delete people's comments on your page or you can block them entirely. So that's a way you can fight against misinformation. Greg says, followers, I might have to look into that. Yeah, there's some setting on Facebook which you can set your account to allow followers or not allow followers, and that's just a setting you can toggle. On my account, it says I've got 5,000 followers and 909 following. But what I think that means, I can show that screen. So here's my Facebook page. There's the 5,000 followers and then 909 followers. I think if someone is your friend, they're automatically your followers. So I think that's what the 5,000 followers means. That's really like friends. But the 909 following, I think those are people who are not my Facebook friends. They're just following me. And I think the 5,000 is a rounding number. Like it's actually 4,500 something followers, and then Facebook just rounded that up to 5,000. All right. So let me go back to the Facebook replies. I was gonna read Robert Nasir's. Let me find where that was. Oh, here it is. He got a lot of likes on his posts. All right, so Robert, who is who has been on my chat many times, and he called in once. So he's replying to my posts. Just for anyone who's now joining and hasn't seen the post I'm talking about yet from my Facebook feed, I posted this a few days ago. How about promoting the good by unfriending Trump fans? And here's what Robert said. As those who know me know, there are many ways in which I promote the good, and a lot of ways in which I fight our present administration. But unfriending people on social media doesn't make the list. As I've explained online and on my podcast, my connections to people on social media should not be taken to imply approval, sanction, or actual friendship. Many, perhaps most of my Facebook friends are good and decent people, and many are true friends. Among the true friends and family, there are a few who qualify as Trump fans, but whose value to me, for many reasons beyond politics, far exceeds the disvalue of their support for the president. As for the fringe, I refer you to the old adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So that last line is alluding to the point that I was talking about earlier. You might want to spy on some people, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So if you're connected to them on Facebook, you'll know what they're doing, you'll know what they're saying, or at least you'll have some idea about it. And maybe for some reason that's a value to you. I don't know if you think they're going to pull something on you and you want to have advance notice, which you'll more likely get if you can keep an eye on their Facebook posts. So I can see why some people might have a reason to want to stay friends with someone, even if they actively dislike who they are or who they support, even if they're rabid Trump fans. But I would just say do it mindfully. So um, if you have a good reason to do it, fine. But think about it. I mean, maybe there's not a good reason. Maybe the default assumption or the most likely assumption is that you do have at least some kind of mild approval of someone if they're on your Facebook friends list. I don't think it's not certain, but um, I think that's one way that people sometimes evaluate whether I should become Facebook friends with someone else is who they're already friends with. Um, so it's just something to consider. Um, and I think, like, for me, it's I guess I used to consider more this point that Robert says, like maybe um, stay friends with someone who you actually don't like, just so you can keep an eye on them or spy on them or something. But I've I don't really find much value in doing that, at least not right now. So I'd rather just not be friends on Facebook. And I think for me, like how would it affect me? I think it would bother me more. Like if I like someone and they unfriended me, that would probably bother me more than if they didn't unfriend me. Um, so maybe it has more of an impact. I mean, if my reaction is similar to other people's reaction, maybe it would have a stronger impact on them if I actually unfriended them than if I just ignored them. Um, but maybe not. Maybe it's different for different people. Oh yeah, so there's all this also this point about family. I think it can be somewhat trickier when it's a true friend or a family member, someone you know in real life who's a Trump fan, um, because your relationship is it's much more than you just have with someone on social media. And maybe the person has value to you. Robert says that there are people who are Trump fans, friends and family, but whose value to me, for many reasons beyond politics, far exceeds the disvalue of their support for Trump, for the president. I can understand that. But I would say, what about the people who are not in that category? Should you at least unfriend people who are not true friends and family? I mean, if there's just some random person on social media who you don't really know outside of social media, and that person is a Trump fan, does their value exceed the disvalue of their support for the president's? It's at least less obvious that it does in that case. So I would say um, maybe maybe it makes sense to um, keep friends and family, true friends and family, as Facebook friends. But I think it's harder to make a case to keep non-true friends and family, just random people on Facebook, because what is their value to you? It has to be, I mean, there has to be something that they're adding to justify keeping them around. There was someone else who made this point about family, Emily or Amy Deese, I think that was. Yeah, here's Amy Deese. She says, I struggle with this. If I did, that is, if I unfriended Trump fans, that would cut off a lot of family and real life friends. I certainly never support any of their political posts. It's painful to see how confused, misled, and inconsistent they are, though. So again, I understand that. Um, if you have real life friends and family, it can be more complicated But maybe you have a bunch of people on your friends list who are not real life friend and family. So at least with those people, does it make sense to unfriend those people? I think it's at least more likely that it makes sense to unfriend those people because there's less likely to be some value that outweighs the disvalue of their support for Trump. All right. So I hit some of the main things I wanted to cover. There might be some more if I look through some more of these comments, some other thoughts. But let me check back with the chat, see if I see anything new. Looks like just a couple more chats from Greg. Oh, I didn't. Let me change this to live chat. Yeah. Greg says, I know I have some, but my friends, in quotes, list was grown in part by number of shared friends as a criteria to expand my list. Yeah, that's how I often expand my friends list. You see how many mutual friends you have with someone, and if there's a lot of mutual friends, you might think, oh, well, there's something, maybe we have some important values in common. But I think more often I look to see if someone has some interest in Ayn Rand, and as evidence, for instance, by liking some Ayn Rand's post, some pro Ayn Rand post, if they give it a like, or maybe they're a member of some Ayn Rand related group on Facebook. That's how I've connected with many people. And then Greg continues, perhaps a poor approach, but it is what it is at the moment. I know I have some followers, he says. Okay. And then Prion earlier, he says, by the way, I wouldn't unfriend a Trump fan because I think minimizing my influence, reach, and power is ethically bad for me. And and then he goes on, I think I'm morally obliged to maximize my power and control over the world. I'm going to share the chat on screen so I can show that again. So this is the one I was just reading from Prion. Now, I had a different thought on this. I was thinking I might maximize my influence and power, etc., by unfriending Trump fans because I think um, maybe by unfriending them, I'm not sanctioning evil ideas or evil judgments or bad judgments, if evil is too strong a word. I thought maybe I was providing a kind of sanction by being friends of Trump fans, not Trump voters, but Trump fans. And maybe if I don't sanction those bad ideas by unfriending them, then maybe I could have more influence, more power, and and maybe some of those people will change as a result. Whereas if I didn't hold up a higher standard for them by unfriending them, then maybe they would just more likely persist in their bad ideas, by my judgment at least, bad ideas. But if I unfriend them, maybe with some people at least, maybe some people on the margin, that will jolt them out of their current ways of thinking and get them to rethink, should I really be a fan of this guy um, who is friendly towards brutal dictators? Um, so we might have similar goals, Prion and I, but different thoughts on how to reach it. So as I said, I thought it was promoting the good, or at least maybe promoting the good by unfriending Trump fans. But you might have a different view. Maybe you have a different idea of how to promote the good. I think Ayn Rand was certainly she was discerning about whom she associated with. I don't know what her policy would be if she were here today and had social media accounts and had the option of unfriending people or blocking people. I don't know who she would choose to engage with or but she didn't do debates, at least public debates, um, starting in sometime in the 60s. I'm not aware of any debate she did. She would do challenging interviews with people sometimes, um, but not like formal debates, which isn't to say she was against anyone doing debates, but I guess she just didn't find that it was worth doing. All right. So I have caught up in the chat for now, at least. I guess there's some other ones here. Prion says, "We the living is superior to the fountainhead," in his opinion. Okay. I don't agree with that. I think Fountainhead is a better novel, and I think Ayn Rand's thought that as well. But I'm curious why you would say that. And she thought Atlas Shrugged was her greatest novel, her magnum opus, which I also agree with. All right. Anyone else want to raise any topics in the chat or just say hello if you don't have a question or comment? Those are our chatters for today so far. If you don't have any comments right now, maybe I'll just go back to my Facebook post and see if there are any other replies to it for me to comment on. Here's a new comment from Greg in the chat. He says, between debates and interviews, I've found the interviews more valuable. An interviewer can ask questions that would reveal positions, right or wrong, from the interviewee. Yeah. I think they both have their value. One thing I like about debates is that they can expose you to a new audience. So the person who I'm debating has his or her own following, and they might not otherwise hear of me. Um, Unless I debate their the person they like to follow. So, and then maybe some people at the margin, probably most people are not going to be persuaded or come over to my side, but there are usually some people at the margin who aren't like hardcore followers of the person I'm debating, and maybe those people will be more interested in my position, check me out. But interviews also, they have their advantages. Um, so I support both formats, but you might have like Greg, maybe you have a preference for one or the other. I think I think it's optional. You know, people they have different values in life, different preferences, and I don't think it needs to be the same for everyone. I think it's fine for people to have different approaches. That's peripheral to to the debate per se. Oh, exposing myself to a new audience. Yeah. He says that is using the arena for more than the debate directly. Well, I think maybe it's more than peripheral. Like sometimes I've thought of debates as advertisements, in which case it really is central to the purpose of what I'm doing is to expose myself to a new audience. There are other benefits though that I find from doing it. Often it will sharpen my own understanding to have to prepare for a debate. Um, or maybe it'll expose some weak points in my understanding, which I wouldn't otherwise have been aware of. Maybe some opponent will point out some problem I haven't considered, and so I can find holes or weaknesses in my knowledge. Maybe I'll learn something. Um, Hi, Simon. Simon has just joined the chat. Prion says, I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but after I took the AstraZeneca vaccine, I haven't gotten the flu in about 2 years. Well, that sounds good. I had not noticed that. There's a recent study that shows a positive correlation between having taken the mRNA vaccines and better cancer therapy outcomes, says Prion. Hadn't heard about that. All right, maybe I'll share this, at least some more of these replies on Facebook. All right, so here's one from Bob Wren, who says Ayn Rand would absolutely roast Donald Trump as a leader, probably relentlessly, but she would not unfriend Trump voters. Now, I think it's probably true that she would roast Donald Trump. Um, as for unfriending Trump voters, remember, I did not say voters. I said Trump fans. It's not about voting for Trump. It's about being a fan. That means much more than just being a voter. It means you actively like the guy. Not because you can vote for him as a lesser of evil. If your attitude is he's a lesser of evil, which I don't think he was, by the way. I think Kamala would have been lesser of evil, but that's whatever your view on that is, that's not the issue. It's not whether you voted for him, it's whether you're a fan of him. Okay. And then he goes on to say Ayn Rand would view Trump voters as confused citizens reacting to a bad cultural environment, choosing what they see as the lesser evil, not fundamentally immoral for voting the way they did. Yeah, again, that's just not the issue I'm raising. Her real contempt would be aimed at the intellectual movements she believed created the conditions for Trump in the first place. I'm doubtful of that. I think it's there's a good chance she would have contempt for a lot of Trump's followers, the sort of people who would vote for him even if he shot someone on Fifth Avenue, as Trump said. People who mindlessly follow him and defend everything he does because they have a cult-like tribal mentality. And I think she would have contempt for these people for abandoning their independent judgment and being blind followers, mindless followers, and liking the guy, not voting for him as a lesser of evil, but actually liking the guy and being fans. I think it's plausible she would have contempt for those people. Now, here's someone who agrees with me. He says, I do that all the time. He unfriends Trump voters or Trump fans all the time. And then here's the false alternative. Enjoy your echo chamber much, as though by unfriending people who are fans of someone who is friendly to brutal dictators, that means you want an echo chamber. Are those the only kind of people to disagree with? What a false alternative. Either you don't unfriend them, or if you do unfriend them, you have an echo chamber. No, there is a third alternative. Unfriend them and don't have an echo chamber. Disagree with other people who are more reasonable. And Avneet says some things to that effect in his replies. He says, "Yes, I like rational people. Enjoy your cult." And then Jim says, "No cult for me. I'm advocating to retain relationships with people with differing ideologies." See, I didn't say I'm getting rid of people with differing ideologies. I debate them, I seek them out all the time. But some people I just don't think need to be my friends on Facebook. It's not about closing out people with different ideologies. Now, some may be beyond the pale. Maybe I would close them out, um, like Nazis, but certainly not everyone. And then Jim goes on. He says, you would know that if you understood terminology better. It's the echo chamber folks who are quite likely to join a cult. See, this is the smear right there. Either you friend everyone or you live in an echo chamber. Or you friend either you friend Trump fans or you're in an echo chamber. False alternative. And then Avneet says, I can't be friends with people in a MAGA cult, but I can be friends with sane Republicans for sure. That's called having standards. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that. Latent Prion says, I would link it, but Dan doesn't let people link in his chat. I think there's a setting in YouTube that might allow me to link to allow other people to link things. I haven't turned that on. I don't know if I want to turn that on. I haven't given that much thought actually. But you can email me a link and then I can post it in the chat. I think if I allow people to put their own links in the chat, which I don't even know if I can do. I don't know if YouTube allows that. I think maybe it does. I don't remember. But anyways, right now only I can post links. But you can email me a link and then I can post it in the chat. Prion says, how does he know she wouldn't unfriend Trump supporters slash voters? Yeah, that's also a good question. Um, he says, Bob Brenna said Rand would not unfriend Trump voters. I think it's less likely she would unfriend Trump voters than that she would unfriend Trump fans, which again, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about unfriending Trump fans because that shows a higher level of support. Because if someone just voted for someone for Trump as the lesser of evils, Ayn Rand might understand that. I doubt she would agree with that he is the lesser of evil, but it's um it's more likely I think she would unfriend someone for being a Trump fan than for just being a Trump voter. But I don't know what her policy would be. Maybe she would have a hands-off sort of policy and not unfriend anyone, and maybe um, she wouldn't think it's worth her time to un to weed people out. Um, Maybe I don't even know if she would be on Facebook if it were available to her. I don't think we can be certain what her policy would be. I think we could make educated guesses. But that's not my policy anyways. I don't unfriend Trump voters. Prion says, when people say they know what Rand would or wouldn't do, it's so dumb. I don't know if it's always dumb. Like there might be some things that are very straightforward. Um, like would Ayn Rand's sell out her principles in order to get more followers? Would she start making concessions to religion to get more followers? I think we could safely say she wouldn't do that. Well, and she even said as much herself. Someone actually offered her to give her money if she would just say that she believed in God, something like that. I forget exactly what the story was, but she turned down the offer. So we can make good predictions about some things she would do. Greg says, I'm more likely to unfriend or potentially block caustic rudeness. I certainly blocked that. Some of the comments I did I not only unfriended the person, but I blocked them because they were rude, disrespectful. Some people actually unfriended me before I got to them. Like I might have unfriended them eventually, but they did it first. That's fine. Saves me some time. I want to look at some of these other replies. Oh yeah. So this one, look at this. Jason Sipe says, "In what does that accomplish?" That is unfriending Trump fans. What does that accomplish other than portraying the cliche of an intolerant leftist? So if I unfriend someone, I'm acting like an intolerant leftist. That's quite an inference there. If you unfriend someone, then you are acting like an intolerant leftist. So can I have no standards at all? Should it, like, can I unfriend anyone, or do I have to be open to being friends with everybody, or else I'm acting like a leftist? And what about all the people who unfriended me? There are, let's find one. Oh, look at this guy. He says, typical lefty. So to unfriend someone is to act like a lefty? What a false alternative. Either you don't unfriend anyone or you're a lefty. Does that mean only people on the left have standards? Is everyone on the right like an intellectual prostitute and they have to take all comers, anyone who wants to be on their friends list? Oh yeah, this guy, Jeffrey Satinover. His first comment was, "Are you serious?" And then he said, "Good riddance to you." And he unfriended me before I unfriended him. So is he being a typical lefty? Is he acting like an intolerant leftist because he unfriended me? Yeah, what about all the people who unfriended me? There are probably like a dozen. So are these all intolerant leftists? So these two issues are of unfriending and being on the left. They're a package deal. You need to be unpackaged. You can be on the right and unfriend people. Lots of people here are doing it. Like I would guess most, if not all, of these people who unfriended me are people who are on the rights, at least what's called the right today. They're Trump fans, and they didn't like what my initial post was. So are all these rightists acting like leftists? Are they really secretly leftists? So you can see a split developing here in the chat. Some people who didn't like my posts on the right think I should be canceled by not being my friend, and they get rid of me. And other people who didn't like my post don't think I should be canceled and are happy to stay my friend on Facebook. So now is there going to be a war between those two, between the intolerant right and the tolerant right? And they'll both fight with each other, and one of them will say, "You shouldn't sanction this evil Dan guy," and the other, and then the tolerant rightists will accuse the intolerant rightists of being in an echo chamber. This is happening, I guess, on a wider scale in the culture with the recent prominence of Nick Fuentes. Like many people on the right are upset by this, and they think people like Tucker Carlson shouldn't be sanctioned for interviewing Nick Fuentes. And then you have other people like the Heritage Foundation on the right who are more tolerant rightists, more tolerant of the evil ideas of Fuentes. So being intolerant is not to be seen as exclusively associated with the left. It's it could just mean having standards. So it could just be used as a smear term. If you call someone intolerant, as if it's a bad thing, I think that's wrong. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It depends what you're intolerant of. Some things should not be tolerated. Here's another one. Isn't that the sort of thing? Isn't that sort of thing, unfriending people, the purview of the left? No. Only people on the left unfriend people? What about Ben Shapiro disassociating from Nick Fuentes? Is Ben on the left or disassociating from Patrick Bet David? I think Ben Shapiro had an invitation to go on the Patrick Bet David show, but he didn't. He declined the interview opportunity after Patrick Bet David, who has like 7 million YouTube subscribers, after he had Nick Fuentes on his show. So is Ben Shapiro now on the left? Does it mean you can't have any standards if you're on the right? If so, maybe that's not a good position to be in. This guy put a lot of comments in. Ron Fenton. How about unfriending Dan Norton? Says this guy. Go ahead if that's what you think is best for you. Is that guy on the left now? Because he's proposing unfriending somebody? Isn't that something that people in the purview of the left do? So maybe this guy will fight with maybe Ron Scott will fight with Rosalind Janey because they have different attitudes towards unfriending. Oh, look at this false alternative. This guy says, go ahead, support the Marxist Dems. Brilliant. Check your premises. So if you don't want to be friends on Facebook with Trump fans, that means you support the Marxist Dems. Classic false alternative. This guy says, no problem, just unfriended you, so you don't have to make the choice. By the way, before doing that, I took a look at how many times you interacted with my posts. Yep, you'll never even notice the change. MAGA. Yeah, most of these people I never interacted with, so I probably won't notice the change in the majority of these cases. Um, there are probably about 3 dozen people who either unfriended me or who I unfriended, but I don't even recognize most of their names. They don't usually interact with my posts or comments. And this guy says Trump 2028. Yeah, I don't need that person to be my Facebook friend. All right, let me take a look back at the chat. Jason Adams is here. Hello. Florida Nick is here. Hi, Florida Nick. Thanks for the likes. See, we got a few likes on the stream. I was up to this one. Why is Hamas still alive? Good question. I guess because altruism is too dominant. People are too soft on their enemies. They should be destroyed. But hey, if you're supposed to love your enemy, as Christianity says, then you can't really destroy them. And the U.S. puts pressure on Israel to engage in ceasefires sometimes. So maybe that's coming from a Christian morality, which I think many people have accepted, even if they're not nominally Christian. They might have accepted in a secular form, the ideas of Christianity. Why is Hamas still alive? I doubt it's for having diehard MAGA friends on Facebook. Well, I think some of the right, the Nick Fuentes crowd is anti-Israel, and maybe some of them are pro-Hamas. If they're anti-Israel and they think Hamas is out to destroy Israel, maybe there's some maybe not in the MAGA's movement, but further right in the Nick Fuentes crowd, maybe there are some pro-Hamas people. I don't know. Doesn't Leonard Peikoff like Trump? It seemed like it from or at least one interview I saw him do. He seemed quite friendly to Trump, although he also wrote a piece called Anti-Trumpites for Trump, riffing off of Ayn Rand's article Anti-Nixonites for Nixon. So that's a case where I think Ayn Rand saw Nixon as the lesser of two evils. And I don't know if it was the 68 election. I think it might have been the 1968 election. She wrote a piece called Anti-Nixonites for Nixon. And then Peikoff in 2024 wrote a piece called Anti-Trumpites for Trump. I think that was the title. So that might suggest that he saw Trump as a lesser of evil. However, um, in an interview I remember he gave around that time, I guess this would have been maybe around October of last year. He didn't strike me as a seeing Trump as a lesser of evil or as a bad guy. He seemed more positive than that. So it seemed more like he liked Trump. So I actually disagreed quite strongly with his attitude. I didn't think it was the right attitude to have towards Trump, given everything we know about Trump. Maybe Leonard Peikoff hasn't followed closely, but I remember I don't think he follows politics as closely as he used to. He said he's retired. Um, but I do remember in his article, Anti-Trumpites for Trump, he he said something about Trump. There was there was a peaceful transfer of power. I forget the wording. I showed this on my stream once before, um, but maybe I can just quickly find the line so I don't misquote it. Here's the article. Oh, it was adapted from Ayn Rand's 1972 article, not the 1976, or not the 1968 article. Okay. Oh yes, here it is. So I'll share this. Okay, so here's the article. Anti-Trumpites for Trump, adapted from Ayn Rand's 1972 political idea of herself as an anti-Nixonite for Nixon by Leonard Peikoff, published on the Ayn Rand Center UK's Substack, October 29th, 2024. So this is shortly before the election, and he's coming out for Trump. And the line in this article that I remembered was in this paragraph. I'll just read this paragraph. He says, Trump is not an intellectual. He is often an emotionalist in voicing his viewpoint. If he feels an emotion strongly, especially in defense of what he regards as justice, he can say outrageous things that have no bearing on his policies. For example, when he was convinced that he was cheated in the election of 2020, his statement about the Constitution amounted to the assertion, the courts be damned. But in the end, he left office peacefully. Okay, now I don't see how you can say he left office peacefully, given the riots at the Capitol on January 6th. I mean, is that what leaving office peacefully looks like? I don't think so. Someone was shot and killed there, and um, you had these mobs breaking into the Capitol. That does not look like leaving office peacefully. And this is widely known. I don't know how you can miss this if you're following the news. And if you're going to write a piece like this, I think you should be following the news at least somewhat. So I don't see how he can say this. So I disagreed strongly with the way, at least part of the way Trump was portrayed in this article. Also, I'm not convinced of this, that he says when Trump was convinced he was cheated. I don't think Trump was I think Trump knows he lost. I think Trump was just lying. He's not convinced. And I think he even said this in some of the at least some of the testimony about what he said in the wake or on January 6th or around that time. I think he might have acknowledged that he lost, but in public, that is in private, he not acknowledged it, but at least once. But in public, he continues to this day to declare that it was rigged. Um, so um, I don't agree with this article. All right, but let me come back to the chat. I mean, there might be parts of the article I agree with, but certainly parts that I strongly disagreed with. Very soft, like, given the climate. I'm not sure what that means. Dan's pace and thoroughness in addressing what he is addressing has me double thinking what I might post in the chat to make sure it includes what is salient and not leaving the implicit out. All right. I'm glad you're thoughtful about it. I try to be thoughtful on addressing comments. I mean, I give different amounts of time to different comments for various reasons. Um, but I like to foster a thoughtful chat. So I'm glad you're thinking and not just emoting. Not that I thought you were emoting before, um, but sounds like a compliment, at least somewhat. So thank you, Greg. I'll take that as a compliment. Just joining, says Jason. I have unfriended friends for their own good. Yeah, I think that can be, I mean, fundamentally, I do it for my good, but it could also be for their own good. Like if as I said, I think maybe by unfriending them, I'm withdrawing some amount of sanction from them. And so, and by doing that, I'm disempowering them at least a little bit. Um, and that's good for my values. But I think it should also be good for their values. Maybe it will cause them to reconsider their own views. They make a mess of what I'm trying to say and got to go. I'm fine for a drink later, though. Oh, so Jason will go out for a drink with them later, even though they make a mess of what he's saying. You didn't block him or he you because the comments still appear in the thread, unless that's a screenshot. Jeffrey Satinover, that is. No, I didn't block him. I just unfriended him. Did I say I blocked him? If I did, I misspoke. But no, I didn't. Actually, I didn't even unfriend him. He unfriended me, and by default, or like by implication, I'm no longer his friend. But it's not because I unfriended him. It's because he unfriended me. But he wasn't rude, um, at least not especially rude. I don't remember what he said exactly, but no, I didn't block him. I'm not friends with him now on Facebook. Prion got his chicken. The change Luigi Babano is giving you more free time to pursue these pursuits with less chaff to sift for the wheat. Yeah, I think that does happen to a degree. As I mentioned, these are public posts that I put out, so he can still participate on my posts. He just won't be on my friends list, but he can still be a follower. But I don't remember seeing him before. As he said, I think in his posts, I think it was he who said it that you probably won't notice the change because I hadn't interacted with him before, and I don't think he's interacted with me. Let me say this, says Jason. I'm public facing with my bar, even overseas. I have three friends who like Trump. They do not post much on Facebook. They are not ideal about him, but seem to like the way he is blowing things up. They are good people. We can have a civil conversation, but I don't get into election conspiracies. So I guess so that you say you have a bar. Yeah, Jason, he has a bar in Czech Republic. That's the bar he's referring to, I assume, overseas. So if you run a bar, a public or a restaurant or something, you might just want to be silent about your political views. so you don't lose customers. I can understand that. So even if you don't like Trump fans, you're not going to exclude them if you know they have to happen to be Trump fans. But that's different than friends, right? So you have three friends who like Trump. I don't have friends who like Trump, but uh, that's not like a policy that I have. I don't happen to have any. But thinking about it right now, um, at least not that I'm aware of. Maybe I have friends who like Trump and it just hasn't come up in conversation, so I'm not aware that they like Trump. But to my knowledge, I can't think of friends I have that like Trump as opposed to see him as a lesser of evils as someone to vote for. Um, but thinking about it now, like, I don't know if I could be friends with someone who likes Trump or who's a fan of Trump. I mean, what would the friendship be based on? Um, Maybe there are some values, but I think Trump is just so bad. Like, could you be friends with someone who likes Hitler or who is a fan of Hitler? Or does that just show that there's something really corrupt about them to be fans of Hitler? I think plausibly it does show there's something really corrupt. So I don't think I could be friends with someone who's a fan of Hitler. I'm doubtful. I'm not saying Trump is as bad as Hitler. He's not. But still, I think he's very, very bad, such that I'm doubtful whether I could be friends with someone who is a fan of Trump, not just voted for him, but is a fan. Like someone who is friendly to dictators, brutal dictators, and then who tried to steal an election, who routinely lies, who talks about, his famous statement about the way he interacts with women, grab them by back in 2004, 2005, that videotape that came out. Um, there's just so much about Trump, not just his policies, but his character as a person, such that it's not clear to me that I could be friends with someone who's a fan of this guy. Because I think it might just say there's something really off about the way they're prioritizing things. Like maybe they really like him because he fights the left. Maybe you can be a fan of that aspect of Trump. Like you can be a fan of certain aspects of Trump, such as he's more pro energy, or he's more in favor of getting rid of regulations on the energy industry. Um, and maybe you like that he attacks the left and he doesn't care about political correctness and he speaks his mind. I can understand being fans of aspects of Trump, but to be a fan in a global, holistic kind of way about the guy, I'm very dubious about that. And I didn't put any qualifications on it in my post. I just said, um, how about promoting the good by unfriending Trump fans? I didn't say like fans of Trump's energy policy or this or that particular thing that he did, but just in a global, general kind of way, Trump fans. So if someone is a fan on that level, on that kind of global level, I think there's something quite off about how they're evaluating him, such that I'm not sure I could be friends with someone like that. They seem to like the way he is blowing things up. They are good people. We can have a civil conversation. Well, I guess that's good if you can at least have a civil conversation, but you don't get into election conspiracies. Yeah, I guess if I were to have a friendship with a Trump fan, it would have to be a limited, relatively shallow kind of friendship. Because if you really got into stuff, like you say, you don't get into election conspiracies. Like if you have to avoid talking about some things to be someone's friends, like avoiding important parts of his nature, then, you know, can you really connect with someone as being like a fellow traveler on caring about the truth and the values and, and real values if you have to just not talk about huge parts of his nature? All right. Prion says I was moderately pro-Trump before the election and shortly thereafter, but Trump term two is very different from Trump term one policy-wise. I think Peikoff's assessment of Trump was correct since it was based on term one. Term two has been different in kind in certain ways. I do think Trump term two has been worse, but remember, Trump term one included January 6th, which was horrible. So I think just on the basis of Trump term one, uh, I would not be moderately pro-Trump. I would be very anti-Trump. He tried to steal an election. His fake electors scheme, and then I think he plausibly egged on the rioters on January 6th, and he delayed for hours to make a statement that would call them off. And in the midst of the riot, I think he was still tweeting things that were egging them on by saying like the election was stolen. I did a show on this months ago. I forget exactly what he tweeted, but so I would have to look back. I'm not sure if he egged them on more, but he at least didn't egg them off and try to get them to stop until like a couple hours later. I think he finally put out a tweet that calmed them down. Um, and then he pardoned them all in his beginning of his second term. So what does that say about him? I think the next day, like January 7th, he said something condemning the rioters, but maybe because he felt too much political pressure to do that. So maybe he felt he had to. But then if he really condemned them, if that's really how he felt, then why would he then pardon them all once he gets back into office? So is this the guy who cares about the rule of law? I don't think so. Um, it seems like he's emboldening the people who would engage in political violence by pardoning the people who engage in it. And of course, he continues to peddle the lie that um, the election was rigged against him. Dan, I don't know if you're interested, but I have some ontology topics to discuss if you're into that. Maybe. I do also like the fact that if you call in, that'll save my voice. It'll help save my voice. because I can only talk for so long. Let's see, you're talking about your food here. Or I guess that was, well, it looks like there's some more related chats to the January 6th, so maybe I should at least go through some more of those before you call in, if you want to call in about ontology. That's like metaphysics, if you're not familiar with that. I guess I could look it up here. The study of being, right? The branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. Okay. Pretty broad topic. Being can't get much broader than that. Existence, because there is no non-existence, right? There is no non-being, but that's what philosophy does. It deals with the broadest topics. If Trump was indeed a laissez-faire individualist, I would support him lying about winning the election. The only reason I don't endorse his lie is because he's a fascist. That reminds me of the last time you called in. You talked about that, how you could you support being ruthless and cunning, including lying if someone is violating your rights. But unfortunately, I think Trump is the one doing the rights violations. So, um, yeah, he's definitely not a laissez-faire individualist. His tariffs are certainly anti-laissez-faire, and his trying to steal an election. Because that means going by force, um, override the will of the voters. He's trying to use fraud. He's trying to fraudulently take an election with his fake electors scheme. But a laissez-faire system is a system in which there's honest competition. You don't engage in fraud. You compete and you have to show that you're the best. That's how you win market share. But it's not an issue of winning market share if you're running for political office. It's a different sort of competition than in the marketplace. If Trump lied about winning the election and then used that grievance to win the next election, and then implemented individual laws, then I would commend his lie and his scheme, says Prion. All right, still talking about food here. It's hard to be in retail to be too political, says Jason. Athletes also, and singers or musicians, artists, sometimes they sometimes they are political, sometimes not. Michael Jordan, I think he was not very political. Someone asked him once why he wasn't more political. At least this is the story I heard. And what he said was because Republicans buy shoes too. So I guess he had shoe deals, right, with Nike. And if he wants to maximize his profits, then so I guess that implies he was not a Republican, what he said or what he allegedly said. Greg is asking Prion this, I guess. He says, "You like Trump? Okay, what is the purpose of the government and how do you think he's upholding that? Presumably, the conversation can be turned away from personalities to why government might matter." I don't think Prion likes Trump. He's just saying that if he were an individualist, he would be okay with lying in order to get him elected. He can correct me if I'm wrong. If Trump were a laissez-faire individualist, he would support him by lying. But he says, in fact, he's a fascist, right? The only reason I don't endorse his lie is because he's a fascist. Jason says, we discuss other things like music and barbecue. We used to like Limbaugh, and the discussion is how he got to Limbaugh to this versus how I got to Limbaugh to Rand. Likes the way Trump is blowing things up. None of the friends wear MAGA hats, but they would ignore the grabbing, grab them by that point. They would grab, they would ignore that as fake news. So the conversation gets into fake news and we don't go there. It's unrecorded. It's recorded. And Trump doesn't deny it. I mean, once this came out, I think Trump said it was embarrassing. It was just locker room talk. You remember that? So if Trump acknowledges it, then I wonder if they would still call it fake news. Greg says the his "you like Trump" comment was more of a musing on his behalf, while Dan, I'm reading the pronouns differently than Greg wrote them. Maybe I should just read it as Greg wrote it so I don't confuse things. Greg says, "My, you like Trump." Oh, well, he just retracted it, so I can't read it now. Maybe if he puts it back, I'll read the new version. Oh, there it is. My "you like Trump" was more my "you like Trump" was more of a musing on my behalf, while you, Dan, were talking about the people who like Trump. Oh, he wasn't specifically talking about Prion up here. You like Trump? Okay, what is the purpose of government? And how do you think he's upholding that? Presumably, the conversation can be turned away from personalities to why government might matter. Yeah, it can be made more of a discussion of the nature of government and less a discussion of personalities. Guys, global warming is real and net zero is indeed a good goal to pursue. Just want to make that clear, says Prion. Maybe he's being sarcastic there, given the way he starts. But I do remember he disagreed with Alex Epstein, so, or at least he had some strong criticisms of Alex Epstein. Prion did, that is. And his first call on my show was about that. So I'm not sure if this is a belief Prion holds or not. Not that Alex denies global warming is real. He says it is real, but it's not catastrophic. That's the issue. Has there been catastrophic global warming, such that we need to take some drastic measure to stop it? And I think Alex has said there's only been like a degree and a half of Celsius warming over the last century, while there's been a very large drop in climate-related deaths. Prion says he wasn't being sarcastic about the global warming thing. Global warming is indeed real, man-made and urgent. Now, I think Alex will agree with the real part, but not the urgent part. And I think he'll also I think Alex might have said that there is, I don't think he denies that some of the reason it's increased has been man-made, is due to man-made factors. But I just don't think he sees it as urgent since we have fossil fuels to help deal with climate issues. It's not like the world is going to end in 20 or in 12 years, as I think some of these catastrophists have argued. I mean, maybe if you don't have fossil fuels to deal with the climate, it is urgent. But if you do have technology, then and you use that technology, then I don't think there's reason to be alarmed. Yeah, so I guess Prion is saying Alex denies that it's urgent. So I don't know why, but you say it is urgent. I don't know why you think it's urgent. I don't remember if we got into that when you first called in. Prion says January 6th was only bad because Trump isn't an individualist. If Rand Paul or Peikoff staged a coup and then enforced individual rights when they gained power, I would support it. So this reminds me of you saying that you're okay with a dictator as long as it's a dictator who supports individual rights. But I don't think you can have a dictator and individual rights because that would mean your rights are at the mercy of some guy, some one guy. Um, and I don't think that makes for a stable system, a system of laws rather than a the rule of laws rather than the rule of a man. I don't think it would make for a system of objective law. We got into this some the last time you were on here, but maybe we can talk about it some more. You say January 6th was only bad because the despot being installed into power was Trump and not an individualist. Yeah, I'm not convinced of that, as I was just saying, um, because I think a dictatorship, no matter who it is, even if it's John Galt, I don't think that makes for an objective system of law, which I think is a good thing. I also remember we talked about anarchy in that conversation. I'm not sure how we got into that, but I am concerned it's a system ruled by whim. If you just give all the power to one guy and hope that he continues to support individual rights, I don't think it's good to have to rely on just a hope like that. I think we should have a more robust system in place. People can go bad. That's one reason, at least. Even if someone starts out with good intentions, they can turn bad. She say, you can call in now if you'd please. Okay, yeah, you can call in. I think that'd be good. Help save my voice. I'm not sure if what you want to talk about now. You mentioned ontology before, but some other topics have been coming up, like January 6th and climate issues. So maybe we could hit multiple topics. Oh, am I still showing my Facebook post? Oh, no, that's just because it scrolled back, right? Yeah, I'm showing the chat. Okay, just wanted to make sure I'm sharing the same screen. I wasn't sure for a second there. See, I got another like on the stream. Thanks for that. Latent Prion is now in the waiting room on Zoom. All right, just give me a minute and I'll get to you. Oh, I got a new subscriber. Up to 971 now. Good. Thank you for whoever that was. I like to check my analytics every now and then. There are 29 spots left. If you want to be one of the first 1,000 subscribers on my channel, now is a good time. I will give you a free super chat if you are a public subscriber, one of the first 1,000 public subscribers to my channel. So spots are running out. All right. Let me make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. I got to stop my screen share. Almost got my settings correct. Okay. I have just admitted Prion, Latent Prion from the chat. All right. Looks like he's muted. Needs to unmute. Should be able to unmute. I can also hit the ask to unmute button, but you should have the power to unmute yourself. All right. Well, maybe if I hit the ask to unmute button, that will. Oh, now he did it. Hello?
Yeah. Hey, what's up? Just now, 1 second.
Oh, I wonder if am I connected? Because I can't hear you.
Well, that's odd. What's up?
Maybe did my AirPod die?
I'm talking to you right now. You can hear me?
Me.
It's odd.
No, it looks like I should be able to.
Hello,
All right, let
hello.
me check
I'm
something.
talking right now. I'm talking right now. What's up? What's up?
Make sure my audio is working. No, it's not. Okay, I guess I have to. Let me try to reconnect my AirPods.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up?
So right now, maybe the audience can hear you, but I can't.
What's up? Hey, what's up? What's up?
Okay. All right, now I hear you.
All right, awesome.
So how long have you been able to hear me, but I couldn't hear you?
The whole time.
What's that?
The whole time.
The whole time? Or like 30 seconds or
Yeah, like since I was, since you were asking me to unmute and you're saying you're going to ask me to unmute, so on
Okay.
and so forth.
All right. So I guess I just need to reconnect my AirPods. Sometimes they lose their connection. All right. So thanks for calling in. What should we start with? Or I don't know what topic, because a few came up in the chat. Is there one in particular you're interested in discussing right now?
For me personally, I have an interest in talking about ontology, and my reason for that is because I'm getting close to being um, ready to launch a book that I'm writing, and so I in my book I claim to make some major breakthroughs in ontology and metaphysics, including, for example, disproving the possibility of the supernatural, positively and actively disproving the existence of gods and so on. Various other innovations as well. I give a referent meaning to the law of identity because the law of identity currently doesn't have a referent meaning. And that has many implications as well. It's a bunch of stuff that I think I've done. And I would like to talk to people about that kind of stuff if you're interested in like diving into metaphysics in that way.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that at least a little bit. We'll see how it goes. I do want to pull up my notes so I can keep track while we're talking. Where's my file notes for sharing? Here we go. And I will put this on the screen in just a minute. Today, I'll put a date on it. Today is, oh, we're in December now. That's right. December 3rd, 2025. And I am doing a call with Latent Prion about ontology, which is the study of being. And okay, now's a good time for me to share this. Okay, it should be visible now for the audience and you.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, all right, so let's get into it.
All right. So I'll give a background to help to contextualize why this is important and how this investigation began. So, long story short, remember when Ayn Rand said that existence is identity, consciousness is identification?
Yes.
Yes. Um, in my opinion, that's her most important statement in philosophy. Um, and so, existence exists and all those other things. I think those are neither here nor there. Some of them are good and so on and so forth. But when she said existence is identity, consciousness is identification, that's like really powerful because it establishes the link between, of course, external reality and the internal experience of the mind. What is it that links the two together? It's a law of identity that sits in the middle and links the mind to the external world. Now, um, the problem there is, of course, the word identity and the word identification. She says existence is identity, and then she says consciousness is identification. What is identity and identification? What do these two mean, right? What what does it mean to say that something is an identity? What does it mean to talk about the law of identity when we say that A is A? What does that mean? When we say that, when we talk about the law of non-contradiction, what does contradiction mean? And what does identification mean? All these terms are very basically undefined, right? I guess maybe you could pause here to see if you have any inklings about what the definitions of these should be. Identity, identification, what the reference for the law of identity, and what the reference for the laws of logic are, and so on. I'll pause there.
Well, one thing she says about identity is that it's an axiomatic concept along with existence and consciousness, or maybe it's a corollary of an axiomatic concept. Well, anyways, if it is an axiom or an axiomatic concept, then it it can only be defined by ostension, by ostensive definition. I mean, you can just point to something, you can gesture your arms, like sweep them to gesture at existence as a whole. But you can't, and there's no need to define it in terms of some other more basic concepts because there are no more basic concepts, at least if we're talking about explicit or sorry, maybe I should have said implicit concepts. Like a child first grasps these concepts implicitly before he gets other concepts, and maybe he never even gets these concepts explicitly, but he'll get other concepts explicitly, like dog and cat and table, but he won't have explicitly the concept of existence or identity or consciousness. Um, but if you're looking for a definition of an axiomatic concept, I think maybe there's a mistake there because it might just be the sort of concept that can't be defined because it is so fundamental. So that was one thought I had. Um, and yeah, let me stop there.
Yeah. So on that front, I'm not saying this in order to to respond to you as such or to counter what you said in any way. I'm saying this just to set up the backdrop because a lot of objectivists would say something like what you just said, right? However, it's important to know that even Rand herself would disagree with what you said, right? Even Rand would say that axiomatic concepts are not, basic in any way. I think if we at the
Why do you think
start
she
of
would say that?
at the start of chapter 6, I believe, of ITOE. I believe she said something similar. I used to know this stuff at the back of my, I tend to quote Rand and quote Peikoff, and so I used to know this stuff at like the back of my hand and so on. I've spent less time on it recently, but I'll find the quote for you in a little bit. But put that aside, I don't. There's another way I can establish this. I would establish that Rand herself wouldn't take this position anyway, which is to say that so concepts are integrations of concretes, which means that they can never be basic. A concept is always an integration of subset of concretes, and only concretes can be defined ostensibly. You can't define a concept ostensibly. So you can define, the color white. You can define, the sensation of hardness and other such directly experienced qualia as, ostensive. And so all concepts are integrations of such percepts. That's kind of an important thing to note. I'll pause there, but the goal isn't to spend too long on these little bits of perspective, retorts, that sort of thing. Rather, I'm just explaining how I set myself up in contradistinction to the canon objectivist view. Because as you can tell, I'm not quite an orthodox or canon objectivist.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't know how relevant it's going to be uh, to what you later want, what the thing you really want to get to. I don't know how relevant it's going to be to that to talk about these preliminary things. Maybe it'll turn out to be very relevant or maybe not. So, but
Mm.
I guess I'm okay now if you want to skip over some of this stuff and not debate much on these this background stuff. You can just go more to the central things you wanted to raise, and then we can f figure out later if that requires us to come back to these background issues.
Mm. Okay. Well, so the reason I was setting this up was to sort of, I want the audience to try to so often when you give someone the answer to a question, um, after they hear the answer just seems really obvious in retrospect. But prior to that, uh, if they didn't quite understand, if they didn't experience for themselves the difficulty of getting the answer, then when you give them the answer, they won't appreciate how difficult it was to get there, something like that, right? So setting this up just to say, well, are you capable, for example, Dan, are you capable of defining the law of identity without using the word identity? It's possible to do it from canon objectivism has a definition which does not use the word identity, but that definition is also kicking the can down the road. But there is a really good answer that canon objectivism provides, which you could give. But that's I'm just sort of the goal is to sort of lead you to see how difficult this is. That's all. Just one or two things, and then we'll get to the answer if you don't mind.
Okay, so you're interested in hearing a definition or formulation of the law of identity that does not use the word identity,
Yeah.
right? Well, it's sometimes put as things are what they are. That's or
Mhm.
A is A is another way it's put, and that these formulations don't use the word identity. I'm writing that here in the notes here, or a
Mhm.
thing is what it is. So that will be my first answer, at least. I don't know
Mhm.
if I'll have more to say, but you can go where you wish with that.
Yeah. And often when when you ask someone to define the law of non-contradiction, they will use terms like, well, the law of non-contradiction is when you try to say that an entity, has it possesses and does not possess the same attributes at the same time and the same respect. That's Aristotle's definition. That's a really good definition. But the problem there is that you push it back to the word attributes. So both Ayn Rand and what's his name and Aristotle, they kind of use the word attributes as an escape hatch. So Ayn Rand would say that an entity is its attributes. The attributes are the entity. And she denies bundle theory. Bundle theory, you've probably heard of it. It's this theory that entities are substances with a bundle. Um, they are either a substance, they are substances with a bundle of attributes kind of draped upon them, or they are a bundle of attributes, kind of like and the attributes are substances that have been put together, assembled in some way, right? Um,
Hmm.
but Ayn Rand denies both of these views, and she says that, well, the entity exists, existence exists, and things exist in particular ways. Existence is identity. To be is to be something. The thing exists as what it is. And the identity of the thing is the way that it exists. Um, a really good formulation of this was in the standard in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. They summarize that view by Ayn Rand as follows: identity is the form that existence takes. And that was a surprisingly good formulation for the SCP, because the SCP is, generally written by philosophers who are antagonistic to Rand, right? Okay, so um, and so, well, why is talking about attributes not good enough? Well, what are attributes, and why is it that attributes give this property to entities that enables them to assert this imperviousness, this kind of this resistance to being in two states at the same time? Right? Why is it that when I say the word attributes, when I invoke this word, it licenses me to then say that, well, because I've used the word attributes, this entity has this attribute, therefore it also cannot have this other attribute at the same time. Why can it not have two attributes at the same time in the same respect? Why does the word attributes constrain me to have to deny such propositions? Why can't I just affirm that an entity has, two attributes at the same time in the same respect? Why can't I just do that? You know?
All right, hold on a second. I want to see what the chat looks like. We have some from Jason, some new ones from Jason. Okay. I just like to check back every once in a while. I'm not going to read them right now. I just want to take a quick look. All right, so you ask why can't we have two attributes at the, well, I mean, you can have multiple attributes at the time. What you can't have is contradictory attributes at the same time.
Wow.
So like, well, I'm sure you know that, but just the way the question was formulated, um, I thought maybe I should tweak it a little before trying to answer it. But
Mhm.
you're asking like why can't you have a leaf that is both red and not red at the same time and in the same respect?
Yeah. Why does that attribute of redness, why must it only have one state? What is it that constrains it ontologically? What gives it that firmness that resists, any alternative states?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Like for what I could say that you just can't conceive of it being having contradictory states, but that's an issue of what you can conceive, which is not necessarily reflective of the way reality has to be. But I don't see how it can make any sense for something to have contradictory attributes at the same time and in the same respect. It's just like not a thing. You're you're like saying it's red and it's not red, but how can that be? It either is or it isn't.
Mhm.
I
Right.
don't know if like how I can. yeah, how I can get more fundamental about this is it, I mean, another feature of axioms is that they're supposed to be self-evident,
Ooh.
and you don't need to justify them. They're just self-evidently true. That is axioms. Now, maybe axiomatic concepts, if we're talking about axiomatic concepts as distinct from axioms, maybe um, what I just said doesn't quite apply. But it sounds like maybe you're asking me to justify an axiom, whereas, or at least, yeah, but if that's what you're asking, then I'm not sure that I can or that it's necessary to justify it.
Um, that statement that you just made is really, really problematic. And it is very subtle, very nuanced, and very problematic. Ayn Rand herself explicitly denied that any concept could ever be self-evident, including axioms. Ayn Rand said that axioms are implicit in sense perception. That is not the same as saying that they are self-evident. Peikoff and
Hold
Binswanger
on, let's
both.
first let's make sure I'm going to the right screen here. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the distinction between axioms and axiomatic concepts. So I'm just going to put, I'm going to make a list here of axioms, or I'll start with axiomatic concepts because those are more basic. So those would be, for example, existence, identity, or maybe I'll do them in this order: consciousness, identity, and there's also concepts of sensations like yellow or um, sour. Now, axioms, as distinct from axiomatic concepts, would be propositions. For example, existence exists, or uh, consciousness is conscious, or
I'm finding some
A
quotes real
is
quick.
A.
I'm
Go
pasting
ahead.
some quotes into chat. I'm pasting some quotes into chat real quick. So this is from the beginning of chapter 6 of ITOE, right at the start, right in like the first three paragraphs of chapter 6 of ITOE, axiomatic concepts. I'm pasting something from there. So
Okay.
that's here. Um, that's an
In
important
the Zoom chat
thing.
or
Yeah.
the, okay.
And then I'll also get two quotes from the objectivist was it encyclopedia or something
The
on self.
lexicon,
Yeah, the lexicon, yes.
the Ayn Rand lexicon.
Yeah.
Axioms are usually considered to be propositions identifying a fundamental self-evident truth, but explicit propositions as such are not primaries. They are made of concepts, the
Precisely.
base of man's knowledge of all other concepts, all axioms, propositions, and thought consists of axiomatic concepts. And I should share this on the screen actually. And then I
No.
see you put in yeah, a link to the self-evident entry on the lexicon. Okay, I'm going to share my Kindle if I can find it.
But keep in mind, I'm trying to speed through this because this is not actually this self-evident stuff and stuff is not quite what I'm trying to get at. But it just this particular thing is actually very important and very insidious. This thing about self-evidency and axioms and stuff, it has spread through the objectivist zeitgeist, and it's very wrong, very consequential, and very problematic. Ayn Rand explicitly denied this for a reason. She was correct. And Peikoff and Binswanger got it wrong. And everybody's walking around saying that axioms are self-evident now, and it's wrong. It's really bad.
Okay, well, let me just at least share the passage so people can follow along better. Where's my, oh, here's my Kindle. Okay,
Time.
okay, Okay, is this the, where's that? Okay, now I got to find the passage that you,
It's right at the beginning of chapter 6. Just go straight to chapter 6, read it, and there's a
oh,
link.
yeah, it's the very first paragraph.
Yeah.
Axioms are usually considered to be propositions identifying a fundamental self-evident truth, but explicit propositions as such are not primaries. They are made of concepts, the base of man's knowledge of all other concepts, all axioms, propositions, and thought consists of axiomatic concepts. An axiomatic concept is the identification of a primary fact of reality which cannot be analyzed, i.e., reduced to other facts or broken into component parts. It is implicit in all facts and in all knowledge. It is the fundamentally given and directly perceived or experienced, which requires no proof or explanation, but on which all proofs and explanations rest. That was the part you shared in the Zoom chat, right? Or maybe did I
Yes.
read more than you share? I guess maybe you shared a little bit more than that.
It's fine. It's important for me to just quickly interpret that.
Okay.
So really quickly, I'm pasting another quote by Peikoff really quickly though. So let me just finish pasting that and then um, this just in the middle of pasting that. All right. So this is Peikoff making a very important error. And so this, all right. So I'm now going to interpret that quote by Rand. It's really important. She says, so she's saying, and as you said earlier, you said that axioms are propositions, and I don't think that's correct, but that is what she is saying. So you are in agreement with Rand here when you say that axioms are propositions and axiomatic concepts are concepts. Okay, both you and Rand are saying that, and that's okay. So she's saying axioms are usually considered to be evidence, to be propositions identifying a fundamental, self-evident truth. Then she says, but explicit propositions as such are not primaries. So what she's saying is that the propositions that we form from axioms are not primary, and then she tells you why. Colon. So that's that she's about to tell you why propositions, axioms, in other words, cannot be primaries. Because she's saying axioms are propositions, but propositions, axioms, are not primaries. And this is why she's saying the reason why is because they are made of concepts. So
Well,
she's
she
saying that
says explicit propositions are not primaries. So she might say there's an implicit sense in which propositions are primaries, but not explicitly.
no. Ayn Rand does not accept the notion of of an implicit proposition. She has the idea of an implicit existent, which is an idea which you have not yet explicitly formulated or conceptualized. But she doesn't have the idea of an explicit proposition because no one has such an idea because you can't have
I
an
don't know
implicit.
about that. Like, I don't recall her mentioning implicit propositions. She does talk about implicit knowledge. I don't.
Yeah.
I think in a variety of places, but I guess it's not obvious what that means. Like, could the implicit knowledge, does that only have to be, can that only mean implicit concepts, or could it also mean implicit propositions? Like, could you say an animal has implicit knowledge that, uh, there's if I throw a ball to a dog, or I throw a frisbee for a dog to catch, does the animal have implicit knowledge that, well, I don't think animals have any implicit knowledge because that would imply that it could eventually get explicit knowledge, whereas I think only humans can do that. But anyways, I don't know that Rand has a firm position, or that she articulates a firm position on what exactly implicit knowledge means and whether that would exclude implicit propositions.
Yes, she did. In ITOE, she did explicitly explain what an implicit existence is and what implicit knowledge is. She explicitly defined it in the that
Well,
long.
does what she say there? We could look it up, but I don't remember if what she says there would rule out something like there being implicit propositions.
She defined it as knowledge, in other words, concepts in her framework, which you have not yet. If you have, let's say, if we have these two propositions in mind, you have these two propositions in mind. You say all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. And then you just leave it right there. And these two ideas are currently resident in your mind, in your working memory, but you refuse to focus and volitionally infer the conclusion from them. Then the conclusion that Socrates is mortal is implicit in those two premises, but you have not inferred it. Right? So she would say that the knowledge, the conclusion that Socrates is mortal is implicit in the two premises, but until you infer it by a volitional effort and make it explicit, it remains implicit. That's what she would say. And she's not talking
Okay,
about
well that's
propositions.
that conclusion is a proposition. So would that mean that she would say that that's an implicit proposition?
All prop how do I say this? When Rand is talking about she doesn't say implicit proposition. She says implicit existent or implicit knowledge, and she talks about the four stages that knowledge goes through. She talks about implicit existent, entity, identity, unit, and she doesn't talk about propositions anywhere in that flow. The reason for you to say that she's talking about propositions in this flow, you would have to add more content to her than what she actually said. At minimum, you would
Well,
have
no,
to
in
be
that passage that yeah, I don't think she's talking about implicit propositions there. There she's talking about implicit concepts when she's talking about existence and entity, identity, and units. But um, what I'm not sure about is that she would deny there is such a thing as an implicit proposition, such as in the example you just gave of the syllogism, where you've got these two premises and you don't draw the conclusion Socrates is mortal. Would she say that in that case there is an implicit proposition?
no.
I don't know.
I would not, and I don't think Rand would either, but I'll explain why I don't think she would. The reason is because propositions are juxtapositions of concepts into, you can think of it as a scene. What you're doing when you put together a proposition is you're taking some set of concepts or ideas in your mind and you're formulating them into some grammatical phrase that you can string together and then give to someone else, communicate to someone else, so that they will, when they hear those words in that order, they will construct the same scene in their mind that you have in your mind. You are trying to translate the scene in your mind into someone else's mind. Propositions are scene descriptions. They are not concepts. And so the knowledge that you gain from when you infer explicit knowledge from implicit knowledge is not first propositional. It is first conceptual. Then you can compose a scene, in other words, a proposition, from the concepts that you learned. So in the act of inference, you don't first learn a scene, you first learn a concept, and then you can later take the concept that you learned explicitly and construct a scene with that concept. So that's why you don't learn first propositionally, you first learn conceptually. And Rand
You're
would,
using the term scene, which I'm not familiar with. Rand doesn't talk in terms of scenes. If you mean SCENE, if that, yeah.
it's not
So
Rand
it
language.
sounds like maybe you're introducing some conceptual framework here that I'm not familiar with,
That's fine. Uh,
which might be
what
okay. I'm just trying to get used to it.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just trying to point out that the reason Rand never spoke, she didn't talk about implicit propositions, and she always talked about implicit existence or implicit, ideas or implicit concepts, is because she was not talking about propositions. Propositions string together multiple concepts, right? If I just say the word man, that's not a proposition. However, if I say man is, that is a proposition. I'm making a statement about something a man is doing. I'm now constructing a scene where a man is performing an action. You see? So you understand, propositions are always
Yeah,
scenes.
yeah, right. You have a subject and a predicate if it's an explicit proposition. But I'm thinking, what if a child sees a dog and it says dog? Well, you might say that's implicit is the proposition there is a dog, but the child hasn't learned to say it like that. It just says dog. But I think maybe Rand would say, maybe I would say, I don't, that there is an implicit proposition there.
Um, in such a case where there is an implicit proposition, that would not be, how would I say this? That would not be the same as simply the grasp that there is something there, in the sense that a child, a baby first opening his eyes and seeing his mother, sees an object moving around and making sounds. The baby doesn't propositionally draw the conclusion that there is an object moving around and making sounds. They simply grasp that there is an object, there is something. And the something is the item of knowledge that they have gained on its own. The object on its own is knowledge. And so the baby can then in fact, the baby can't even form propositions until it learns about a second object anyway. If the baby sees its mother's face and then it sees its mother's neck, let's say before it saw the neck and it only saw the face at first, it only saw the face. What propositions could it form about the face? Nothing. You need a second object, or you need some form of motion that the object is engaging in. You understand? But yet the face
I'm just trying to
itself
visualize this. I don't think the baby would just see the face apart from the neck. It just sees the whole scene, and the face is positioned above the neck, but it sees both. It might have one in focal awareness, but it sees both at the same time, and then later it learns to focus in on one part versus the other. Maybe at first it doesn't even distinguish it from its backgrounds, like the wall behind its mother. It sees a patch of blue behind this, or next to this patch of beige, which is his mother's face. And I don't even know what the baby's perception is like at first. Some people have, like William James has spoken of a blooming, buzzing confusion. Some objectivists have denied that that's the right way to think of how babies perceive the world, that they don't have to go through this sensory stage where the world is like a blooming, buzzing confusion. They just come out of the womb. They're automatically perceiving entities as entities. Um, but I don't know how important it is to go into all that right now.
this is what I would say. I'll just try to close this bit about the self-evidency thing off really quickly.
Okay.
So I'll just say, so Rand, where's the passage I quoted? Just trying to find it again. Chats. Right. So she's saying, so she said explicit propositions as such are not primaries. They are made of concepts. And so she's saying, well, okay. And she says the reason why they're not primaries is because they are made of concepts. So they can't be primary if these propositions are composites of something more primary themselves. The concepts are more primary than the propositions. So the propositions cannot be primary. That's what she's saying. And she says, okay. So then she moves on to say, the base of all man's knowledge, all other concepts, blah, blah, blah. Thought on it consists of axiomatic concepts. She says that's a base. But she's not saying, well, this is difficult to establish. I'll get there in a bit. So an axiomatic concept is an identification of a primary fact of reality, which cannot be analyzed or broken, in other words, reduced to other facts. Blah, blah, blah. And she says it's implicit in all facts and in all knowledge, right? It is a fundamentally given and directly perceived or experience which requires no proof or explanation, on which all proofs and explanations rest. Okay, so now let's reconcile this with what she says in another place. You look at those two quotes in the link for the Ayn Rand lexicon, and she goes on in here. She says very explicitly, the only thing that is self-evident is the directly given evidence of the senses. In other words, percepts. Concepts are not self-evident. Only percepts are self-evident. She says this here, right? So we can now sort of put these together and come to understand what she's saying here with respect to these axioms, right? Or rather, axiomatic concepts.
I'm trying to share this on the screen. The lexicon. Okay, here it is. Nothing is self-evident except the material of sensory perception. So I don't know if that's the one you read, but you're
It's both
saying
of
that
them.
concepts are not self-evident. Rather, sensory perceptual material is self-evident.
Both of them are relevant. Both of them.
When we speak of direct perception or direct awareness, we mean the perceptual level. Percepts, not sensations, are the given, the self-evidence. Oh, she actually says not sensations are the given. Oh, yeah, right. So even if as a baby you experienced a blooming, buzzing confusion rather than a world of stable entities, that's not where you start epistemologically. As an adult, um, or I guess even as a child, you start at the level of percepts, not the level of sensations, if there ever were such a level. Percepts are the given, percepts, not sensations, are the given, the self-evidence. The knowledge of sensations as components of percepts is not direct. It is acquired by man much later. It is a scientific conceptual discovery. So right
Okay.
now we are on the perceptual level, and we can infer that maybe when we were babies, we experienced some things differently as sensations rather than percepts, but that's an inference, not something we directly know.
Mhm. Um, And so let's just go back to what you said, and we read this again, and we try to understand what she's saying. She's saying, well, so okay, she says propositions cannot be primary because they are made up concepts. And so obviously, if something is made up of more fundamental things, then that thing, that something, cannot itself be fundamental, right? If there's something more fundamental, then the thing being spoken of cannot be fundamental. Okay. And she says, well, she says that these axioms, they are perceptual self-evidences. There's nothing to be said except look at reality, and then so it seems as if for now we're reading, and she says axioms as perceptual self-evidences, evidences. So she seems to be saying that they are self-evident in perception. This seems to be what she's saying, and it's a plausible interpretation so far. But then she says later on, she says you go a little bit further down. She says, "Oh no, wait, sorry, I'm reading Peikoff. My bad. My bad. I was reading Peikoff instead of Rand. Sorry. Yeah. So she
Oh,
says, yeah, my bad. Da, da, da,
Opar?
yeah. Yeah, and so she clarifies what she means to be talking about when she says that an axiomatic concept is the identification of a primary factor of reality. She's correct. This is correct. An axiomatic concept is an identification of a primary factor of reality, which cannot be analyzed. But it's a concept and it's not directly given, it's not self-evident in perception. Right? She says it cannot be broken down, and I will explain what that means later on. But she says it is implicit in all facts and in all knowledge. It is the fundamentally given and directly perceived or experienced, which requires no further. So this is also true, but it's difficult to understand. I have to come back to this to explain fully. But what she's saying here is axiomatic concepts are not self-evident. They aren't given to you in the same way that you point at a wall. They're not given by ostension. You don't point at an axiomatic concept and say, okay, this is identity here. Right? She's saying that when you look at a wall, you are seeing the raw material that will allow you to later explicitly infer the law of identity. But you don't yet have the law of identity as an explicit item of knowledge. It is implicit in everything that you have ever seen, but you have not yet explicitly inferred it as knowledge, which makes perfect sense because it took like hundreds of thousands of years before Aristotle eventually gave us the law of identity. If the law of identity was self-evident, then why did it take so long for a human being to identify it, right? Explicitly. It was implicit. It was in front of everybody's face. It was implicit, but nobody explicitly inferred it. Okay. So maybe from here, and it's important to note that both Peikoff and Binswanger make this error. It's a very important and very dangerous error to say that axioms are self-evident. And hopefully by the end of this call, you will probably hopefully understand and see why this is really dangerous. All right. And Ayn Rand herself denied that. She said only percepts are self-evident. Now, Peikoff and Binswanger go on and say that they are self-evident. I'm quoting from Peikoff now in the chat here directly. He says axioms are perceptual self-evidences. Wrong. But okay, put that aside. Um,
This reminds me of your discussion of Binswanger. We went through like sentence by sentence of this concept of this paragraph, and you would say wrong, but let's put that aside. And then you read the next one, you say wrong, but let's put that aside. I'm
okay.
just having
So
a little deja vu here, but that's okay. That's okay. Go ahead.
there's so much wrong there, bro. All right. So now I'm going to move on to
According to you, but we'll see. We'll see.
no. So now I'm going to move into an understanding of what I'm trying to say in ontology. So as I said, Ayn Rand said existence is identity, consciousness is identification. And we don't seem to be able to know what she means by identity. And she gives some clarification when she says that an entity is its attributes. The attributes are the entity. And what she means by that is to say that identity is the attributes of the thing. The thing's identity is its attributes, right? But the attributes are not separable from the entity. They are only abstractly isolatable by focus. And this is really good. All that is completely true. Now, so of course, you know about the ancient atomist philosophers, right? The atomists, Leucippus and Democritus and so on. Nothing new or amazing, right? Yeah. Okay, so the ancient atomists, they called the fundamental elements of reality, hint, hint, because Ayn Rand was talking about the most fundamental stuff just now, right? She was talking about it's an axiomatic, so Ayn Rand says, an axiomatic concept is the identification of a primary fact of reality which cannot be analyzed. In other words, cannot be reduced to other facts or broken into component parts. This is really important. Okay, so the atomists talked about these atoms, these uncuttables. They could not be reduced into parts. They did not have parts. They could not be broken up or split up in any way. They were immutable, in fact, to the atomists. Okay, that's great.
Yeah,
Now,
atome actually means tome was the Greek word for cut. So atome was like not cuttable. You could not cut it is the fundamental thing in the world.
yeah.
Just a little etymology for people. Yeah. Go ahead.
Mhm. And so, well, I am going to, so I'll kind of I'll go ahead of myself and just point out what I'm saying here is that axioms are identifications, or they are grasps or descriptions of the properties of atoms. And when I say atom there, I
Oh
don't
boy.
mean to talk about, I don't mean to talk about the modern atom with the proton, the neutron, and the electron. I mean to talk about what the atomists refer to as atoms, which is something much smaller than an atom, than what we call an atom in physics. Now, of course, this overloading of the word atom makes it confusing to use the word atom this way, right? We don't know if we're talking about modern atoms or ancient atoms. So modern philosophers have made a new word to refer to what the atomists were referring to. So modern philosophers call such tiny particles, those fundamental particles, we call them now simples, right? SIMPLESES. You can look that up. I'll just type it in chat, mereological
Or at least
simples.
some philosopher like Leibniz, he talked about complexes and simples. But other philosophers, I don't know if there's like a widely accepted term for this. But I see, mereological simples. That's what you put in the chat. Okay.
Yeah. You can look that up literally. That's a new term that's established for such entities. We call them simples now. And Leibniz did give a theory of monads, which was a notion of simplicity, these uncuttables and so on. And so the new term, there are other theories like mereological nihilism and so on. All of these have a theory of what the most fundamental thing is. All right. So I guess I'll use the word simples from now on. Now I'm going to say an axiom is a statement about the properties of a simple. And that's now, if we read what Rand was saying again, let's read what she says again, and let's try to understand what she's actually saying. She's saying, I'm going to now insert language here, right? She says, the base of man's knowledge and of all, an axiomatic concept is the identification of a primary fact of reality. True, it is the identification of a property of the most fundamental particles of reality. That is true. Then she says, which cannot be analyzed, in other words, reduced to other facts or broken into component parts. That's true. The properties of simples cannot be reduced into proper parts because simples have no proper parts. Then she says, it is implicit in all facts and in all knowledge. That's also true. When you look at the wall in front of you, implicit in the wall is the atoms that make up the wall, the quarks, the leptons, and the simples. You can't see them directly, but you could, if you thought hard enough and you did enough experiments, you would be able to infer the existence of atoms from the wall that you see in front of you. So it's not explicit knowledge. A baby can't look at the wall and say, I know that atoms exist. But in the percept of the wall is all the information the baby needs to eventually infer that atoms exist, right? So the knowledge of atoms is implicit in the percept of the wall. So implicit knowledge is not the same thing as self-evidency. Rand was not saying that axioms are self-evident. She was saying that they are implicit in everything that you see. You can eventually infer the law of identity from everything that you see. She's not saying that you do get it as an explicit item of self-evident knowledge. Very different statements. That's very important. And then she goes on to clarify further. She says, it is the fundamentally given and directly perceived and experienced which requires no proof or explanation, but it is that upon which all other proofs and explanations rest. All of these are true of simples. Simples are the most fundamental thing. Everything else is built up from them. Everything around you is simples arranged into different forms. The chair that you are sitting on is
Oh, sorry.
simples
Could you
arranged.
hold on for a second? Hold on for a second. I'm getting some disrupting audio. Somehow I clicked on something and I am all of a sudden I'm hearing Yaron Brooks' voice. I got some tab open that I need to. Okay, here I found it, and I just closed it. All right, sorry for that interruption. You can go ahead.
Yaron has a lovely voice. What was I saying? Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, so simples, the chair that you are sitting on is simples arranged chairwise. You, Dan, you are simples arranged Dan-wise, right? Your computer is simples arranged computer-wise and so on, right? So simples are the most fundamental thing. They are irreducible. They cannot be analyzed further. They are the thing upon which all other knowledge is based. All of these statements are true. And they are implicit in all knowledge. They're implicit in perception, and you can eventually infer them as explicit items of knowledge. All of these statements that Rand made are true of simples because she is correct. However, simples are not directly perceived. They are not self-evident, right? You can't look at a wall and say, look at that wall. There are all those simples there. I see the simples directly. I'll pause here.
Okay. I did not follow that very well, partly for technical reasons. I had some distractions, but um, I think I might at least have a gist of what you're saying, and maybe I should just try to repeat that back and see if I got it right. Um, Part of the reason I was distracted is I was looking for my notes. I lost track of where my notes were, and um, I'm now sharing that screen again. So I'm going to write here the the gist. See if I got your main idea. Did you convey your main idea already? Would you say?
Almost. I conveyed
Almost?
I conveyed the crux of it with respect to this topic of axioms, but I still have to formulate the sum of it for this discussion. And then, that would be the sum of it.
Okay. Well, let me write down the gist of the part I heard so far, at least, and see if I got it. So it seems like your main point is that what Rand says about axioms or axiomatic concepts, I'm not sure if you mean one or both of those,
Actually,
is
concepts is concepts.
is concepts? Okay. Well, then I'll just erase the part about axioms. What Rand says about axiomatic concepts applies to mereological simples. Mereology is just the study of parts in their relation to wholes. And so the simples are the smallest parts, whatever those turn out to be. If not atoms and electrons and quarks, then something else. But whatever they are, the smallest things in the universe, those are mereological simples. So that's what I got, just to keep it brief. So when she's talking about axiomatic concepts, what these concepts are concepts of is mereological simples. Maybe that's what you mean. That's at least a hypothesis I have, and you can tell me if that's right or wrong.
Yeah.
That's right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So, okay. Well, I'm glad I at least sort of got it. So let's go on now to you. You said you had the main point, which you were getting to.
All right. Now, it's really important to sort of, so from here, I'm going to make a statement which I am capable of proving if you demand proof, but just for the sake of moving forward, I'm going to state it. And if you wish to interrogate that later, please go ahead. Simples are immutable, which means, of course, that means that their properties, their intrinsic properties cannot be altered. They cannot be changed. You can't resize a simple, you can't shrink it, you can't deform it, like change its shape. You can't, you can't alter its intrinsic properties. That's not the same as saying that you can't alter its extrinsic or relational properties, such as its, such as its position or its velocity. These are extrinsic properties. These are properties it has in relation to other things, right? Um, so, these simples, they are immutable. And that is the meaning of the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. When we say that A is A, we are not talking about composites. We are talking about simples. When I say that, A is A, I mean to say that if I'm talking about a chair and I say the chair is a chair, what I mean is that the simples that make up that chair have a certain set of properties. And
I'm
because of
losing
the
your
simples,
audio is cutting out.
no, sorry,
I don't know why. I don't know if that's
sorry.
you or that's me. Maybe if I switch. Oh, it says my internet connection is unstable. So maybe it's something on my end.
Mm. So I was saying, yeah, when we say that A is A, we don't mean to talk about composite entities. We mean to talk about simple entities. So, in other words, simples. What I'm saying, if I say the chair is a chair, what I mean is that the chair is a bunch of simples arranged chair-wise, and all of the properties of the chair can be reduced to the properties of the simples that make it up and their structural arrangement and bonding, the way that they bond to one another. So now from there, the statement that A is A applies primarily to the simples and not to the composite itself, because of course the chair can be broken down and it can cease to be a chair. It can cease to have the form of a chair. But those simples themselves, they will survive the destruction of the chair. If we reshape the chair, let's say we burn the chair down, the simples will survive the burning, but the form of the chair will change. So the simples are the matter, so to speak. And so the thing that has identity, or the things that are identities, are the simples and not the composites into which the simples are arranged at any given time. And so the law of identity applies primarily to simples. So also does the law of non-contradiction. What is the law of well, first let's state what the law of identity means. The law of identity means that simples are immutable. Therefore, their properties will always be the same. And the reason why A is A and the reason why A remains A is because simples are immutable. That's what it means when we say A is A. When we say A is A, what we mean is that simples, their properties are incapable of changing and their properties endure. That's what the law of identity means when you give it a referent. When we say that, when we talk about the law of non-contradiction, what we are saying is that simples, now this part is, I'm going to state a conclusion, and I have not explained the conclusion as yet, so I'll explain the conclusion afterward. What we're saying when we talk about the law of non-contradiction is we are saying that simples are incapable of merging, splitting, overlapping, or deforming. For that reason, they are incapable of engaging in actions which would require them to do any of those four things. Now, what does that mean? Well, um, quite literally, it just means that simples, if you take a simple, it is incapable, you take two simples, it is impossible to have those two simples merge into each other such that they are united into one final resultant simple. In other words, it's impossible to cause two simples to merge into one simple, one resultant simple. Simples are incapable of splitting. Well, this is a standard assertion of the atomists, right? They would say that atoms are indivisible, they're uncuttable. The simples are uncuttable. They cannot split. That's what I mean by that. They cannot overlap with each other either. That is the result of their immutability, right? If two things are immutable and you try to accelerate them into one another and you press them into one another, when they touch one another, they will not be able to interpenetrate, and neither of them will be able to deform the other. Neither of them will flatten or stretch or crack or anything like that. So since they're both immutable and they're both in contact, and you're pressing them both together, they will just enter into contact. They'll be forced into the contact relationship, which is the relationship wherein their surfaces are touching, but there is no interpenetration occurring. For that reason, because of their immutability, they will be incapable of overlapping. And reality is discrete, not continuous, and I can prove that as well. But we'll put that aside for the moment. And the final one is overlapping and deforming. Well, their properties, they're immutable, and so you can't change their shape, their size, or anything like that. And so because these four properties are true of simples, for that reason, you cannot. Okay, the word contradiction is a bad word to use to refer to what we are talking about, right? What we should use is the term ontological violation, but it's better I'll talk in terms of the convention in order to more easily get past. So what I'm saying is, think about it this way. In your mind, try to imagine a square that is simultaneously both all black and all white. You would likely report that you can't do it, right?
Right.
Simultaneously, yeah. It's impossible. And the reason for that is because the neurons in your brain, when you try to imagine that shape that is both all black and all white, your brain has to, in your imaginary space, in that same spot in your imagination, that same location in your imagination, your brain has to arrange the neurons that allow you to perceive white color and black color in such a manner as to overlap with each other, because you'll have, in a very crude way of analogizing it, your brain would have to put the neuron that causes white color into the same location, the same spot as the neuron that causes black color in your imagination. And because simples cannot overlap and they can't merge, when your brain tries to put those two neurons in the same place, the white neuron and the black neuron, they enter into contact and they don't enter the same place. They can't enter the same place. And that is why when you try to imagine the shape that is simultaneously both black and white in the same spot, it fails. And it's important to note that the way that it fails is very important. It doesn't fail in the sense of when you try to do it, you try to do it and it's like, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. It's not that you try to do it and then you fail, right? It's more that you aren't even able to do it to begin with. It's as if your brain is like, it tries to start and it can't even start. It aborts. It's like abort mission. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Sort of.
Yeah. We don't have the language for it, but it's like, so it's not that you try and you fail. It's that you can't even really try to begin with because the operation cannot be performed at all. Your brain isn't able to even begin to do it, right? And so that's because, of course, the simples themselves are simply incapable of doing it. And so your brain can't even begin to do a thing that reality itself at its most fundamental level is not capable of doing. Your brain can't do things that reality itself can't do, right? So your brain can't cause these simples to overlap. So therefore, you can't even start to do it. Okay, and so contradictions refer to any attempt. The actual meaning of a contradiction is an attempt to cause two or more simples to merge, split, overlap, or deform. A second example might be useful here. So let's say you're trying to take a stick and you're trying to have it both bend. Let's take a ruler, trying to have a ruler both bend and remain straight. Well, why can't that happen? It's because simples cannot split and they also can't overlap. So when you try to bend it, you can't have the simples split up and, split up and leave some of themselves in one place and then impart some other parts of themselves to the bent part, something like that, right? And you also, so you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Every attempt to contradict is ultimately an attempt to make symbols either merge, split, overlap, or deform. That's what contradiction means. Okay, and of course, the law of excluded middle just means that because symbols are immutable, their properties cannot enter into transitional states. There is no transitional state between state 1 and state 2 for a symbol. There's no state in which it'll be, let's say you have a symbol that's shaped like a cube, and then it has a transitional period during which it's trying to move from being shaped as a cube to be shaped as a sphere. No such transition is possible, so no middle or transitional state is possible for a symbol. Hence, a symbol will always have one state only, in other words. So that's why the middle is excluded, because no transition is possible. And that's what the laws of logic, quote unquote, mean. They are references to the properties of symbols. Identity means symbols are immutable. Non-contradiction means because symbols are immutable, they cannot merge, split, overlap, or deform. Excluded middle means because symbols are immutable, they have no transitional states. That's what the laws of logic mean. Those are their actual proper reference.
Okay. So that's the end of the main idea.
Yes.
All right. Well, let me take a quick look at the chat to go to something. Let me see if there are any simples in the chats or only complexes. Where's my chat? Here we go. Oh, Ghosty is here. Hello. Okay. That was about 10 minutes ago. Okay, so I think I get the gist of it. Maybe I should just type a little more in my notes here. Um, okay, I'm sharing it again. So your idea is that the should I use axiomatic concepts again and not axioms? The axiomatic well, you can tell me in a second after I write it. The axiomatic concepts refer to, oh no, you were talking about the axioms, like the law of identity, excluded middle, and non-contradiction. They they refer to the simples,
properties
um,
of symbol.
properties of simples. Okay. Properties of simples being, um, I forget what the first one was. You said the law of identity.
The law of identity is just a reference to the fact that symbols are immutable.
Oh, right. Refers
Yeah.
to the fact that simples are immutable.
Mhm.
And then the law of contradiction refers to the fact that they can't overlap. The simples cannot overlap.
That
Was that it?
because symbols are immutable, they must enter into surface contact. And when they exert force upon each other while in surface contact, they will not be able to merge, split, overlap, or deform because of their
Okay.
immutability.
I'm just going to put dot, dot, dot because I can't remember all of it. Because they're
Mhm.
simple, because simples are immutable, dot, 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 they cannot overlap, etc.
Mhm.
Okay. And then the law of excluded middle refers to the fact that is this going to be again because they are immutable, they cannot do something or
Yeah. Because they're immutable,
okay.
no transitional states are possible for their properties. There's no transition from one state to another for their properties because their properties can't transition, right?
There can be no transition from one set of properties to another.
One state
How
to
did you
another.
put it? Oh, from one
One state.
state to another. Okay. So you're making a bridge between, or you're making a connection between the axioms, the three laws, and then what their actual referent is in reality,
Yes.
or the thing that gives rise to the axiom. Like what's underlying these laws is these facts about the simples. Okay. All right. Well, I think I at least get the gist of your idea. It seems, I guess my initial reaction is um, maybe this is quite speculative metaphysics, and
Mhm.
I don't know if I want to say it's rationalism, but I'll just say that word came to mind. I don't want to. I'm not committing to that. I'm not saying it is rationalistic, but it's something I would maybe want to investigate if I were going to think about this more. Is this just kind of armchair metaphysics or philosophizing? Um, Maybe that's where I am right now. Um,
Mhm.
just to give you a kind of general reaction that I have.
Yeah. Um, so something really, really cool and neat to notice is that I don't know if you know this, but Peikoff's PhD thesis asks this very question, but Peikoff failed to answer it, right? His PhD thesis, look it up, is called The Status, I think it's something like The Status of the Classical Laws of Logic in Ontology or something like
Mhm.
that. He actually investigated this question of the ontological status and grounding of the laws of logic. And he's trying to figure out if there is an ontological grounding for them, because that's a very important question in philosophy. Can we take the laws of logic and ground them in something ontologically firm? Because that would, in fact, solve every question, solve every problem in philosophy, from metaphysics all the way up to epistemology, all the way up to ethics and onward upward, right? It's a very important question, actually. To ground the laws of logic in ontology is probably the single most important project in Enlightenment philosophy. Um, and so,
He
depending on
was
how
trying
you,
to have or I think I don't remember if I might have read a little of his. I don't think I've read the whole thing, but I do remember I had a copy of his dissertation, an electronic copy, many years ago, and I probably at least read the introduction to get a sense of what it was about, or the maybe the abstract. So my understanding, based on the limited amount I've read about it, is that he was trying to argue that the laws of logic applied to reality rather than just being arbitrary
yes.
postulates in the way they were treated in modern logic, like in the work of Frege or Russell. I don't know what modern logicians he might have had in mind, but in the modern, like late 19th or 20th century logicians, they just thought of logic as kind of a game, and we just like with chess, you can make up the rules of the game. And if you want the knight to only be able to move in an L-shaped pattern, okay, well that's the rule. But it's arbitrary. We could have made it so that the knight can move in a diagonal pattern like the bishop as well. And that's how philosophers treat the laws of logic
Mhm.
in the 19th or 20th century. I talked about this with another person who called in, radical capitalist. He called in, I think, a show or two ago. But Peikoff is arguing for the more classical Aristotelian conception of logic, where it's not arbitrary. What our axioms or fundamental laws of logic are. It's that they describe the way the world is. We don't just arbitrarily assume that A is A or that there are no contradictions. It's that, in fact, in reality, things are what they are and they can't be other than what they are. There can't be contradictions. So, but I wasn't, I didn't think that he was trying to find like the simples or what you're calling the simples that it seems like you're doing a kind of mapping of these laws of logic or the axioms onto reality and in a way that I'm not aware that Peikoff was attempting to do. Now, again, I haven't read it in full, so maybe you know it a lot better than I did. But it seems like his project was at least somewhat different from what it sounds like your project is.
I'm saying that I have supplied the reference for the grounding that he was seeking when saying that logic is grounded in reality. I'm saying I have
Okay.
supplied the actual reference in reality that ground the laws of logic.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And so that's now this has a lot of really powerful implications. It has significant and massive ramifications all throughout philosophy. I don't know if you'd be interested in exploring some of these because once we, even if you don't think this is true, um, if you explore the ramifications, what it allows you to do, where you can go from here, it's actually extremely powerful. Um, you can provide foundations for the theory of induction. I don't know if you know this, but right now in induction, there are kind of two camps: the necessitarian camp and I think it's a contingentist camp. Um, and this theory solidifies the necessitarian camp by providing a groundwork of necessity. If you think about it, to say that something is immutable is to say that its properties are necessitated, right? Because what does necessity mean? Necessity really just means that no alternative is possible. If something is immutable, it's incapable of change, and so no alternative state is possible for it. So that allows you to actually talk about necessity in philosophy, in metaphysics and ontology. And of course, if you have a grounding of necessity in metaphysics, that means you also have a grounding for certainty in epistemology, right? Because certainty is nothing other than necessity in epistemology. See? And so there's a lot that arises from this. There's more and more and more. You can actually positively disprove both the supernatural and God from here. I've actually done that. There are many other. I can list off a whole bunch of benefits here. But what's most important? Well, I'll pause there actually before I move on.
Okay. I'm just writing some notes. So, implications of your idea is that it explains a necessity and uh, certainty, gives a metaphysical basis to certainty and explains necessity. All right, I got at least a woozy idea
Mhm.
of the connection there.
Yeah. And there are other things that it provides as well. But what was I going to say? Uh, so it gives necessity, certainty. Um, there's something else I wanted to mention, but anyway, I forgot. It's fine. Um, the long and short of it is, I don't know. Hopefully, if this is interesting to you, um, you may be interested in hearing some of the ramifications, maybe, a disproof of the supernatural or other such things and how they work themselves out from it. If it's interesting to you to do further discussions in this direction. Another important thing to note is that I don't merely arbitrarily postulate that simples exist and that they have the properties that I have proven about that I claim they have. I have proven that they exist and I have proven these properties about them. Um, so I have this kind of in writing. I've written proofs and so on for their existence and for these properties. This immutability property, the non-merging, the non-splitting, in other words, indivisibility, the non-overlapping, and the non-deformation. All of those I have some proofs I can offer for them.
Okay. Proofs of simple's existence and their properties. For example, immutability. non-overlapping, etc. All right. I don't know if I want to go into that now. Um, I'm feeling kind of
It,
skeptical about all this because it seems pretty, a lot of armchairing is involved. And maybe there's a place for armchair philosophizing. Maybe some of metaphysics at least involves that. But like one thing, maybe I'll just mention this point. I put this question here: is reality discrete or continuous? And I guess there's a view, like I also wrote this word plenum, so that's the view for anyone who doesn't know that reality is continuous. There's not like a bunch of things packed together with no spaces in between them. There's just a continuum. I don't know which philosophers might have held this, but um, you might think that well, if that view is right, then there are no simples, I think, in the way that you're thinking of it, because simples are uh, if there are simples, then reality would not be continuous. There's a multiplicity of things or entities that make up the universe, and that's contrary to the idea that reality is continuous. And you said you think it's discrete. I guess maybe you would have to hold that if you believe that there are these simples. But how would you prove something like that?
sure.
You said you had a proof?
Yeah, I have a disproof of continuity. So I'll open up the chapter here and I'll refresh myself on the disproof, and maybe I could even link you to it if you are interested. And
Sure.
all right, there's a chain of reasoning. So when we talk about continua, we mean to talk about some contiguous range of property values between one property value and another, right? You can't, a continuum always has a start and an end, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm thinking about the universe as a whole. Like if the universe does the universe have a start and an end, or
By
is it it's I think it's finite, but I wouldn't say it has a certain size if that implies it starts somewhere and ends somewhere. Like just I would say the universe is atemporal, it's out of time, it's eternal. Maybe I should also say it's out of space. It's aspatial, in which case then there wouldn't be a start or an end to it. I'm thinking
I
off the
think
top of my head here, but anyways, go ahead.
I think we may be conflating two terms here, which is finitude and eternity. So eternity refers to, it's a temporal term. It refers to the temporal extent of something. And finitude refers to quantity, refers to quantities of entities, right? So if I say that there's an infinite number of marbles inside of a jar, I'm saying the quantity of marbles in that jar is undefinable. That's not the same as me saying that if I take one of those marbles out of the jar and I say, this particular marble here is eternal, what I'm saying there is that this particular marble has always existed, and there was never a time when it did not exist, and it will always exist. That is a statement of its temporal duration, which is not the same as talking about its quantity. I'm holding one marble in my hand. There's a finite number of marbles in my hand, but this finite single marble is eternal. So finitude, and eternity are not the same thing. Do you, is that, and you can
Just a
also,
second here. Um, I just want to say for the chat, if anyone else wants to raise another topic, feel free. Or if anyone else wants to call in, um, feel free to do that at any time, and we can talk about some other things. I don't want to be rude here to Prion here. I just want to mention that the fact that we're talking about this now doesn't mean that you can't interrupt with something else. Um, so, okay, now that I've said that, we can go back. So you're asking about you're saying there's a difference between finitude and e e eternality. One has to do with the finitude has to do with um, quantity, you
of
said, whereas the quantity of entities. Um, well, I think of it as a little broader than that because I think you could say time is. Well, I don't even want to commit to saying infinity is a valid concept, but so I wouldn't say time is infinite. I would say the universe is eternal, but I would also say it's finite. Well, that just repeats what I said before. Um, but it sounded like you thought I was running together maybe finitude and
eternality.
eternality because
May
one has
I
to do with quantity of entities and that is finitude has
comment?
to do with quantity of entities
Oh,
and
maybe
the other
that's
has to do with forget what you
duration.
said about each.
Duration.
Oh, duration.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
yeah, go ahead.
can I offer an insight here? When you say that, the universe is eternal or whatever, what you are saying there is that you have an expectation that if you have, I don't know, the Earth rotating around. This is a really bad example. Maybe we can use something like an atom, right? If you have an atom and you're using the atom as a clock, and you have an electron orbiting the atom, you are saying if you then say that the 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 atom will rotate, will orbit, sorry, the electron will orbit that atom an infinite number of times. What you are saying is that you expect to have that electron perform its orbital motion a number of times that you cannot count. In other words, that what you are actually referring to there is still quantities, but of measurements and not of entities. But you are expressing the duration of the time you intend to count the number of orbits as a quantity. But you are using that to talk about the duration. But ultimately, the count of the number of times it orbits is not the same as the duration. Your measurement is not the same as the duration. And ultimately, when you talk about an infinite count of orbits, you are still talking about quantity and not duration.
Okay. I'm thinking it might be good if we go to a different topic because I'm struggling to maintain my motivation or my attention, my ability to um, keep my attention sufficiently to follow all this. Um,
No,
I
it's
could also take a
understandable.
chat.
It's
I could also,
understandable because very dense and technical philosophy that
yeah,
people, yeah.
yeah. I think I'm going to take a poll here on the chat and see what I want to see what people are interested in hearing about. Let me share my screen. I do appreciate you coming on. So thanks for that. But I just want to get the pulse of the chat here and ask a question.
Keep in mind, I appreciate you listening to me and giving me this opportunity to talk about this because it helps me to understand one way. I tried really, really hard to kind of steer the conversation quickly toward the meat. Um, and I was aware that there would be, difficulty, kind of keeping attention. I guess I've learned a few lessons about because I have another interview I'm going to try to do this weekend,
Hmm.
and I'm hoping we can use some lessons from this to try to see how I can get because the difference between you and maybe the other interview I'm going to have is that the other person is interested directly in physics. So
Okay.
he has more of a motivation to try to maybe stay on board. But even there, it's still dense technical philosophy, and I have to try to find a way to get to the meat quickly. So I appreciate your time.
Okay, sure. You're welcome. Uh, I guess if you want to say what that is, the other interview you're going to do, it's okay with me. You don't have to, of course, but if you want to, if in case people want to check it out, or you can mention what the channel is if it's another channel.
Well, thank you. Well, it's going to be, I don't know if you know Inductica, James
Oh
Elias.
yeah, yeah,
Okay. So
yeah. I thought that might be the one.
yeah, he has offered to let me talk to him a bit about that on his channel. That'll be this Sunday at, he said, I think 2 or is it 2:30? Let me find out. 2 or 2:30, is it? Oh, no, it's actually 10 a.m. 10 a.m. this Sunday, Eastern time. So I appreciate that, Adam.
Okay, you said this Sunday at 2:30 Eastern time?
10 a.m. actually.
Oh, 10 a.m. Eastern time? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, maybe I'll check that out.
Yeah.
All
And
right, so I'm
it'd be really cool if people come and check it out. I appreciate it. All right.
is it going to be a live stream? Do you know?
Probably, but I'm not entirely certain. The format is mostly up to him. We haven't worked out the details as yet, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to keep people's attention. I have to figure out how to jet straight to the meat, and I suppose try to get to the conclusions without having to go through too much reasoning. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. And I guess if you want, you can direct James to this topic. I don't know if that would be, if you think that would be a good idea, but I mean, to this live stream, and I don't know if it'd be helpful to you or to him to hear this discussion. I guess, well, you've already heard it, but uh, anyways, I guess that's something you can consider.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to put this question in the chat. Should I add an option that says I'm indifferent? Yeah, I guess I'll put that as a third option.
So just moving forward, if I'm not going to like come on to the channel and talk about this topic unless, let's say, it comes up or something. But just as a rule, that these are the axioms of my philosophy. And so when you hear me express opinions, often they are offshoots in some way or other from these axioms. And so, maybe that helps you to understand where I'm coming from. If I make some statement that sounds unusual or whatever, you'll ultimately find
Hmm.
that I can ground that in some way in what I've said here today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we got one vote so far. Someone says I'm indifferent. So there's a question in the poll. If anyone wants to answer it, I don't know how many people. I want to see how many people I've got right now. It says 7 concurrent viewers. Thanks for being here. Uh, hello, Audrey. I see Audrey popped up in the chat. She says the self-evident is what's automatically given to you perceptually. And let's see what a ghosty had to say. That was a while ago, though. Ghosty said, good to see your live stream. Hope you're doing well. Didn't hear the whole conversation, but I don't recall objectivists using self-evident conclusions. Objectivists meaning Peikoff, Rand, and Binswanger. All right, Jason is back. And I think there were some other chats earlier that I missed. We got 2 votes for yes. Move to a different topic. Okay. Well, I'm going to look at some more of these chats while I wait to see if some more votes come in. Did I? Oh yeah, I read this one before.
All right, well, Dan, I don't want to take up too much more time.
Okay.
If you'll have me on again at some other time, I will not bring this topic up. I wouldn't crowd my own idiosyncratic interests into your channel. So, I just want to make sure that I apprise you of that. Have a great day, Dan.
Okay. You too. Thanks for calling in. All right. Prion says it's over for you, Anon. I have depicted you as the gullible MAGA hat wearer and myself as the Malay supporter. All right. I don't know who the Anon is. Anonymous? Was there someone anonymous here that he's referring to? I'm not sure I followed that. This is supposed to be keck. Doesn't that mean, isn't that slang for laughing? Oh, right. The global warming topic. You sat at the same table as me with Peikoff. You can tell that nobody would want to go into a topic of Trump with him. Oh, do you mean at the Irreplaceable Spark conference, which Peikoff attended? You sat at the same table with him, and you could tell nobody would want to go into a topic of Trump with him. Okay, I wasn't at that. I was at the conference, but I didn't sit at a table with him. There was some event where people could chat with Leonard Peikoff. I think there was a VIP lounge. Maybe that's what it was called, and maybe that's where you mean. Um, maybe that's what you're referring to here. I wasn't at that event, the VIP part of it. Yaron Brooks said on his show though that Leonard Peikoff brought it up at his birthday party. Uh, I guess that was a few weeks ago, but Yaron didn't take the bait. I think he put it something like that. Like he didn't think that was an appropriate place to go into that topic. So yeah, maybe Iran felt similarly to what Jason is saying here. Didn't want to go into that topic. Yeah, we did. You came in there a bit at the table. I thought you were briefly. No, I didn't. I looked in I could see through a window, or maybe I went down that hallway and the doorway was open to the room where Peikoff and maybe a dozen or two dozen other people were in there. But I wasn't I didn't actually go in the room. I think I just looked inside it very briefly. So um, maybe you saw me for a few seconds. If you have Trump liking or leaning friends, we just respect each other, not to get into it, says Jason. I have a lot of respect for Leonard Peikoff and what he's done over the years. So I think I would be open to having a conversation with him about it, about Trump. I just don't know, maybe not in a certain venue. Like I don't know if I would want to go into it on his birthday. which I wasn't at his birthday party, but if I were, I don't know if I would want to go into there, but I I think I'd probably be interested in discussing it with him, at least in some other venue, if I had the opportunity. Um, Maybe I could ask him, like, why do you think there was a peaceful transfer of power, as he said in his anti-Trumpites for Trump piece? Maybe see what he says to that. Prion says, chat, am I cooked? Well, I guess chat can give their views. I said a bit about my reaction. Um, I'm not sure about the point. I asked if reality is discrete or continuous. And I don't think I was in a headspace to really follow what Latent Prion was arguing or how he was arguing for the point that it's discrete. Maybe if I listen to this later, I'll be able to get a better handle on it. But yeah, I think I was losing steam at that point in being able to follow. So there's some things which are scientific issues, other things which are philosophic issues, and it's not always obvious what is or isn't. Like um, free will, you might think that we have free will is a philosophical issue, but exactly how it is that we have free will is a scientific issue. Maybe, right? So you might think it's maybe scientists will learn some things in the future about how it is that the brain gives rise to volition. But, and maybe that'll be very interesting, but um, that we have volition, I don't think that's a scientific issue, at least unless you have a very broad sense of what it means for something to be a scientific issue. Like if that means it involves using special instruments like microscopes and thermometers, etc., in order to learn the nature of reality, then I don't think that's how you establish that there is free will. I think that's something you learn through introspection. And so you might think that if what it means to be a philosophic issue is that it's just available to anyone without specialized instruments to know, then I think the fact of free will is like that. And I think Ayn Rand says something like this, and I don't know if it's in Philosophy Who Needs It or some other essay where she identifies the nature of philosophy as being, at least part of its nature is that it deals with fundamental issues which are available um, to anyone to know. You don't have to have specialized knowledge in the way that a scientist does to know them. Um, Likewise, consciousness, I think we can know through non-specialized means that we have consciousness, but it's a scientific question as to how consciousness comes to be. Um, or at least you might think that, right? Um, and with these issues, Prion was discussing, I wonder if some of them are treating what are in fact scientific issues that you would need specialized instruments and investigations to discover the answers to, treating those sorts of issues as philosophical issues, which you can just figure out from the armchair. Um, I'm not certain about that, but I was thinking maybe that's going on. Like, can you figure out just by thinking about it, whether reality is discrete or continuous, or is that something that you need to do some kind of specialized scientific investigation on to figure out? Um, I haven't really thought about that. But if it turns out that you are trying to figure out something just by reasoning in your philosophical armchair rather than doing scientific investigations, then I think you can open yourself up to the criticism of rationalism, what's called rationalism. Like there were certain philosophers, like Leibniz is one of them, who's considered a rationalist in the history of philosophy. He gave these deductive arguments um, about for the nature of the universe. He ultimately uh, ended up deciding that the universe is composed of these infinitesimal monads, he called them. So there were simples, but they weren't physical things. They were mental simples. There were bits of consciousness, and each monad had an awareness. It was aware of other monads. Um, I can't repeat the argument, but um, from his philosophical armchair, he was deducing these conclusions about the nature of reality. And um, I think maybe he was trying to do some things which properly are left to scientists rather than philosophers. And I was wondering if Prion might be doing something like that. But I see he's back in the chat saying some things related to this. He says, oh, yes, that definition is one of my definitions of philosophy. It's the set of questions which can be answered by general experience without special instruments. My other definition is that philosophy is the search for necessity. Okay. Then he says, no, all of my conclusions are inferred from widely available facts. I do not use knowledge from the specialized sciences. I explicitly avoided using scientific knowledge. My proofs are all based on what can be widely observed by the naked eye. I start with observation, no rationalism. I didn't merely postulate simples. I proved that they exist. Smiley face. It is possible to prove that simples exist without specialized instruments. I don't know how you do that. And maybe you went into that during the call and I just didn't follow it or was too tired at the moment to follow it. You said you had a something you could send me, I think. You can send that. I would actually be interested to take a look at that. If you've written up your proof, maybe if I have it written out in front of me, I'll be able to follow it better. I can't promise I'll have time to uh, spend on it. I mean, I'll at least glance at it for a minute. I'd be interested to at least do that much, but I don't know if I would do more than that. But I do welcome you to send it to me if you'd like. Do we have any new votes here? Okay, I guess not. So 2 votes for yes, move to a new topic. 1 was indifferent. I'm just going to end the poll now. Thanks for your votes. And he said, no, I didn't give my proof in the call. It would take too long. The proof is a 500-page book. It's not a short read at all. So how are you going to motivate someone to read that? That's what I want to know. Now, if you're just writing it for yourself, okay. But um, it would take me, I would need some motivation to get through something like that. I am interested in hearing your chat with James. So maybe I should put that in the chat. Latent Prion will talk with James Elias on the Inductica YouTube channel this Sunday. So what is that? That would be the 7th, December 7th. December 7th at 10 a.m. I think you said it was 10 a.m. or was it 10:30? 10 a.m. Eastern. I think you said Eastern. Oh, Holden is here. Yes, you can call in. Yeah, I'm definitely okay with that. All right, I think I got the details right. You can correct me if I'm wrong here. Leighton Creon will talk with James Elias on the Inductica YouTube channel this Sunday, December 7th at 10 a.m. Eastern about he, okay, yeah, he confirms it's 10 a.m. Eastern about the ideas he discussed here. I'll just put in the year. All right. So if you all want to hear more discussion of his ideas, then you can tune into that. All right, Holden is here. Let me just take a quick look at these other chats. There's one from Greg. What is a simple? Is that anything like what Rand put as first level concepts in ITOE? No, it's more akin to what Rand calls the stuff that is where nothing isn't. Okay. That's, you might think of the ether as being like that. The stuff that is where nothing isn't, since there is no nothing, as Parmenides said, what is not is not, and can neither be spoken of nor thought of, or I forget exactly what the quote is. James has he's talked a lot about the ether, and I think he has a more he has more to say about the ether or what he understands the ether to be. First, he thinks it exists, and then he has more thoughts on what its nature is. Um, I've heard a bit about that, but anyways, you can check out his channel for more on that. All right, I want to take Holden's call now. Admit. All right. I think he can unmute. Hello, Holden.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me give you power to turn on your video. All right, I think now you can do it.
Hey,
There we go. Hey,
so
welcome
how are
back.
you?
I'm doing all right. Glad to be streaming it again, and glad to have some callers to
Oh yeah.
partly because it saves my voice.
Yeah.
I can
Well,
only talk for about, I don't know, 3 hours or something, and then my voice gives out. But if I have other people to talk, then I can last longer.
uh-huh.
Um,
I see.
but also, I'm interested in topics that people are interested in. So, you were recently reading We the Living, right?
Yeah, I did. Yes, that is correct. Um,
Okay, so Holden, for anyone who doesn't know, he has been on my show several times now. I think you have the record now for
aha.
most calls.
Go.
yeah, most calls into my show. Um, and in several of his calls, we've discussed Ayn Rand's novels, which Holden is has now read all four of Rand's novels. So first he read The Fountainhead, and then Atlas Shrugged, and then Anthem, and then most recently he's read We the Living. Did I get the order right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. So I've been happy to hear about his reading. He also debated Charlie Kirk many months ago. That's how I first heard about him, and I was interested when he first contacted me. I was like, oh, I've seen this guy around, and now he's on my channel. That's pretty cool. And I'm glad to have helped introduce him to Ayn Rand, who he already knew about through Yaron Brook. Um, Yaron Brook has a show which Holden has listened to for many months, and he mentioned on Yaron's recent Ask Me Anything show a few days ago. He was thanking Yaron for introducing him to Rand, and he mentioned my name as well. So that was nice to hear. So here we are again for another chat, and I'll let you drive it in terms of the order of topics. I don't know what you want to talk
Oh
about
yeah,
first,
sure.
but go for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, a great introduction, I guess. Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
one other thing. I'll say that before we go into it.
please.
Holden is an economics major, so he spends a lot of
Yeah.
time studying economics, and he knows a lot more about that than I do. But that's just a little background. He's majoring in economics. So,
Yeah.
okay, go for it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Euron is the first like th thing really I ever seen about objectivism, but then like I mean, I knew about him, but I didn't like and I thought he was interesting but I didn't like I wasn't like I don't know. I didn't like engage super, like much with him or whatever. And I like Euron a lot. I just like I don't know. I just but it was you who like then I was like, all right, well let me go closer. So, that's why I mentioned you there and because, anyway, so
How did you
yeah.
hear about Iran? I don't remember if you told me that before.
So he was on there was a video of him on YouTube where he was just analyzing Candace Owens. I think that was the video that I first saw him. I didn't know anything about this guy. Like I just saw like he had some books in the background that had this lady on her. I was like, all right, okay, interesting. And then I was like, oh, I actually like the analysis that he gave, like of Candace Owens. So I was like, all right, let's see. He was just calling her, for what she is, just like this crazy human being, just wacky, and she's just a Looney Tune. And I was like, all right, finally, some decent analysis. And then I saw he had a book called Free Market Revolution in the background of his screen. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And I started like going to his talks on capitalism and then like I was like, oh shoot, okay, like this is cool. I never heard, like I said, I never heard that like kind of stuff. And then I read his book and then I was like, oh wow, okay, I like this dude. And so I always had him for like so basically, yeah, like um, from that point on, I knew who Euron Brook was, obviously, and yeah, that's how I know him, I guess.
And you were already interested in economics. Like, when did you first get into economics?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, whenever I was 16, I read this book that's called How an Economy Grows and Why It Crashes. Hold on one second. It's this book right here, How an Economy Grows and Why It Crashes by this guy named Peter Schiff. And
Uh-huh.
it's like this like it's very easy to read. Like there's a bunch of pictures in here and it's like really easy to read. It's not that long. And and so I was like, I love this so much. I love it. Like I can't get enough. Like I need more. So then I purchased Economics in One Lesson because I saw that Peter Schiff, like that was one of the books he recommended. So I went and
Hmm.
read Economics in One Lesson and I absolutely loved it. So, I was just like in the car with my girlfriend at the time, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so cool! Like, you got to see this," and I just loved it, and I was in love ever since. Um, so
Nice. All right, good. Okay, so that's a lot of background. Let's come back up to the present, I guess. And
yeah,
yeah, so what do you want to start with?
sure. So I guess like first thing I have to say is I that was the most sad of Ayn Rand's all of her novels.
Oh yeah,
I
plot
still
spoilers for everybody. Plot spoilers. If you
yeah.
haven't read it before, beware. They're going to be plot
Yeah.
spoilers.
Yeah, so like yeah, I still don't know how I feel about some of the scenes. Like I don't know how I feel about Andrei, or I don't know how you're gonna say these guys' names. So just how I use it in my head. Okay, so just say going in. I could be saying these wrong, but this guy Andrei, who was one of the main characters of the book, um, uh I know you know that, it's just for people listening. He was like he shot himself, and I don't know like how I feel about that scene. Apart from that, like the other sad things, like Kyra dying whenever she tried to escape at the very end of the page, Ayn Rand asks, like, all these fiction novels, like um the very end is always like the last chapter of Atlas Shrugged is this like insane scene. You know, and I guess like Anthem was more balanced, I guess. But you know, anyway, you know, she has like these you know, very pivotal events at the late part of the books. But yeah, I thought it was I mean that was sad, but I understand why she did that. That part, like with Kyra, because like Kyra not
Kira.
escaping, Kira, what's Kira? Sorry. Her
Yeah.
not escaping is like, you know, it shows that like that happens all the time, right? Like with murderous regimes, like a bunch of really smart, interesting and like very good people, they they die because they're trapped in a horrific regime and they can't escape. And you know, so yeah, anyway. Um I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know what else. Uh
Well, let
I
me just
mean,
give a little
yeah.
background on the book for anyone who's totally new. So, if you are totally new, maybe you don't want to listen to this at all because, as I mentioned, there are going to be plot spoilers, and so it'll ruin it for you. But so I'm going to say the book is set in Soviet Russia in 1922. Actually, that's when the book opens. I read the first few chapters over the last few days because I thought you might be calling in. And I haven't read this book for like over 20 years, and I wanted to refresh a little bit. So I read the first four chapters, and it's set in the early days of the Soviets. So there was the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 when they overthrew the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II, and then there was a civil war for 5 years, and the main character Kira Argonov, she's uh, from St. Petersburg, but it's been renamed Petrograd um, after the Bolsheviks took over, and they nationalized her father's property. He ran a business, I think a textile business,
Yeah, textile.
and they moved to southern Russia or the Ukraine. Actually, I think they stay in the Crimea while the war is raging, the civil war between the Red Army and the White Army. Before it's been determined like who's going to take control of the country, and the novel starts where they've just gotten back on the train, or they've taken the train back from Crimea. Finally the Civil War has ended. It's 1922, and the novel opens in the train station after their 2 week journey, which is supposed to only take 3 days, but things are so run down now um, that
Hmm.
it actually ends up taking them two weeks to get back to. Now it's Petrograd, and then we follow the story of Kira, who actually she meets someone else another guy before she meets Andrei, who Holden mentioned. So, who's the other guy that Kira
So
meets?
Leo, is that who you're referring to?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So Leo is the the man she falls in love with. And do you want to say do you recall the circumstances under which she meets Leo or the
Yeah,
setting?
so I mean, it's dark, like dismal. It's she has like um she's in these much worse circumstances than they were. Like her father had, from what I understand, a relatively successful business. Like they just, it was described as like she lived in like a nice house, and or
A
it was
mansion.
basically like, yeah, like better circumstances, all this, right? Like um and now she has this new reality that's stark, like much different, much uh in bad ways. So I guess, she meets Leo, and it's kind of like a spark of something positive, at first, at least.
Yeah. I thought maybe it'd be good to read a little just to give people a flavor of the sort of reality. Um, so he, where's okay, I think maybe is it the start of chapter 4 where we see
Leo
oh
and
yeah.
Babe. Yeah.
Well, that's where she first goes home to her
Wasn't he
they get a new
described as like
apartment.
a mysterious man at first? He's like this mysterious man. And then it turned out to be Leo, right? Um, and he's like, meet me in a month at this day.
Yeah. Yeah, he says to
Yeah.
meet her a month later. All right, so here's my Kindle edition, chapter 4. So she grew up in a mansion. Kira grew up in a mansion, but then they some other guy moves into her mansion while they were in the south in Ukraine. And then when they come back, they can't go back to their mansion. They have to find a new place to live. So here's a description of when they're first getting back to their new place. Kira had blisters on her hands where the sharp string had rubbed too long. It was not easy to carry packages up 4 floors, 8 flights of stone stairs that smelled of cats and felt cold through the thin soles of her shoes. Every time she hurried down for another load, skipping briskly over the steps, sliding down the banister, she met Lydia, that's her sister, climbing up slowly, heavily, clutching bundles to her breast, panting and sighing bitterly, steam blowing from her mouth with every word. Our Lord in heaven, Saint Mother of God, her sister is religious. The Argonovs had found an apartment. They had been congratulated as if it were a miracle. Okay, and it goes on. So you see these little details that show how dismal their current situation is. They have to retrieve their belongings from their mansion and then haul them back. They can't afford to hire a driver. Or I think
Mhm.
they hire someone to like drive 1 load's worth of their stuff from the mansion, but then that's all they can afford. So the rest they have to cart back in a wheelbarrow or carry it by hand.
Mhm.
So this is just to give a little flavor. And then later in this chapter, she meets Leo. And so
Well,
do
didn't
you
she
remember
know
the
Leo? Yeah. So I think she knew Leo before, like, but they reconnected, I guess, if I'm not
well,
mistaken.
I think when they first meet in this chapter 4, I don't think they've ever met before. That's the first
Okay.
time, if I'm recalling correctly. Um, but there's a certain district of the city where they meet, where certain things happen. I don't know
Uh-huh.
if you recall that, but
Um,
he thinks she's a certain kind of person, a certain kind of worker, uh, a woman of the streets,
uh-huh.
which is means he thinks she's a prostitute.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. It was like Leo's like he offered to like pay for her. He's like, "Can I pay for you?" And she accepts like willy-nilly, I guess. Like she accepts and then she goes over there and they have like this like this kind of they're like, "All right, well, look, I'm not this whore that you think I that you might think I am." And Leo's like, "I'm not this guy who buys women like you think I am," basically, right? Um
Well, he says he's like it's not this is his first time he's ever done this. So he doesn't
right.
routinely go out to look
Yeah,
for
exactly.
prostitutes, but I guess we don't know at this point in the story, we don't know why he's been reduced to a state of desperation such that he feels he needs to go out and look for a prostitute. That'll become more clear as the novel goes on. But when he first meets Kira, it's because she's walking through like the red light district of Petrograd. She was out with her cousin Victor, and then he tried to make a move on her and tried to kiss her, and then
Right, right.
she moves away and says, "All right, you got to leave me. I'm going to walk home alone." He says, "No, I can't. It's not safe. You can't walk home alone."
And she's like, "I'm gonna do it anyway."
Um, yeah, and he says, "No, I'm not going to let you." And then she says, "Oh, I'm going to tell this security guard standing over here that you're trying to harass me if you
And
don't
then
let
he
me alone."
runs.
Yeah, and then that gets him off her back, and then so she starts walking through the city, and she gets lost, and she finds a she starts seeing these women who are scantily clad, and she realizes, whoa, I'm in the prostitute district. And then she turns to leave, and then she sees Leo, and they have an interesting conversation. um they don't have sex, but they find out they're both not like typically into this kind of thing. But Kira pretends to be a prostitute, and for a while at least. And then she says she only did it because she liked his face and she wanted to learn more about him, something like that. But that's the initial setup. And so it's a very dire, kind of dismal, dreary sort of picture, much different than the other novels. You mentioned it's more sad than her
Yeah.
other novels. And I think that's so why would it be like that? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess
Or does it
Anthem was
just
pretty sad
happen to be
too.
that way?
Like in terms of the conditions, it had a very happy ending compared
Yeah.
to We the Living. But like, I guess like, yeah, I mean, I guess she's definitely conveying something, which is this is what you get when you have authoritarianism against what it does to people. Like, Leo later in the novel just becomes this drunk bum, largely because he's not, he's like, F it. What I can't this environment, if you don't have political friends, then you're basically toast. Like, um, and like his dad was some counter revolutionary who was executed for for something or like some false accusations or something. And because the regime, if they don't like you, you're done. Leo knows that, with his family ties and all the stuff that he's got going on, he's you know he's just not going to be very successful, with politically, I guess. And unfortunately, he basically becomes a drunk, and loses it. And yeah, I guess like there's definitely she's definitely trying to convey something about the dire circumstances of the socialist state, I guess, in my view.
Yeah, I
What do
think
you?
that's right. Yeah, I agree. And if she ended it with a happy ending, I think that would betray her theme.
Mm,
The theme, which, well, she says some things about it in the introduction. Maybe I should share that.
sure.
Um, and if you have any thoughts on the theme, feel free to voice them. I don't know if you saw the foreword she read or she wrote,
Yeah, I did.
so I got that on the screen now, and I
Okay.
think oh yeah, so she's saying, We the Living is not a novel about Soviet Russia. It's a novel about man against the states. Its basic theme is the sanctity of human life. using the word sanctity not in a mystical sense, but in the sense of supreme value. Okay, and she goes on. So I don't think you can convey the theme well if you have people succeeding in this theme. So if the main character ends up happy,
Right, right.
then that sort of undercuts the theme. And it's similar to the case of Eddie Willers in Atlas Shrugged. You remember what happens to him at the end?
Um, do I remember what happens to Eddie Willers?
Or like
What,
his role in the novel as a whole, like
um,
um
uh, you gotta refresh my memory a little bit
okay,
here
so Eddie Willers he's
because I
Dagny's
know who he is.
assistant.
I just forgot what he did. Oh yeah, Eddie Willers. Yeah, the assistant for Dagny. Yeah, and he's like the not so talented guy, I guess. Like, but he is an
Right.
assistant for Dagny. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he's an important character in the novel, I guess.
And he shows the role of the common man, or that's kind of his thematic role. He shows the novel shows that through Eddie Willers what happens, what is the fate of the common man. So also spoilers for Atlas Shrugged, beware. So he's stranded at the end of Atlas Shrugged, and there's people in Galt's Gulch who are able to escape from the collapsing society, and they can survive on their own. But the common man, and they're geniuses, like the great industrialists of the society. But the common man is not able to survive on his own. He needs the geniuses to depend on, and it would undercut the theme of Atlas to have him be able to survive perfectly well at the end, because the
Uh,
theme is the role of the mind in man's existence. And if you undercut the mind by withdrawing its most illustrious exponents, then everyone else is in great danger. And that danger is conveyed by showing how Eddie Willer's, like his fate is kind of up for grabs. We don't know if he's going to die
yeah,
the next
he's
day or
having a breakdown at the end, right? Yeah, yeah. He's like uh, everything's going wrong, and he can't handle it. He can't. He's not Dagny. He can't. There's no chance he can handle it.
he's in the desert and the train breaks down in the middle of the desert, and he's like trying to tinker with screws in the engine. He has no idea how to fix
Yeah.
it. Um, And so with Kira in We the Living, I think that theme would be undermined. Like if the idea is to show man versus the state and what happens when you have an all-powerful state, then I think it's very effective for her, the main character, to not make it out and to actually die at the end. So it is sad, but I think that it is appropriate given the theme of the novel.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it was necessary. I think I said like I think it was I understand like at the beginning I said like I understand why she, it's clear when you read it like why she did that. Um
Mhm.
but I guess like the Andrei shooting himself I was like for me that was tough to swallow. But
So
I
who is
understand.
Andre for the audience? Who is Andre?
So yeah, Andre is this guy who's like who was this comrade, ardent communist guy who basically was what's the three letters GPU, like this like secret
Hmm.
Soviet police or something like and he's like he was this guy who fought for the cause. He was like he was in like war and um fighting for them, putting his life on the line. He had like this scar on his somewhere around here, like on his temple, I think it said, and just like devoted to the cause. But and he eventually he develops a relationship with Kira, if I'm saying her name right,
Hmm.
and basically like um they I guess Kira really loves Leo, but the reason they develop a relationship is ultimately kind of because of Leo, because like Leo develops a really bad cough, tuberculosis, and whenever Kira, sorry, that's how I've been saying it in my head for the
Yeah, I
all
know
the
it's hard to
pages in the book,
change.
so it's hard to get it out. But um, you know, basically, whenever Kira goes around looking, trying to solicit money out of people, she did it to so many people, and they all said no. And eventually, she goes to uh, Andrei to try and help Leo. Like, basically, Leo was like not going to the doctor, even though it kept getting worse, and then basically he finally went to one, and he needed to go because he was going to die if he didn't, and you know they needed the funds necessary to do it. So, uh, what's her name? Kira went and to Andrei finally was like the last target. Who, by the way, they had like some meetup. Like there was some meetup that Kyra had that she was supposed to go to, or that Andrei was supposed to go to with her. So they were already kind of seeing each other, and there was some attraction there. Um, and they were just friends though. Like they would just go like and do friendly things, I guess, and have fun with each other. And I guess there was this date that Andrei was supposed to go to. This is context. I'm explaining this poorly, but I'm trying to like bring it up to the scene. Or like, to explain him. And I guess like he just flaked on her, like on this date, like that he was gonna go with uh Kira on. And finally, when she goes to ask Andrei for money, she was avoiding him this whole time because clearly Andrei was trying to avoid her. So she's like, all right, fine. Well, if you're trying to avoid me, I guess I'll avoid her, like in the subtext. But then she finally goes to do this because she's desperate. She's insanely desperate for funds for Leo. And when she goes there, they they like the last thing that's she's like, well, like she's kind of there for two reasons, I guess. Like, well, why have you been ignoring me? But I also need the money is like the primary reason. And she doesn't even get to that part. She doesn't even get to the I need the money part. She just when she's there, like Andre tells her the reason I've been ignoring you is because I know I can't have you, basically. He's like, I really love you and I want to be with you and all this, but I can't I can't I can't do it because I want you so bad, basically. And Kira and him end up he's basically like, Can I have you? Like, was I correct that I can't?" And they eventually end up sleeping together, and um and now she kind of has this like dual relationship with Leo and Andre, whatever. And they don't know about it, right? It's like this secret thing throughout the novel where there's this relationship that she has like two separate lives kind of, and she's living with Leo, who doesn't know about Andre, and Andre just kind of thinks Leo is an associate, not really a close friend or anything, for most of the novel until he finds out eventually at the climax. But what's going on, in like an investigation. But I guess like so Andre, as it goes through the novel, they have their relationship, and he's a guy who's kind of learning about the oppression that's going on. Like he doesn't know about it. He's kind of he isn't very cognizant about it at first, but as it goes on, he becomes more aware of the regime's oppression until finally, whenever he has this case, well, basically, the reason there's a case is I didn't even bring up this. Leo was desperate. Like he's so desperate that he goes to the black market. He does a business deal with these people like trying to sell goods in this like food products on the black market. Um because and he's desperate to do it because he's so poor and in such a terrible situation. And so he does it, and he's like, and obviously like Kira is trying to stop him from doing it, like, don't do this. She's like, is there anything I could do this like for, anything I could do? Is there anything I could possibly do to make you stop? And Leo's like, nope, nothing you can do is make us. He does it anyway, so he makes all this money on the black market with like this business deal between uh Murazov is his name, Murazov or something like that. It starts with an M.
I don't remember.
And yeah, basically like this guy like Murazov he does a deal with, and basically who's like this grandeur character. He's like this pseudo macho guy, I guess. But he makes a lot of money on the black market. This guy, his name starts with an M, Murazov or whatever. Let me. His name is. It comes up. Let's see if we can get the exact name. I'll just call him Mr. M. Mr. M. I'm probably saying it right, Murazov, but I might not be. So Mr. M, basically, is this guy who he does this with, and while they're on the black market, Leo makes a bunch of money, but eventually he knows he's probably going to get caught at some point, and he eventually does. And Andrei, this guy who he knows, right? He knows who he is, and he doesn't like him, and he's kind of a rival to some degree. He just doesn't like him, right? And they eventually, Andrei eventually, like the last thing he's going to do for the regime is like this case, and it's exposing what Leo is doing in the black market. And he brings it to the authorities, like with all this evidence, and they finally say, we're going to make a spectacle out of Leo. We're going to, they're going to like shoot him and, make an example out of him, of what not to do, basically. Like, don't mess with the regime. And uh, so eventually they go like and invade his house, and whenever they invade his house, and Andrei is there, they they see that Kira is there with Leo, and she has all of her clothes, like the dress that Andrei gave her, and all the crap like they describe. And they take Leo, and but Andrei figures out that while he's there, like what's going on. Ka Ki what's her name? Kira has been living with Leo this whole time. She's clearly, had this whole life that Andrei never knew about. And it's this whole like thing while he's going and making the case. And then Kira eventually goes to Andrei's place and uh gives like this really like passionate speech about how terrible the regime is, and how and all this crap. And so Andrei, is this complicated character who eventually kind of sees what's going on and how terrible the regime is, and tries to get Leo, this dude he hates, to escape from this like from this situation. They're like, drop the case. This guy named Pavel, um, Pavel Sirov or something like that. Pavel Sivarov. Anyway, he uses this like blackmail against him that he has. Basically, he threatens, like, I have some incriminating evidence against you. Andrei does to Pavel. He's like, I have some incriminating evidence against you. Please release Leo. And he's like, why would you do it for this girl who is sleeping with this other guy? Why would you do this for her? Like, what's making you do this? This is so dumb. And he's like, just do it. I know what's happening, and just do it. So he does. They eventually release Leo and save him basically from getting shot, um, by the regime, and they just drop the case fully. And then Andre basically goes to the house and says and tells them like about updated news. And then when he leaves, he goes and shoots himself. So that's the story of Andre. Sorry, I was much longer than I thought it would be. But like I said, he's like a critical character in the novel. But he eventually comes around, and then like his funeral is celebrated like as this guy who by the regime, or he's like this guy, not his like his death is celebrated, but like he's paid homage to by the regime as this guy who was like a sacrifice, someone who sacrificed for the proletariat, like this amazing guy who, even though he had a change of heart, whenever he was alive about it, he was like this guy who was known as the guy who sacrificed for the proletariat, and an ultimate soldier for the regime. But really the next purge was coming, and they were going to be suspect about him for a speech that he did. But anyway, I'll stop there.
Okay. Well, thanks for that summary. That refreshed my mind on a lot of these details. Most of that I just totally forgot because it's been so long. So I'm glad to be refreshed on that. And I thought maybe I could step back and just say a little on the role that each of these characters plays and put that on my screen, my notes here that I'm sharing. So there's different attitudes you can have towards the regime, and the three main characters, Kira, Andrei, and Leo. I'll put them side by side here.
Mhm.
Um, so there's an authoritarian regime, and you could fight it. You could be a counter-revolutionary, and that's what Leo tries to do, at least to some extent. Um,
Mhm.
and or you could join it. You could become part of the regime. If you can't beat them, join them. That's what some people say.
Mhm.
Regime. And I guess Kira, between those two options, she's more on the fight side, or she's anti the regime. I don't know if fight is, maybe I could put, maybe it's better to put it in terms of anti-regime and pro-regime. And then Kira is also anti the regime. But there's different people can handle the regime differently. Like Leo, he breaks down and he becomes a drunkard. So one way you can try to escape the horrors of the regime that you're opposed to is to drown your own mind, so it's not as real to you as it might seem if you're wide awake and in focus. So you can dull your senses and try to mentally escape it through drunkenness.
Mhm.
Um, so how should I put that? Avoid the reality um,
Yeah.
of the regime, for example, by drunkenness. Now,
Mhm.
Kira, she preserves her mind intact. She doesn't become a drunkard.
Right.
But her way of trying to deal with the regime is by escaping it. So just get the hell out of there, preserve her mind intact, and try to escape it, at least at the end. Um, that's what she does. And sadly, she doesn't make it out. You want to say how what happens at the end to her? Do you recall that?
Sure, yeah. So basically, you know, she says I'm gonna move into like she leaves Leo and Leo basically leaves her. They say their goodbyes to each other because at this point they're both so disillusioned with one another that it's like the relationship was great. They had a past, but it's basically done by now. So Kira is basically gonna move on with her life. So she says she goes back to her family's home and she's like, I'm just gonna stay here for 3 weeks and then I'm going abroad is what she used. She said abroad in the text. And they're like abroad, yeah, abroad. That or she said it forcefully. They didn't even say anything after, I guess. They're like, okay, cool, yeah. She's like, sorry for the inconvenience. They're like, no, it's no inconvenience at all. So they let her in, and she takes her 3 weeks. Meanwhile, she's selling all of her stuff. She's planning her escape, and um and that's all she cares about. So she sells like basically all of her belongings, and the only thing that matters to her is leaving. So eventually, when she's done with that and the 3 weeks are up, she leaves while nobody's home at like in like 12 o'clock, I think it said. And and basically she wants to do this where nobody sees, she didn't say goodbye to anybody, nothing. She's just like, I'm just gonna leave because basically like she applied for a passport and it was rejected. And her mom was like, don't get any ideas. Like her mom is like she's like this overbearing character, like I guess like um she's she's kind of she's like, oh, it's kind of good in this country, don't worry about it, don't worry about leaving, and Kira is like, oh yeah, don't she's kind of like, oh yeah, don't worry, I don't have any plans, and she damn well knows she's gonna be trying to leave here. So eventually she does because she leaves without saying goodbye because she knows what her family would do, and she's like, her mom was like, I'll tie you down here if I have to. But anyway, so she leaves and she has to wear like these white clothes to blend in with the snow, and eventually she So she just keeps walking and walking. She's just, just keeps saying to herself, I gotta get out, I gotta get out. And then she eventually goes to this village, like this small village. It's near the border that she's trying to cross to, and they just let her in and give her food, and she doesn't have to explain much. They know what's happening, and they let her stay for like a night. And then she goes out, and she's close to the border, and she just keeps walking and walking, and it's just like really cold and really terrible environment that she's going in. So she just keeps walking and walking. And then Ayn Rand describes this guard who she like spends a decent amount of time describing this dude who's the guard who's like guarding the area that Kira is eventually going to try and cross. And he's this border patrol guy, like this bureaucrat. And apparently he was supposed to be a shoemaker, and he made like his first pair of shoes when he was like 10 years old. I think maybe it was 6 years old, something like that. And basically it was this guy um who was a moron. Just like this, he was not just a moron though. He was an evil moron because he was a rapist. He raped this girl when he was like when he was 15 years old. He raped this 12-year-old girl who had a flat chest. Ayn Rand described like this terrible dude who was illiterate and basically described him as like basically the point she was trying to deliver, it seemed like, was they have this they have this dude who will just comply with whatever we'll say. He doesn't know how to read, he doesn't know how to write. He's just gonna do what people say. You tell go forward, go forward. Like he's just gonna do whatever the regime wants. And so he was just sitting there, and eventually he saw something, kind of going around, and he's like, "What was that? What was that?" And then, he starts shooting at that area. And then eventually he's like, "Oh, it was probably just a bunny," because he didn't hear any noise. But he actually hit Kyra, apparently. And so Kyra just sat there, and she's like, "Oh, well, I mean, it kind of just feels like a burn. I just got to keep going." So she, eventually, he's like, "All right, whatever." And then Kyra, the guard is like, "All right, whatever. It was probably just something, doesn't really know what's going on." So Kyra just keeps going on, and but the problem she's bleeding out as she keeps going. And and you know, eventually she just can't keep walking anymore, and she knows she's about to die. And she just looks at the sky basically, and she smiles and dies basically. That's how it ends. So, she basically knows that she did everything she can, and she was going to try and do it on her own terms, and she was going to die. She was going to die trying to do it, to try and escape, and it didn't work out. And she knew that, and she knew the risks and how unlikely it was that she was going to make it. But she did it anyway, and she didn't regret it a bit, even when she was shot there, bleeding out, dying. She didn't regret it at all.
Okay, thanks for that summary. That was good. Lots more details again that I didn't remember, but I do remember that she died with a smile on her face, and maybe it was at the thought of like the promise of what life could be, at least potentially. I don't remember what the narration is of that. Um, so I guess there's at least a tiny bit of positivity at the end, but overall it's a sad ending. She doesn't make it out.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I she yeah, she was I think she was just smiling because like she knew that she like she was proud of herself, I guess, for doing it.
Mm.
I guess like, like she wasn't gonna keep living under the hellhole that she was living under. And yeah, so but anyway.
Okay, so I got my notes back up here. So
Sure.
we have the three main characters, and they have different stances. Now, Andrei, I think although he starts as being pro the regime, he eventually he comes to see it as horrible. Am I remembering that correctly? Does that sound right to you? Like he changes his
Yeah, that
attitude toward it?
sounds, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
He does
Okay.
change his attitude throughout the novel, slowly, but gradually so. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think Kira has a big part in changing his mind. She gives a speech, a very impassioned speech about um, how he's been enabling this regime that just tramples on the sanctity of the individual. And once he recognizes that and sees that he's been part of that and enabled that, I think that contributes to his decision to kill himself.
Yes,
So
that is exactly right.
so
After
they
the
they
go ahead.
yeah, so they all I guess in the end I guess so. I don't know if Leo dies by the end, but it's he's effectively like he's gone. Like he's given up his hope or his idealism, and he's just drowned his mind. He actually goes off with another woman, right? I think he meets somebody else at
Yeah,
some
it was some
points.
it was uh and it was this girl, yeah, basically like it was this girl that that oh Kira hated. It's like Antonina or something like that.
Okay.
But it was like this girl who like they first met and she was just like she was like overly talkative and yeah, and so it starts with an A, and yeah, basically like Leo's all messed up at that point, but he doesn't die, at least not in the time frame of the story. But
Mm.
yeah, he's
Maybe he dies
basically
spiritually,
yeah,
spiritually, but
exactly.
not.
He probably died
So
spiritually. He probably died spiritually, like, whenever he was basically done. You know, whenever he had tuberculosis, he was going to be okay with dying. Like it was only Kyra cared more about his life than he did at that point. Like she cared more about, he didn't care enough about himself really, to even justify what Kira was doing for him.
mhm. So there are three different kinds of death in quotes. They all die by the end. So Kira gets killed. Andrei commits suicide because he sees the error of his ways. And then Leo, he dies in a different sense. He dies spiritually, as I call it. So, but
Hmm.
they all die in some sense, literal or non-literal.
Right, exactly.
So that also that contributes to the theme. Not only does Kira, the main protagonist, die, but so do the others. It's just mass death. It's death all over the place. Um,
Uh-huh.
so let's see. Oh, I wrote down also the movie just because I don't know if you know there's a movie version of this novel, and it's actually the the best of all the movies of Ayn Rand's novels. In Ayn Rand's opinion, I think she thought We the Living was the best version, movie version of one of her novels. So you
That's
might be
what
interested in checking that out.
yeah, I read the afterword, and in the afterword, I think that's what Leonard Peikoff said. He's like, "Oh yeah, personally I like the movie better than the Fountainhead movie, which was like a
Hmm.
Hollywood. It was like a apparently the Fountainhead did pretty well from what I understand it said. Um Relative to
Hmm.
this one. But he's like, oh yeah, contrary to I guess like popular opinion, not in those words, but that's yeah, I like the Living movie better than the Fountainhead movie. But yeah, no, maybe I'll check it out sometime.
I think they're both worth seeing, but the Fountainhead and the We the Living one. The We the Living movie was produced in Italy, so it's got subtitles, and it was recently remastered. I think there's a guy by the name of Duncan Scott. I think he's the one who is mostly responsible for remastering it to make it like higher quality video.
Oh yeah.
But it was originally produced in fascist Italy under Mussolini, and they didn't realize that not just an anti-communist novel, because the communists would fight the fascists. Eventually,
Mm.
the regime realized this is actually anti-totalitarianism, anti-authoritarianism, and it applies equally to us fascists as it does the communists. And then they banned the movie.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how many years or decades later, the movie eventually was made available in the US, and now it's available for purchase. But it's got an interesting history. Might be worth reading a little in the. I think Leonard Peikoff might discuss this a bit in his introduction.
Yeah, he does. That's
Oh
exactly how I
yeah,
know what you're talking about.
I I just found. I'll read. Let me read a little of this
Sure.
from my Kindle. So it says. An eloquent example of the truth is what happens to We the Living under Mussolini. So he before that he's talking about how um, this is not just a novel about Soviet Russia. So to make the novel seem more relevant than you might think if you just think, oh, this is about a story about Soviet Russia. Why should I care to read that? He says no, the implications or the relevance is much broader than that. It applies to any authoritarian regime. And he even mentions like George W. Bush bringing in religion and how he talks about how religion has increasingly become dominant in the United States. Um, there's some discussion of that in the intro. Oh yeah, here's that bit. He talks about the 8-year rule of a born-again president, that's George W. Bush, who shut down biological research he regarded as irreligious while claiming a message from beyond as a guide to foreign policy. And now we have his successor, Obama, of whom so far in 2009 we know little, but whose campaign worked hard to prove that he is as devout as all the others. So I think the theme of Leonard Peikoff's introduction is that this is a very broadly applicable theme, man versus the state, and it has all kinds of forms other than just um, individual versus communism. It also is relevant to fascism, religious totalitarianism, some of the policies you see in modern U.S., etc. So,
Right.
um, coming back to his paragraph about the movie, he says, an example of the truth, I guess, about the broad applicability of the novel is what happened to We the Living under Mussolini. During World War II, the novel was pirated by an Italian film company, which produced a movie version without the knowledge or consent of Ayn Rand. Because of its length, the picture was released in 1942 as two separate movies. Both were enormous popular successes. The fascist government had approved the movie on the grounds that it was anti-communist. But the public, like the director, understood at once that the movie was just as anti-fascist as anti-communist. People grasped Ayn Rand's broader theme and embraced the two movies, in part as a way of protesting their oppression under Mussolini. In a takeoff on the titles, people began referring to themselves as "We the Dead," and to Mussolini's economic policies as "Addio lira," like goodbye to the Italian lira, because they're also poor now.
Uh-huh.
5 months after its release, the government figured out what everyone else knew and banned the movie. These events alone are eloquent proof that We the Living is not merely, quote, about Soviet Russia, unquote.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
exactly
hopefully that
what
motivates some people out there to look into this novel. Although I guess if you've heard this discussion, you've already you got a lot of plot spoilers. So I don't know if I set this up right. But
Yeah,
anyways,
right.
uh,
Yeah. Yeah, that I just read that introduction a few days ago, so I I knew exactly what you were talking about. And I was like, "Oh wow, this apparently was circulating unknowingly." Okay. In fascist Italy. 5 months is all it
yeah,
took, I guess.
yeah. And it was played at a recent Ocon. There was a screening of the film at the Objectivist conference maybe 2 or 3 years ago. and the this publisher of the new version, or the cleaned up version, which made the, I think, the video quality better. He gave a talk at the conference. I think it's probably on YouTube somewhere if anyone's interested. So I just have one
Okay.
other topic here that I could talk a bit about, but is there anything else relating to the book that you're interested in discussing?
Um, you know, I don't know, Dan. I guess I don't know. Like, I feel differently about it than when I first finished it. Because when I first finished, I guess whenever I read when Andre died, which I guess was the same day, I was like, I was like, no way, like this. I hated it, but at first, like, I was like, wow, this is so terrible. Um, the way he did. And I was, and then I guess, I don't know. But then later on, I was like, all right, well, maybe I guess, like, I was like, all right, thinking about it, like, yeah, there's definitely a reason why she did that. And, so anyway, that's basically, yeah, I'm coming more sympathetic to the storyline now than I was whenever I first read it, basically. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Hmm.
so yeah.
So at first you were upset or angry that Andre died, and you didn't like the novel having that sort of ending, but now you see it somewhat differently, and you're,
Uh-huh.
even though it's sad, you accept it more, or you
Yeah, and
um,
well, yeah, I guess, like, Kira dying, I got that whenever I read it, and whenever I was reading, I thought she was going to escape, to be honest.
mm,
But I understood, like, as soon as she died, I was like, yeah, I get that. But Andre dying was like a harder pill for me to swallow in terms of, like, um the I don't know, just, him committing suicide, like, at least, like, die, fighting the regime or something. But no, he just took his own life. But I understand, like, he was probably going to get killed by the regime anyway at some point. um but, and he probably knew that. But I don't know. So.
that reminds me of another point I can make. Actually, I think it might reflect somewhat better on Andre's character that he takes his own life. Because, I mean, if that's, insofar as that's a sign of him coming around to the right view of the evil of communism. And like, if it were just left at the end that, he's still part of the regime and maybe he gets executed for disobeying some of their orders, um, and he doesn't yet fully grasp the error of his ways or the evil of his ways,
Mhm.
then maybe he would come across as a less sympathetic character
Mhm.
than if he grasped the truth and then kind of inflicted justice on himself by taking his own life.
Mhm.
Uh, I'm not sure, but I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head. A related point is that it raises the question of whether there can be an honest communist. Like, I think for the purposes of the novel,
Mhm.
Ayn Rand's conceptualizes Andrei as an honest communist. Like, he's honestly mistaken. He's this misguided
Right,
idealist,
right,
and he
exactly.
really does buy into the the program of the revolutionaries, the Bolsheviks, and he thinks they have some noble cause. And then later he learns that he's wrong about that, and it's just really a rotten, corrupt regime. But in actual life, I think, I don't know if Ayn Rand said this, but it's I know it's been discussed in objectivist circles, like that you couldn't actually have a character like that, someone who is as high in the regime as Andre is, and yet be totally honest. Like, you can't be an honest communist. And but for the purposes of fiction, there are some other characters like Ellsworth Toohey in The Fountainhead, who I think Ayn Rand thought was too consciously evil. Like, you couldn't be
Mhm.
that evil without evading in actual life. But for the purposes of drama and telling a good story, you can take some literary license And I think she might have done that with Andrei. This also reminds me of Leonard Peikoff's essay, Fact and Value, where he talks about how he doesn't think you can be a honest academic Marxist. Like maybe if you're a young person in your 20s, teens or 20s, you can be seduced by communism for a while, but you can't go on and make a whole career as a academic professor and be a Marxist. That was at least what Leonard Peikoff was arguing.
Mhm.
Now, Andrei, I don't know how old he was. I don't think
He
he's like
wasn't that old. He was
maybe
pretty young.
20s, 30s, something like that.
Probably,
Um,
probably, I think probably like 20, 23, probably something like that.
okay. So I think it's at least more likely that someone like Andrei could be honestly mistaken about communism.
Mhm.
Um, and there's also, I just remembered another person, Nikos Sotirakopoulos. He's a fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. He was a communist. And but I've heard him say that he's like ashamed of his past to some extent, and he's um, so I don't know if I don't know if I should speculate, but um, it's something I wonder about. Like, can you be an honest communist? And I think at least the way Andrei is portrayed is that yes, he is an honest communist. He's a misguided idealist, but then he
Mhm.
learns that his ideals are bad. They're wrong ideals. Um,
I,
so bad that he commits suicide. Yeah.
yeah, I would say something about that, and I'm glad you brought that up. I guess like I would say if you have read enough about like I give you slack if I like how he said academics, because they're supposed to like be familiar with material that is opposed to them and themselves, and so on. Like, they're supposed to be well read and all that. If you're not, then like then I can understand more, even if you're a little old. Obviously, like other things being equal, I have less sympathy the older you are, but I guess like I can understand someone who just doesn't know a lot about like the situation, and that's fine. But if you do, like if you if you've read Mises and you're still a communist and there's something wrong, like that's what I'd say. Like either you're evading somehow.
Okay, yeah. So I haven't read Mises, but not that reading Mises is a necessary condition of opposing
Yeah, it's just an
communism,
example, right? Like
but it
you
could be
know,
a sufficient condition.
sure, right?
Um,
Yeah, if you've read it, someone like that, and you're still a communist, you're doing evading, to like because there are yeah, I guess in order to hold communism, you're advocating for a destructive ideology that, yeah, so like and it's been shown to be so. It's just if you've, yeah, so like or I guess like, yeah, theoretically, so if you are, yeah, if you know about the theory and you still decide to, then then yeah, then I don't have sympathy for that person. That I basically say that's a someone who's evading. Um, but anyway, any other thoughts on that?
well, I was just thinking, like, it's aside from knowing the theory of communism, like reading Karl Marx or Das Kapital, there's knowing the history of communism and the millions of people or tens of millions, I don't know what the count is. Some people would say over 100 million people who were killed or murdered as a result of communism. So there's the history as well as the theory. But
Mhm.
then I was also thinking, well, a lot of people, maybe you would call them communist apologists, will say, oh, well, that wasn't true communism. They didn't practice it in the right way.
Sure.
So that's just a straw man. You can't count all those deaths as, true communism. So then, what do you say about that? Well, I haven't read a lot of communist literature or delved really deeply into like engaging with people who make that sort of claim, like
Uh-huh.
Stalinist Russia or Pol Pot's Cambodia. It wasn't true communism. So I don't know that I would be very effective in countering that sort of claim, but I was just thinking that might be one sort of line of pushback someone might give
Sure.
to the idea that, oh, if you're a communist, you're necessarily dishonest, at least if you're an academic Marxist. Um, yeah, they might try to argue along those lines. So,
Yeah, I mean that's a fair thing to say. I guess I also, I mean, yeah, I don't want to. You said yeah, you had another thing, but I guess like I read a few other things too, so that we could talk about. But
oh yeah,
kind of
I'll
roll
just
over.
say to wrap up on We the Living, just to make some connections to Ayn Rand's life. So, this
Yeah.
was the most autobiographical of Rand's novels. Now, fortunately, Ayn Rand did escape and sh to a happier place. Now, she escaped I think the way she got out was she had a visa to study film or something. She was going to temporarily come over here. Now, I don't think she ever intended to go back once she got her visa, but she came to study the film industry.
Uh-huh.
And in 1926, that's when she came over. And that was 2 years after the Immigration Act of 1924 was passed, which I've recently been reading about. That's when, in the 1920s, is when the US started to get much more restrictive in the immigrants they allowed in, especially immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe. So that would include Rand coming from
Mm.
Russia, Eastern
Yeah,
Europe.
Coolidge.
So I'm really glad that she was able to come in right as around the time they were starting to restrict. I think the quotas might not have been fully effective until like around 1929. Now, if you're coming in on a visa, like a temporary student visa, as opposed to trying to get a green card and permanently immigrate, maybe it still would have been easy for her. Um,
Mhm.
but anyway, 3 years later, she ended up marrying Frank O'Connor, an American who she met in the film industry on the set of a Cecil B. DeMille movie, and then she got
Mhm.
citizenship that way. So even though she
Mm.
came here on a temporary visa, I assume it was a temporary visa, she was able to stay permanent because she got married. So that's just,
Mhm.
I was thinking about Ayn Rand's fate as opposed to the fate of the people in her novels. Um, but and also immigration is a topic I was thinking maybe I put it in the title of today's show as something I might talk more about, and maybe I will talk more about it later. But anyways, I just want to say a little about Ayn Rand's biography. But we can move on to other stuff now. You got some other stuff you've been reading, you said?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess like yeah, I guess final note on We the Living though. I mean, it's definitely but I do like I said whenever I first or whenever I first came back on after reading Atlas Shrugged, I would say I wish I read it when I was younger, But to be honest, but reading it at 20 I guess is fine. But anyway, yeah, so because it's the message it conveys was definitely um something I thought would have connected to at that time. But yeah, even though I may have been a bit dreary for a couple of days. Um, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, all right. That's what I'll say about Lethal. And then next thing is, last thing I'll say about Lethal Living for now, and we'll probably talk about it another time too. But is the climax that led up to it was done, and she knows how to work a plot for sure. Yeah, although it led up all the way to that point where Andre met Leo doing a case to get him, and that's where he figures out the truth. And no, let me say this actually about We the Living. Sorry, I was gonna say this, but I forgot
No,
about
that's
it.
good. Sure.
It's like one of the messages I think like in it too is like how lying is destructive. Um, because because uh Kira her lying when she lies about things, like it makes it digs this hole so deep. She has to keep lying to Leo about where she is, and she has to keep lying to Andre about why she's not seeing him, and all this crap. And it just leads to like all these. She has to tell more lies and cover up her lies with more lies and more lies, all because of like this, thing that's happened. So like another thing, and it's not like Kira is this, um, it's not like Kira is this terrible person, but she just does something innocuous and then she lies, and then she makes a mistake, she lies instead of just, instead of doing the right thing in that moment, and then it just she digs herself in this hole because of it. So I guess like lying is it's shown to like do all these like it basically, yeah, you dig yourself a hole, and then it sets the stage up, it sets the order up for more lying and digging in a deeper hole. So anyway, um and making a
I
bad
wonder if
situation.
you if it's justified that the lies she tells, like I think because of she's living in a authoritarian society, and I don't think you can be moral, at least fully. You can't practice the virtues in the way you can in a free society. I think that's at least I think Leonard Peikoff makes an argument for that in maybe it's his book Opar, that the if you have a society that doesn't respect individual rights, it makes it hard or maybe even impossible to practice the virtues. So like it puts you in these positions which you shouldn't have to be in.
Mm,
And I think Kira finds herself put in a position where um, she's like between a rock and a hard place, and she can, if she's honest with Leo, then maybe that means he's gonna die because she can't get the money she needs to pay for the medicine that's gonna cure his tuberculosis. So she has to, it's like the alternative is between his health and her honesty, and you shouldn't have to choose between those two. You should be able
mm.
to have both, but because of the nature of the system, you can't have both. So if I'm remembering correctly, the plot. Um, so I guess I wouldn't necessarily morally condemn her for her choice of how to go about things, because I think in a totalitarian system, there aren't necessarily going to be any good options. It's just a choice of lesser of evil options, and any of the options are going to be bad, and you just have to choose which one. Like prostitution, also, I think she effectively turns herself into a prostitute for Andrei, although she eventually falls in love with him, and it's I think she has a genuine feeling for him. Although the way it starts, if I'm remembering correctly, it is more of a transactional sort of relationship, and she's agreeing to sleep with him in order to get the money she needs. And again, in a normal context or in a free society, that would be a bad thing to do. But in a totalitarian society, where all the options are bad, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Um, but I think you're right that lies do snowball, and you tell one lie, and now you've got to tell another lie to cover up the traces of the first lie, and it builds on itself. And that's, yeah, I didn't remember that aspect of We the Living, but it's a good point to note.
Yeah, I mean, well, she didn't. I agree with what you're saying on a lot of it. Like, if the cop tells you, did you drive over the speed limit, and you were going 1 mile an hour over, like something. Maybe there's some better thing that someone could say, that you get the point. Like, something happens, and there's like this dumb crime. Did you smoke weed once in your life, or something like that, right? And that's technically a crime under the laws or something. And or did you get drunk before you were 21 once? And just something like that. And maybe there's this ridiculous punishment, and yeah, like there's definitely something to be said about like I don't expect someone to tell the truth about whether or not they got drunk once before they were 21 to like for like some dire situation, right? Where if they do get caught, then there's this horrific crime that they have to face, right? But I would say like Kira, sorry. Kira did she did not have to lie to on Andrei. She didn't have to sleep with him. That she decided like he basically asked, "Do you love me? Like, is this true?" And she didn't have to yeah. Anyway, um, she shouldn't have. And Leo was lost anyway. Like Leo was basically a lost soul at that point. But anyway, but I understand what you're saying for sure. And I think it's true. Like you do in an oppressive regime, there's gonna be times where even lying you could say is the perhaps the moral thing to do. In some situations you could think of philosophically, like you could draw these scenarios or hypotheticals.
A very easy one is a common example, like with the Nazis asking you,
Yeah,
do
do
you have
you
any
have Jews
Jews
in your
in the
house?
attic?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Now, I just another caveat. I don't remember the details of We the Living very well, so I don't know if I'm being fair to Kira or not fair to Kira in saying like she's
You're being too nice. I'm just
justified.
you're being too nice
Okay, yeah,
because
maybe I
yeah.
am being too nice and saying like her lies were justified. I don't even remember what her lies were. I'm just if she were lying, I'm just thinking maybe that's justified giving her context, but maybe not. I would have to read it again to have a firmer judgment about that. It's just something to be aware of, a possibility. I think um,
Mhm.
it might be more permissible given her context to do things that wouldn't normally be good morally, but you can still do immoral things even in
Sure, right.
um, bad context. So
Yeah. Um anyway, so yeah. Uh let's see. Um so I guess I read this thing the other day that was in this let's see, what was it? Just give me a second. Okay, so it was oh nope. Let's see, December. Okay, so um all right, so I ended up reading this thing that was called Ayn Rand and the Austrians, and I just apparently apparently uh you know who Murray Rothbard is probably. Um
yeah, I haven't read any of, well, very little of his stuff, but I've heard about him by people who know more about him than I do. So I know he was like in Ayn Rand's circle in the 50s, I think, for a little bit, and then they had a break, and he said some very nasty things about her. And I know he was an economist or like anarcho-capitalists, founder of that sort of school. So I know a little about him, mostly
okay, got
secondhand,
you.
though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I found out about him. Apparently he was in this circle um with Ayn Rand. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so yeah, he was in the circle with Ayn Rand, and and yeah, they broke off. But apparently Rothbard had this inner circle called the Circle Bastiat. Um, and in there, I'm just gonna read out some names, so maybe you know of them. I looked at their Wikipedia the other day too, whenever I was going through this. Um, so I'll just start listing off names, and maybe you'll just I'll just start with this one. So Ronald Honaway, have you ever heard of this guy?
Ronald Honaway? No.
Okay, have you ever heard of Robert Hessen?
Yes. He
Okay, gotcha. So
contributed an essay or two to Ayn Rand's
capitalism,
book.
the ideal. That's what it said in
Yeah.
Wikipedia. Yeah, yeah, it said that in Wikipedia. He contributed a couple articles, and it sounds like he was a pretty smart guy, and he was a had some interest. He was definitely sympathetic to Ayn Rand, but apparently I think it was these two, Hanaway and Hessen, who like joined Ayn Rand's. No, Reisman did. I know for
Reisman.
sure. Yeah, Reisman. Is that what is how you say it?
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah,
you
George
ever.
Reisman.
Yeah, have you? He had a good book called Capitalism, uh, where like in the beginning he talks about like his experiences with Ayn Rand too, which I thought was interesting. Or like I guess it was he talked about Ayn Rand and Rothbard and the relationship they had. But anyway, so I just thought, yeah, Rothbard, the so-called boss, yeah. So Hessen was in there, Ronald Conway, Leonard Liggio, Joseph Pedin, Rolf Rako, and George Reisman. So it says Hessen and Reisman. I wrote this in my notes. Hessen and Reisman later formed close intellectual relationships with Ayn Rand. Okay, so it's Hessen and Reisman. That's who it was. Um, okay, so yeah. All right. So yeah, I was just gonna bring that up to you. So you have any other comments on Hessen and Reisman? Because those two seem to be one of them seemed to be more in like finance, but both of them were in or both of them were economics. Because the guy Hessen, I think, wrote an encyclopedia on economics. It said in the Wikipedia article. But I know for sure Reisman too. Anyway,
I thought
maybe
Hessen was more of a historian and
it said
Reisman
he was
was
an
an
economic historian on his Wikipedia.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Hessen. I just know he contributed some articles, I guess, on economic history to Ayn Rand's book, and um, maybe he fell out with her at some point, but I'm not sure. Uh, Reisman, I know he was an economist and he wrote this huge book called Capitalism, and there was a split between him and people at the Ayn Rand Institute in the mid 90s, I think. And for a while, he was running conferences called the Jefferson School in the 80s. I think in 1983 they
Mm.
started, and then maybe into the 90s, early 90s, until there was a break with some people at the Ayn Rand Institutes. And then I guess he continued his work um, on his own, or I don't know if he became affiliated with some other think tank. But I haven't looked into his work myself, so I just know that little bit of his bio that I
Okay,
just
got
said.
you. Okay, got you. All right. Yeah, okay. I think this, so Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, Alan Greenspan apparently I found out wrote in, that's insane to me.
Yeah,
And he was like in Alan Greenspan? What is, so this is all interesting stuff that's coming new. And then I also recently read Rothbard. So I read I read some reviews of Atlas Shrugged recently too, between our last call, and that was really interesting. From Hayek and from Rothbard and from Mises. So that was a little bit of a mixed reaction, but definitely it's interesting to see how it's interesting. It's interesting to just see, what they wrote about it.
yeah.
Anyway.
I haven't read a lot of reviews. Actually, the only one I can remember I've read, there was a really nasty one in the National Review by Whitaker Chambers, where he really smears Ayn Rand, and I think that was actually an incident that split Ayn Rand from the conservative movement. I think Bill Buckley, he was the editor of the National Review, and he I don't know if he assigned Whitaker Chambers, who was an ex-communist, to write the
Mm,
review of Atlas Shrugged, but they were both religious. That's my understanding. I think they were religious, and they sensed how anti-religious, how pro-reason and secular Ayn Rand was, and I maybe Buckley decided, we can't have her as part of our movements, and so they published this really nasty review of Atlas Shrugged, and then I think from that point on there was a pretty clean break between Rand and the conservatives. She had had some interaction with the conservatives earlier in her life. Like I think she helped with the Wendell Willkie campaign and back in 1940. I think he was running against FDR um, in the 1940 election, and she had helped his campaign. Now she did help Barry Goldwater in the 60s, so that
Did
was
she?
after the yeah, she corresponded with him, and I think he might have been the politician she was most positive about in her lifetime, at
Hmm.
least post Atlas Shrugged. Uh, so he was a pro free market guy, at least relatively. But I
Yeah.
guess whatever interaction she had with him was not via Bill Buckley. Um,
Right, right.
So the only review I remember reading is that one by Whitaker Chambers, but I'm sure there were many other bad ones. And I think she was quite put off. Maybe that's putting it mildly, on the reception of Atlas Shrugged. Um,
Hmm.
some people have said she was depressed, like after Atlas Shrugged. I don't know if that's true or
Really?
overstated, but I think she was. She didn't like that there wasn't some large, very prominent public figure that like stepped up and to be in her defense. Um,
Uh-huh.
I don't, I don't recall there being any major voice in her favor, and I think that made her attitude about like the state of the culture um, be more negative than it otherwise would have been.
Hmm.
So.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think it's really important to read the books for yourselves because when you compare them to some of the things people say in reviews, I think
Yeah.
there are large discrepancies.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I think it's true. I find them interesting to read, but definitely that's why, like yeah, I definitely I like to read things myself. I like to give my own interpretation because I'm amazed about what people write, like in the summaries of books, like like for economists, like some economic. I'm like, okay, but I like it much. I like, yeah, I like to read what the author originally said themselves. Um, anyway, uh, yeah. So if you don't mind, this remind what you just said reminds me of something in the afterword of We the Living I read. I'll just read this
Hmm.
paragraph if that's okay. It says
Yep.
at last the book came to Macmillan, whose editorial board was divided about it. Um, one of the associate editors who fought the book violently, AR's word, Ayn Rand's, was the Granville Hicks. Several years later, Hicks admitted publicly that he had been a member of the Communist Party after a bitter struggle. Hicks was overruled by the owner of the company, an elder, an elderly gentleman who said that he did not know whether the book would make any money, but that it was important and ought to be published. It is instructive to note that in 1957, a New York Times uh, chose the same man, Granville Hicks. Granville Hicks. So I don't know if I'm saying it
Hmm.
right. To review Atlas Shrugged for the Sunday book review. Yeah. So like they choose the New York Times, they choose like these communists to review these books. It's like um yeah, I thought that was interesting. So uh it's clear what they want people to think before they go and read it themselves. You know, uh anyway. So but yeah, no, it's I do find it interesting to see what people's reactions are though.
There's a essay. There's a book called Essays on Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, edited by Robert Mayhew. He actually edited volumes for each of Ayn Rand's novels. These are collections of essays. And I think all of the volumes they discuss the reviews. So there's a chapter in this book, Essays on Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, which discusses the reviews of Atlas Shrugged. And there's
Okay.
also a chapter like that for reviews of The Fountainhead, probably one for We the Living. And they might actually be available online for free now because I know they've been releasing many of these essays
Can you link it in
online.
the Zoom?
Yeah, let me take a quick look on Google essays on Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. You know, these were published on the Ayn Rand Institute website over the last year or two. So in their journal New Ideal, let me add that to my search string. Okay, well, here's something from October 2022. As the 65th anniversary of Atlas Shrugged approaches, the editors are pleased to republish this item from 2017. Is that the one I want? Well, I don't know if this is the best link, but I'll just put it in the chat. And there might be links from this link, which will take you to all these books or maybe elsewhere on the Ayn Rand Institute page where you can find
Okay.
chapters on reviews. So that's at least a starting place. I just put the link in the chat. Um, and if I find a better link later, I'll put it in the chat.
Uh, all right. Sounds good. Thanks. Yeah, that yeah. I'm just thinking of some of the reviews from Atlas Shrugged, but just bringing this up. But
There is one of the chapters in this book, Essays on Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, is by Leonard Peikoff, and I think it might be a direct response to the Whittaker Chambers review, or maybe it's the Granville Hicks
uh,
review in the New York Times. But his letter was published in there. I can do a little search for that. Leonard Peikoff, essays of maybe I can read a little of it. Um, yeah, it says reply to Whittaker Chambers. So, did you read the Whittaker Chambers one?
no.
Okay. Yeah, that's the most infamous one, I think. Um,
Okay.
I guess I
So
should show this on the
who
screen.
who was Whittaker Chambers? If he was the communist guy you were talking about, right?
Yeah, well, ex-communist. I think by the time he wrote the review, so here's the book I was talking about, Essays on Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, edited by
Okay,
Robert
gotcha.
Mayhew. And there's also essays on Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead, We the Living, and Anthem. These
Uh,
came out like 2000s. Yeah, I think in the 2000s, like 2004 or 5 was the first volume, and then I think the Atlas Shrugged volume came out in 2009. And these are all the chapters. And here's the essay by Leonard Peikoff, Reply to Whittaker Chambers. And this chapter just before that is Michael Berliner, who is the first executive director of the Ayn Rand Institute. He just summarized all the reviews of Atlas Shrugged,
Oh,
And I think he also wrote this sort of chapter for Ayn Rand's other novels as well. He discussed all the reviews.
okay.
And I don't know if these chapters are available for free on the Ayn Rand Institute site, but at least some of the chapters are. Um,
Got you.
so yeah, I would have to. You can look into it more, see what there is available for free, or you can just buy the book,
Uh-huh.
of course.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Um, well, good to know, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so I did want to bring that to your attention, and then what else do I have here? So yeah, apparently this guy named Robert, or what was his name? What was his name? It was like something Sasson, Robert Sasson.
Robert Hessen?
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. It was this guy who he's an economist. He's alive today. He's like 60 something, I think. Let me look up it. Make sure Robert Sasson, that might be him. Hmm. Hold on, let me just open the article that I am remembering this from and get his exact name. Okay, so uh okay. Ayn Rand among the Austrian. No. Sorry. Should
No
have
worries. Take your time.
came with this prepared. Um
Taking a look
okay,
back at the chat. Haven't checked it
sounds
in a
good.
while. Thanks for the likes. I see some likes, more likes on the stream. Good chance for me to check my analytics. 6 people right now.
Yeah. Go ahead and read the chat if you want to, because I mean, I'm ready whenever you
Okay.
need, but as long as I'll be busy in the meantime if you wanted to do
Okay.
so.
Yeah, I'll just look at some of these chats.
Sure.
Uh, Florida Nick says Holden is my favorite caller.
Let's go. Thanks, Nick. I'm in Florida too, so
Oh, all right. Let's see. Here is. Oh yeah, I was reading this one from Latent Prion. Uh, the stuff that is where nothing isn't. Oh yeah, he had a proof. His proof is a 500-page book. What is a simple? I don't know how to. I think there's a word missing here. I'm just going to share this for the people in our audience. All right, I got my chat back on the screen. Leighton Prion says he doesn't know how to motivate people to read it, but it's important for people to read it. Okay, well, if you can figure out how to motivate it, that would be good. That would convince people that it's important. If it is important, I think there ought to be a way to motivate it. Rand refers to simples as the little stuff or the stuff that is where nothing isn't. Greg says, I think I recall reading about the little stuff, but I'm not finding it in my references at the moment. On Objectivism Online, in a thread entitled Tests of General Relativity, Graham says, Peikoff also reports Ayn Rand used a concept of the little stuff posited as ultimate constituents of matter, smaller than even subatomic particles, that which is where nothing isn't. Florida Nick says, I just checked and you can download the We the Living movie for $30 or stream it for 7 days for $10. I often check the local public library, says Greg, to see if a movie can be borrowed. If not from the local library, sometimes libraries share resources, allowing you to pick up a title at the local branch. Yeah, that's true. When I first watched it, actually the only time I watched it, it was at the University of Virginia. That's where I did my undergrad, and they had it at the library. But that's right, you can sometimes get it from a public library or use their interlibrary loan department to get it shipped to your local library. Which reminds me, juror number 2 needs to be returned, says Greg. Anakin Greenspan, says Jason. Yeah, I think Greenspan, he turned away from Ayn Rand's ideas. And I've heard objectivist economists or finance people like Yaron Brook talk about that.
That's
How
very
Greens,
sad.
yeah, it's too bad.
You
He was
know,
a
I was shocked whenever I read that. I was like, Alan Greenspan? Am I reading that right? Like the actual Alan Greenspan? Is there a different one? No, it's like the actual Federal Reserve Chair, Alan Greenspan. And I'm just like, how? Like this can't be possible, but I guess he just sold out.
I don't know the details on Greenspan, but he wrote a book, I think around 2008 or something, around the time of the financial crisis. And I think he was arguing, he said something about how capitalism, I don't know if he said it didn't work or he somehow distanced himself from capitalism there. But I think before that, he he said that the market was susceptible to irrational exuberance, something like this. And
Huh.
that was, I don't know if that was his explanation for a market bubble or what. But I think his anti-free market policies were probably evident before 2000s even, if I'm recalling correctly. I don't know much about Greenspan, but anyways, I guess just the bottom line is that he is no longer an exponent of Ayn Rand's ideas. So pointing to him is not what he's done as a public figure is not evidence of what objectivism would look like if put into practice. So, um, so a lot of times people will blame capitalism for like blame the Great Depression on capitalism, but that's just a straw man because we didn't have capitalism before the Great Depression. It was actually due to government intervention via such institutions as the Federal Reserve. Um, so don't take something like the financial crisis as evidence of the failure of capitalism or point to Greenspan's actions as evidence of the failure of capitalism. Jason says he went to the dark side.
I think he
Oh, I
drove.
see.
I
That's
think
why you
he
call him Anakin.
I think he drank the Keynesian animal spirits Kool-Aid. Sounds like.
Maybe that was it. All right. So, you were you looking for something?
Yeah, so apparently I found him by the way. It was this guy named Richard Salzman. Um,
Oh, Richard Salzman.
yeah,
Yeah,
so he
that
came up
guy,
in this article.
he has said some very nasty things about the Ayn Rand Institute and Yaron Brook. Um,
Oh,
so
has he?
yeah, so I keep my distance from him, but he is, and he's joined the Atlas Society. This is David Kelly. I don't know if you know David Kelly, but there was a rift in the objectivist movements in around the late 80s, like 89, I think.
Mhm.
And a philosopher by the name of David Kelly, he started his own institute after he broke, or maybe was broken with by the Ayn Rand Institute. And he started his own institute, which had a series of different names. And originally, I think it was called the Institute for Objectivist Studies, and then it was changed to the Objectivist Center, and then later it became the Atlas Society. I think that's what it is now. And um, uh, they have a different
Okay.
idea of what objectivism is. There's so-called open objectivism, and there's been some debates
Okay.
in the objectivist movement between people who think objectivism is a closed system and it just refers to Ayn Rand's philosophy, and other people who call it an open system and say it's not just Ayn Rand's philosophy. And I think the Atlas Society is on the side that says objectivism is an open philosophy, not a closed one. And Salzman is affiliated with that organization now, although he didn't used to be. I think he used to be an ARI affiliate, and he gave campus talks. Like there was a campus club division at Ayn Rand Institute, and they would send speakers to university campuses to give talks. And Salzman was one of them. But now he's with the Atlas Society, which is opposed to ARI, and ARI is opposed to them in their view of Ayn Rand's philosophy. I take the ARI side on that dispute. Um,
Uh,
I don't think objectivism is an open philosophy. I think it's closed. If that means it's closed to what Ayn Rand said it was, I think of it as a proper name, which she used to name her philosophy. And
mm,
doesn't mean she discovered everything or that it's everything about it is true. All it means is that it's her philosophy. So I think it's wrong to come up with some theory of your own and call it objectivism.
mm,
Um,
right.
so that could be a big topic, but anyways, there's a little bit about Salzman.
Okay. Oh yeah, thanks for sharing that. Because that actually okay. So I never heard about the guy you mentioned earlier, what Kelly or something. Um,
David Kelly.
yeah, I haven't heard about that guy yet, I guess until now.
Mhm.
But I guess I'll say what was I gonna say? I think I met one of those guys who was like talking about open objectivism. It was this guy I talked to this guy on Discord. His name was Zulu. I had a
Oh yeah,
conversation with him, and
Liquid Zulu.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
and so yeah, I was talking to him, and I had read The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged at this point, and I was just like what are you? I was like because I read his he has this like this free like manuscript that he published himself on his website, and I read um a good portion of it, and I saw he was citing like Alex Epstein, and I've read Alex Epstein, and he was citing Ayn Rand, and he was citing, you know, Atlas Shrugged, he was citing all these like objectivist guys. And I was like, why are you doing that? Like, I thought you were like an anarchist. Or he's like, I was like, so he's like, oh, I'm an objectivist. I was like, what? He's like, oh yeah, I'm like open objectivist or some. So I guess he's like might be affiliated with the Atlas Society, um, or
I don't know if
something.
he's affiliated with them. I mean, a lot of people I think would call themselves open objectivists, but they're not necessarily uh, they don't have any working relationship, like they're not a fellow or scholar at the Atlas Society, but they might agree with their basic orientation. So I can believe that about Zulu, but
Okay.
yeah, I have heard about him. Like he promotes what he calls anarcho-objectivism, and he tries to um, make objectivism compatible with anarchism, which Ayn Rand flatly denied. She was strongly opposed to anarchy, and I think that's actually one of the main reasons she distanced herself from libertarians. Many libertarians are anti-state, anti-government, which she was not. She thought there should be a government. It should just be restricted to a very limited role of protecting people from force. But a lot of the libertarians, I don't know if it's a majority or the vast majority, but a big hunk of them are anti-state, anti-government, and or maybe they think there should be competing governments, just
Mhm.
like there should be competing businesses. They think, well, if this works so good for all the other aspects of society, why not have competition among states? Ayn
Mhm.
Rand talks about this in her essay, The Nature of Government, um, which if you start reading her nonfiction, you'll probably come across that. But anyways, I don't think Zulu is an objectivist because I think anarchy is just clearly inconsistent with objectivism. So I think he can call his philosophy something else, but I don't think he should call it objectivism. And I think
Yeah,
calling it
he
anarcho-objectivism is kind of a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, that's what, I was talking to him about the Fountainhead. I was like, Howard obviously blew up the building, and like, because I read his theory of property, and in there he's like against intellectual property, right? Um, and obviously objectivists are against that. And by the way, speaking on the anarchist thing, I just want to like, I read that in the article that Ayn Rand was like one of the reasons that she repudiated libertarianism was because of anarchy and that issue. So thanks for bringing that up. But I actually recently read about that too, and I was like, I mean, I was aware that she, was against anarchy and all that, but I didn't know she was like so militant about it, to be honest. Um,
Mhm.
and um, and so. But yeah, no, I brought that up to Liquid Zulu. I'm like, so he's like, so I'm like, do you think Howard was wrong to blow up the building? Like, and he's like, yeah, I do. I was like, all right, well, you're consistent at least, um, but like, isn't this like against what your philosophy is, or like what objectivist philosophy is like about? Like, and then he was like, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and I had to go. So, but that was like pretty much the conversation. I just thought it was bizarre. But anyway, so
Oh,
yeah.
so that's a little surprising that he was against Rourke blowing up the building, whereas if he's an anarchist, you might think he should be in favor of that. Take the law into your own hands.
Mm.
If you think your rights have been violated, just um, go ahead and do what you need to get justice. But Rourke, plot spoilers alert, he submits to the court. Like I guess he doesn't I don't recall him making a statement about him being pro-government as opposed to anarchy, but
Mm.
he does he doesn't try to not be arrested. I think he doesn't resist arrest. But he just decides that it's worth taking this risk. He'd rather have his artistic integrity preserved than I guess there. I mean, he could take different avenues. Like he could, instead of blowing up the building, he could have tried to sue
Mm.
the whoever messed up his design. But and maybe in real life, Ayn Rand would have advocated for that. I'm not sure, but for the purposes of a novel and having like a dramatic
Yeah, yeah,
plot,
right, right.
maybe it makes for a better novel to have him do what he did. But anyways, yeah, I would have guessed that Zulu would be in favor of the bombing of the building, but it's because he's against it because someone violated Rourke's intellectual property, and Zulu is against intellectual property, and that's why he thinks Rourke should not have blown up the building.
I mean, I guess he was saying that like I guess you don't have any yeah Howard didn't have any ownership over that building, I guess, or like property right on it, over that building.
Okay.
So like he had no right to do that, I guess what he would say based on like what his homes, yeah. So anyway, I didn't mean to like bring this up, but something you said like oh, it was like the Atlas Society, yeah, about like open objectivism because I've now become familiar with this concept ever since I had that conversation with Zulu. So I don't know his real name, but um yeah, so anyway, um I just thought I would bring that up because I thought he would be familiar affiliated with that organization, but I guess maybe not. So because I don't know if they're anarchists too or but
I don't think they are. But I think they're more likely to be to engage with anarchists.
mm,
Like maybe they would have discussions or debates with anarchists, whereas some people on the ARI side might just not want to engage with them at all.
mm,
I think this comes up in connection with the Mises Institute. Um,
mm,
because I think that is a strand of libertarians who are anarchists. I mean, that's the Murray Rothbard founded organization,
mm,
and I know Yaron Brook has said that he thinks it's bad that they're named after Mises because Mises is much better than the institute named after him. It should be called the Murray Rothbard Institute. I think that's Yaron's view. And I think they've said some very nasty things about Rand. And I know Yaron won't he won't engage with the Mises Institute um, or debate people there from that organization, I think. Uh, whereas I think the Atlas Society would, or at least would be more likely to engage with people at the Mises Institute.
mm.
They, David Kelly, he's written an essay called Truth and Toleration. And I think he argues for toleration being I don't know if he would say it's a major virtue or at least it deserves more emphasis than it was given by Ayn Rand. Also, he says this about benevolence. He thinks that should be a major virtue. Um,
Mm.
and so I think that has a kind of carryover implication to how you should deal with other organizations. Like if you're very big on toleration, then maybe you're going to more likely engage with anarchists. You'll more likely tolerate them in some sense. Um, so I don't think the Atlas Society itself is anti-government, but they will more likely engage with organizations that are anti-government, like
Okay, got you.
like I think the Mises Institute. Now, I don't know if they've specifically engaged with him, but I do know, I think one of the initial events that sparked this break between Kelly and the Ayn Rand Institute was that he was giving talks to the Laissez-Faire Book Club. And this was, so
Who
there
was?
was a book service back in the 80s, and they sold a lot of libertarian literature, and I think probably including Rothbard in their titles, and
Mm.
people affiliated with ARI didn't like that. Like Peter Schwartz, I think he was one of the main figures.
Mm,
Wrote an article. Uh, uh, what was it called? The Question of Sanction, and he didn't like that um, Kelly was engaging with these libertarians because they were carrying books by Rothbard, I think, and maybe others that were um, people written by people who were very anti what Ayn Rand stood for. And
mm,
so there was this break. Um, so I don't know if that engagement with libertarians has specifically included engagement with the Mises Institute, but it has included engagement with like the laissez-faire book service.
hmm.
But, but I haven't kept up with all the, I don't follow that organization closely, so I don't know if there's other libertarian organizations that they engage with.
Okay, got you.
But
Um,
there's also like the Cato Institute, which is, I think they call themselves a libertarian organization, but they're not the anti-state, anti-government types that the
mm,
Mises Institute is. So like Ayn Rand Institute has engaged with the Cato Institute to some extent, and even John Allison, who was a member of the board of directors at ARI, he became the president of the Cato Institute for
really?
I don't know how long, maybe a couple years.
Hmm.
So not all libertarians are the same sort of libertarian, and uh, yeah, I'll just say that for now.
Okay, got you. Yeah, that's okay. I'm trying to familiarize myself with um these with this kind of stuff. So um it's good
One of
to
the main essays, if you want to get more into this, Leonard Peikoff wrote an essay called "Fact and Value"
mm,
back in I think it was 1989, and I think that's free online if you just Google "Fact and Value" by Leonard Peikoff.
okay, thanks.
Um, Maybe I should put a
Okay.
link to that in the chat.
Yeah, I just think it's I think it's good to know like the history of like what how this happened. Um or like kind of like what's kind of gone on with this stuff and like how it's turned out to what it is today.
Hmm.
Because it seems like Professor Block said that there was like 150 yeah he's a libertarian and I know you guys don't like libertarians or like the ideology you know what I mean by that, not like you know but in like the anti-state type of thing, right? But I
Hmm.
guess like um what was it, there was like 150 libertarian or 25 libertarians at the time, and they broadly include in that group like they use the term kind of liberally, so it's like anybody who is like a classical liberal or below, or like to I guess he would define it as minarchist, anarchist, classical liberal, and and now he says there's like, and now I don't know, he said there's something like 150,000 or something like that. So it's some much bigger number than it was back then. So like basically the point is like these like inner circles, it was all like it wasn't a like basically Murray Rothbard uh told Block in 19 probably like 1960s 70s something, I don't know, and said that there were 25 libertarians at the time, and now there's um quite a bit more, um and how that's developed over time is, I don't know, it's just interesting to me. um and yeah, so that's and Ayn Rand, I didn't realize like how much of an influence Ayn Rand had on like this whole thing, until like really I started reading her and I started really like kind of seeing like, oh shoot, like but anyway, so like anyway, yeah, that's pretty much the gist of what sparked my curiosity, I guess, in a roundabout way.
I'm gonna put a a quote from the lexicon. She has a there's an entry in the Ayn Rand lexicon about libertarians. Let me share that.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so from 1971, it says, "For the record, I shall repeat what I have said many times before. I do not join or endorse any political group or movement. More specifically, I disapprove of, disagree with, and have no connection with the latest aberration of some conservatives, the so-called hippies of the right, who attempt to snare the younger or more careless ones of my readers by claiming simultaneously to be followers of my philosophy and advocates of anarchism. Anyone offering such a combination confesses his inability to understand either. Anarchism is the most irrational, anti-intellectual notion ever spun by the concrete-bound, context-dropping, whim-worshipping fringe of the collectivist movement, where it properly belongs." So there's some
Wow.
harsh language there.
Yeah,
And
it's not exactly very nice. Or
yeah,
or very yeah. Uh, I don't think she would be a big fan of Zulu. Zulus.
no, no,
Or
no, no,
that guy. Yeah.
not at all. She doesn't use the word libertarians there. She uses hippies of the right. I don't know if they had adopted the label hippies of the right when she wrote this, because this was 1971. It might have been a bit later that it took them a while before they settled on that label. But later here, this is from Harry Binswanger. He does use the term libertarians, and Ayn Rand was still alive at this time. This was an early issue of the Objectivist Forum magazine. He says the libertarians plagiarize Ayn Rand's principle that no man may initiate the use of physical force and treat it as a mystically revealed out of context absolute. In the philosophical battle for a free society, the one crucial connection to be upheld is that between capitalism and reason. The religious conservatives are seeking to tie capitalism to mysticism. The libertarians are tying capitalism to the whim-worshipping subjectivism and chaos of anarchy. To cooperate with either group is to betray capitalism, reason, and one's own future.
Hmm.
So
Um, well, I have some things actually uh I guess what there I do can you scroll back up to that quote for a sec?
this one or the one above it?
Or the one above it real fast. Um what was it? Something that caught my attention. Oh, okay, go down one, please. It was the one below that. Above. Okay, never mind. I thought
There's one
I
more. I don't know if you had this one in mind. That's the third.
Oh, that was the one. That was the one. Yeah. The libertarians plagiarize Ayn Rand's principle that no man initiate the use of physical force. So, what if was Ayn Rand the first person to say that? And if so, I have a lot to say.
Well, I haven't looked into the history of this. There was actually some discussion of uh, I don't know exactly this, but at least in the ballpark of this, recently, Yaron Brook had Harry Binswanger as a guest on his show within the
Okay.
last few days. And Harry was talking about the antecedents of John Locke. So I think Locke
Oh, okay.
he is often regarded as the discoverer of the concept of rights. However, there were some preceding thinkers like 50 years before Locke, the levelers, that's the name he used for them, which had something which was similar to Locke's ideas. I don't know if they had entirely anticipated his ideas, but it was at least in the
Uh-huh.
ballpark. And now I think it became progressively clear once you get to Ayn Rand. I doubt anyone prior to Rand was as clear and forceful in their statement of what the principle of individual rights is, but
Mhm.
I don't think it entirely like came out of a vacuum, like with no precedents at all. But I would say the main um, predecessors of Rand on the issues of rights are Locke, and then maybe some of these earlier people, the levelers that Harry was quoting, and I haven't read them myself, but just based on what he said. There's also someone by the name of Auberon Herbert, another person I have not read, but uh, a relatively little known thinker from the 19th century, I believe. Uh,
Okay. I haven't
so
heard of it.
there might have been some precedents for Ayn Rand, but maybe they just weren't as clear in how they formulated the principle. So that's all I can say about
Right.
that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for providing that. I guess the wording it the way that she did, no man may initiate the use of physical force, because that is I've seen that a lot, and I've seen a lot of people not cite Ayn Rand when they say that. So
Hmm.
and I don't know if um maybe at this point it's just maybe because they don't even know who first said it, and because they read it somewhere and they think it's their original idea, and because they did insight, and for saw it from someone else, that would go.
Hmm.
Um, but um, so I don't know. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate, I guess. Um, because yeah, I definitely see a lot of people. I'll make sure that if I ever use that, I'll cite Ayn Rand. Um,
I think it's often called the non-aggression principle or axiom by libertarians. She never used that term as a label for this principle.
uh-huh.
But libertarians will often call it, they even have an abbreviation for it. They'll call it the NAP. Have you heard that? The NAP, the
Yeah, that's
non-aggression
what
principle.
Zool. Yeah, yeah, I've heard of that before.
Yeah, so that's what this is. Um, but yeah, she's often not cited as a source of it.
Uh-huh.
Um, I don't know that she needs to be cited in every context, but if you're going to write a book on it, like a book on the principle of not initiating physical force, then it seems like there ought to at least be a footnote or something that
Exactly.
um,
Right.
mentions the connection Ayn Rand has to the principle. Robert Nozick is he's a academic philosopher, or was. He's
Yeah,
dead
I've
now, but
heard of him.
you know Nozick. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I think he did a lot to make um, this principle or libertarianism respectable in academic circles.
Hmm.
Um, so John Rawls, he wrote a book, The Theory of Justice, which came out in the early 70s, and that had a very large impact on political philosophy. And then a few years after that, Nozick uh, published his book, Anarchy, State, and Utopia. And I think this principle is a part of it. I don't know if I can't. There's an article on this in a book by. Um, there's an article where Onkar Ghate, he's a philosopher at the Ayn Rand Institute. He compares Nozick and Rand. So I
Hmm.
shouldn't try to. I can't like summarize the differences between them, but I think he argues that they have very important differences. But he did at least somehow popularize in academia this some of Ayn Rand's ideas, even if it was like they came out, her ideas came out in a distorted fashion. I don't know.
Hmm.
Um, but I think he does at least have Ayn Rand in one or two footnotes. So
Okay.
um, I think that seems appropriate. Like there should be some mention of, but I don't think there's enough mention, or at least I think Harry Binswanger has said he doesn't give enough credit to Ayn Rand, or maybe he gets too much credit for these ideas, whereas like Ayn Rand should get more of the credit for bringing in this new sort of approach or angle to political philosophy.
Hmm. Yeah, I've seen Nozick. The reason I know him is because I've seen him cited in a lot of footnotes. Um,
Hmm.
Anarchy, State, and Utopia. I see it all the time. So, but I haven't read him myself. So, um, anyway, uh, but
He was a Harvard philosopher. So he was he wrote an article called On the Randian Arguments. I think maybe that came out in the 70s or 60s. I don't know. And I think Harry Binswanger wrote a reply to that he privately sent to Nozick, but he never got um, Nozick's feedback. I think he was polite about it,
mhm.
but I just don't think there was much engagement. But eventually, I'm seeing if I can find it on the Ayn Rand Society website. I think Harry's letter to Nozick was published like decades later. Oh,
Mhm.
I should put Nozick in the search bar. Harry Binswanger's 1977 letter to Robert Nozick.
So
Here
if
we
I
go.
don't know, can I interrupt you if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure, sure.
So this guy was on Euron Brooks' show a few days ago, you said?
Yeah, Harry Binswanger. It might have
And
been like yesterday or the day before. It was very recent.
okay, got you. So he was a he was writing this in 1970. How old was he?
I
1977?
guess he was in his 30s, 33.
Oh, okay. So he's old now. Real old. Okay.
He's like 80 something now, I think.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I just put his article on the screen. So this was published on this website in 2016, but it was originally sent to Nozick back in 1977.
Okay, got you.
So yeah, here's the article that he was responding to Nozick about. Nozick's article called On the Randian Argument.
Okay, got you. Interesting. So he's been in the game for a while, I guess is what I
Oh
was
yeah,
surprised.
yeah, yeah. He actually knew Ayn Rand. He was a friend of hers towards the end of her life in the 70s and late 70s, early 80s.
Wow.
And he's the editor of the Lexicon actually, which you can see here at the top. I think he
Uh-huh.
should yeah, edited by Harry Binswanger. He's also the
Wow.
editor of Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, the second edition, which
That's the
includes the
next
large appendix.
that's the next one I have on the list, by the way.
Oh yeah, okay.
I ordered it first, but I was like, I asked you, remember?
Oh yeah, I
But yeah,
remember that came up in our first chat, I think.
right. I was like, yeah, I happened to order that yesterday, actually. But yeah, no, I guess that's yeah, I am yeah, I guess that's the next objectivist book I will read. So maybe next stream we can talk about it, but or next time I come on at least. Um
Hmm.
but yeah, anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to point that out. So
Yeah, I actually took a seminar with Harry Binswanger back in 2007, 2008 on Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. We went through
uh-huh.
the whole book. It was about a year-long seminar. And he's also given courses for the Ayn Rand Institute since then. They've got, it says ARI live courses. Um, I don't know if he's still doing them, but at least during certain of their terms, he's given a course or courses on epistemology. So yeah, he's been around a long time, been a very important figure in the objectivist movement. He did work on the philosophy of biology for his dissertation. What else has he done? He's taught at various universities, mostly in New York, I think, or colleges.
Hmm.
He was on the Ayn Rand Institute board of directors for almost 4 decades, I think, and he just retired from that last year, I believe.
Wow,
So
that's
yeah,
yeah,
major
he's
figure in
been
the
in,
movement.
clearly so. A year on just that book, huh? At a seminar, really going deep into
Yeah,
it, I guess.
yeah, it's a very dense book.
Uh-huh.
So uh, it's 8 chapters by Ayn Rand, and then that's followed by there's an essay by Leonard Peikoff on the analytic synthetic dichotomy. And
Uh-huh.
then after that, there's a long appendix. Actually, the appendix is longer than the rest of the book. Maybe it's over twice as long.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's um,
I'm trying to see where I left my copy. I lost it in all these books. Um,
I think the whole book is like 300 pages and a little bit longer. And the appendix is maybe about 200 pages or 150 pages.
uh-huh.
It's definitely the majority of the work.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, it's not big, but it sounds like it's pretty opaque from what I hear. Um,
It is very dense, a lot of uh, technical
yeah, so
terms.
maybe it'll take me a while to read. Um, but we'll see.
So is that the one you're most interested in reading of
Uh,
Ayn
I,
Rand's
I'm
other
really,
books right
I'm
now?
really excited. I'm really excited to read Capitalism: The Unknown Ideal. I'm sorry, I interrupted you because I was so excited. But yeah, I'm really interested to see that to read those essays that are in there. Because I was, reading up about like, those other guys who contributed essays, Alan Greenspan, I guess, too. I guess Hessen, that guy. I'm curious what's going on there. So, and yeah, I'd like to see. Because I also read that Rand was, and you kind of alluded to it in our first conversation, it may have been, but basically, like she was influenced by Mises quite a bit and cited, I think, the theory of money and credit and human action, and may have been human action, and that it said in those works. So I'm curious. And also, I apparently in the article I read as well, Rand attended a seminar um, from from Mises was famous for these seminars he did. And a bunch of people attended them, and apparently Rand was there for one of them at least. Uh, so they described the relationship between Rand and Mises as collegial in the article, I think. And also, what else? Um, yeah, so I mean, I guess basically I'm curious to see what's going on there. Uh, what else? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like reading and I like reading Ayn Rand too, so it's a pretty good combination. I guess.
Lots of good stuff to read. Um, yeah, there's many directions you can go after you read the fiction. So I think maybe just what you're most interested in is a good order to go in. Um,
Okay.
I mean, you could go in the. I was thinking one good order is to go in the order she wrote them. So, like for the New
Okay.
Intellectual, came out in that was the first nonfiction book she wrote after Atlas Shrugged, 1961. It came out, and
Okay.
the most of the book is actually the speeches from her novels that have been collected into that book. But the lead essay, which is titled "For the New Intellectual," that would be the only new material for you because you've already read the rest of the book. It's just the speeches compiled together.
Okay, got
Um,
you.
it's like a 40, 50 page essay, something like that. After that, the next one she published was The Virtue of Selfishness. And that's got her seminal essay, The Objectivist Ethics.
Mhm.
And there were other things she wrote, um, like the her nonfiction books are collections of articles from her periodicals called she published the Objectivist Newsletter from 1962 to 1965. And then some of those
Oh, okay.
articles made it into the Virtue of Selfishness book. But there's a lot more. Like if you really want to
Mhm.
dig into Rand literature, you can read the Objectivist Newsletter. But I
Mhm.
guess some of the best or most important of those articles from that newsletter were published in the Virtue of Selfishness, which is her main book on ethics, main nonfiction book on ethics. And then after that
Mhm.
was Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. Uh, Came out in 67 or 68. There were two editions of it. Um, and then after that, I think was the Romantic Manifesto, dealing with her theory of art. Oh, actually, before that was, let's see. So she published the articles that ended up in the book ITOE. Originally, those articles came out in 1966 or 67, but they eventually were put into a book format. I think they, well, also, I think her magazine, The Objectivist, which was the successor to the Objectivist newsletter, um, published these articles on objectivist epistemology as a standalone book, including both Ayn Rand's articles. There's 8 chapters, and also Leonard Peikoff's essay, The Analytic Synthetic Dichotomy. So all that was published as a standalone book. Those articles were from the Objectivists were published on their own.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe sometime in the 60s. So
Mhm.
that might have been around the same time as Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal was published. But anyways, I don't want to overload you here with too much like details on the bibliography. But I don't know if ITOE is. I mean, you could start reading it and see how you like it. But just I'll say one alternative order to consider is to read them in order of publication. So For the New Intellectual, then Virtue of Selfishness, and then uh, either ITOE or Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, and then Romantic Manifesto. That's one other possibility. But um, yeah, I guess maybe the most important thing is where your motivation is right now and go in that order.
I mean, I, I don't know. I mean, motive. I don't know if like, I'm like particularly motivated to read one thing over another. I just like, just put it in front of me and I'll see what Rand wrote. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But
Okay,
yeah,
you're gonna get to it
yeah.
all one way or another.
Yeah, basically. Like, so whatever order you recommend, I mean, I'm gonna read it. So, like,
Okay.
that's,
Okay. Well, I guess if you want my recommendation, I would say For the New Intellectual next, and then Virtue of Selfishness, and then after that, I don't know if I want to like if I would say save ITOE for last.
Mhm.
Um, I guess the main ones. There's also the New Left, the Anti-Industrial Revolution, which has been republished as under the title Return of the Primitive, with some additional essays by Peter Schwartz.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, that's the
So
one that Zulu was citing a lot in his manuscript, by the way. That's why that's what that's part of. I mean, he was citing more, but he cited that one too. Anyway.
I think there's more of a connection between like virtue of selfishness and capitalism, the unknown ideal, than there is between either of those and introduction to objectivist epistemology. I mean, it's all
Mm,
related. I mean, her whole philosophy is integrated. It's all part of one system. But it, ITOE is a very narrow subject. It's on a very specific topic. Her theory of concepts, um, and it's it just seems a bit further afield to me. Like, so maybe for the new intellectual, and then virtue of selfishness, and then capitalism, the unknown ideal, and then let's talk again. Or
okay.
if
Yeah.
you only get through one of those by the time the next time you want to call. I mean, we can talk about each one of those. I don't know how much you're going to get through by the next time you want to call in, but wherever you are, you can let me know, and then we'll go from there. But but that's the
Yeah.
order I would recommend right
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I'll do it in that order. Then yeah, just I'll do it and I'll call in as as we go, I guess. Um and yeah, I guess that's yeah, all right. That's all I can say. I mean, yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I enjoy it always when you call in. So um, I'll look forward to it. And maybe I'll brush up on some more of that. Because also, like for the new intellectual, I haven't read it in a long time. So if you drop me an email and say, hey, I want to talk about that one, then maybe I'll reread that or whatever else you recently read.
Sounds good. Oh yeah, one thing I was gonna bring up to you about We the Living before I go, was I think it was Leo that something just popped up into my head was he was studying philosophy, before he stopped, was expelled, I guess. And one of the things he said was like Friedrich Nietzsche was like one of his big philosophers. I don't know if like Rand earlier in her life was a bigger fan of Nietzsche, or
Yeah.
something. That may have been why.
Yeah, she was earlier in her life. She was actually thinking about including quotes from Nietzsche in the Fountainhead, like at the beginning of each of the four parts. There was going to be an
Uh,
epigraph from Nietzsche, but then she decided against doing that. I think maybe she looked more into his philosophy and saw that the differences were larger than she initially realized. I
hmm,
haven't read Nietzsche myself much. I mean, I've read excerpts, but I haven't studied
sure.
him in at any great length. Um, but there are some discussions of her relationship to Nietzsche in the objectivist literature. There's a book called A Companion to Ayn Rand, which includes an essay on her how her ideas relate to Nietzsche's. There was also a talk given at a recent objectivist conference about Thus Spake Zarathustra. I think that was the work by Nietzsche that Rand was most favorable towards.
Okay.
Um, so there are some aphorisms, at least, I think that she really liked. And he was anti-Christianity in
Hmm,
its meekness, humility. Um, he was very opposed to that. And that's also, Ayn Rand would agree with that aspect. But I think he also had subjectivist aspects to his philosophy, irrationalist aspects, um, which I couldn't really explain well, not knowing much about Nietzsche, but just to give a
sure.
very broad strokes characterization of him by some other objectivist scholars who know more about him than I have. I think that's the reason that she eventually distanced herself from him. So yeah, when she
Okay.
was writing We the Living, that came out in 1936. So she was around 30 years old then, and maybe just hadn't studied as much Nietzsche as she later did. So I guess she had a different evaluation of Nietzsche at that time.
Yeah, I mean, she started writing We the Living when? Like 1930 probably?
I'm not sure. I would guess somewhere around there.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe early
So, well,
30s.
you where she 1905, I think you said the other time when she was born.
That's when she was born. Yeah.
So she probably started writing it like mid-20s. I guess like um yeah, okay. So she was very young, I guess.
You might be able to find out more exactly if you read a book like The Letters of Ayn Rand. She talks about what she's doing, and maybe there's a letter somewhere that says she's writing to someone and say, I just started working on my manuscript for the We the Living or something. And you can actually look at the date of that letter to get a better idea. There's also
Mhm.
a book called The Journals of Ayn Rand. I don't know if that includes any clues about the chronology of when she was writing what, but um, I would
Mhm.
guess, I wouldn't be surprised, I'll put it that way, that if you look into these books, you could probably narrow it down to like the month that
Sure,
she
right,
started.
right. Okay, yeah, I got you. All right. Well, yeah, I'll be back to to I guess that's all I had to say or left to say. I mean, there's probably more I could say about We the Living 'cause but I guess we covered on the key things. And we'll
All
probably
right.
talk about it like, again once a different some other time we'll probably talk about all the fiction and so whatnot. But yeah, I guess further intellectual I guess was on the list. So well, I am, by the way, I'm reviewing all of Dr. Block's stuff currently, like all of his, um, so like I'm reading other stuff too. So just so you know, so if it's a just so know that I'm doing that in this whole process. Plus, I'm in school, so and I have like exams, so it
Oh,
might
yeah,
take a
sure.
second.
No pressure.
Um, but yeah, so just so you know, but yeah, I'll be, I do read for most of the day, so I guess I get I get along okay. So anyway,
Yeah, I'm not
just so you know.
no pressure to like call in at any specific time. Yeah, be an egoist, I guess that would be
Yeah.
um Ayn Rand's advice, like do what's best for your own life. And, if you decide you got to put off for a year or 2 years or whatever, whatever's best for you.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen.
That's yeah. Yeah, it seems unlikely given the rate you're going.
Yeah, I'll go crazy if I stop reading. So, but anyway, yeah, so it would be very altruistic, I guess, or the contrary to egoism for me. But anyway, so sounds good. Thank you always for allowing me to come on and ramble and and take your knowledge of objectivism, and all this stuff.
My pleasure.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I have someone to talk to about this. Um, so yeah, anyway. Uh,
Yeah, I'm glad you come on, and I appreciate it. So thank you for doing that and helping me get content for my channel, and I enjoy the experience.
yeah,
So it's a win-win. Oh, I just lost my
yeah.
AirPod.
Only
It's
only if
when.
only if the concept was so obvious across the board. But yeah, it's a win-win for sure. Yeah, but I'm so tired, so we'll talk next time, Dan. Thanks.
All right, catch you later. Bye bye. All right, and I hope it's a win for the audience as well. A win-win-win. All right, let me come back to my chat. See, I like numbers is in the chat, and a ghosty. as well. All right. Um, maybe I should take a few minutes break and then I can engage with some of these new chats that came in. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to end the stream yet. I'm not sure yet when I'm going to end the stream, but I just want to take uh, at least a few minutes break right now. All right, so I'm just going to turn off my mic and camera and change my name so that on screen, I'll just say back in a few minutes. Okay. All right. So see you in a few minutes. I am back. Let me change my name back to Dan Norton for Zoom on the Okay, there we go. All right, so back to the chat. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate your presence and participation. Thanks for the likes, subscribes. Okay, so here's a chat from I like numbers. He says they gave her credits. All right, I don't know what the reference of that is because this was from a while ago. Maybe something about I was talking about how Ayn Rand wasn't given credit by the libertarians or Nozick, at least to the extent that I think she deserved it. Oh, he says libertarians. Um, Here, let me share the screen again, the chat screen. Um, maybe it depends on the libertarian. Like some gave her credit, but not all did, or at least not as much as she deserves. Like maybe it wasn't as central. Like maybe they didn't acknowledge Rand to the extent that she deserved. Like if you if she's been a huge advocate of this principle, the principle of not initiating force, and you write a huge book on her and she just gets one footnote, you might think that's giving her not enough credit. Like maybe she deserves more than just one or two footnotes, which people might not even read, right? If you're just reading the main text, you might not have any idea that there's this other person who had a huge contribution to the theory of rights. Um, and then I like numbers says Bacon. Is that Francis Bacon? Did he have a contribution to the theory of rights? I haven't read much Bacon, so I don't know. I've heard he had a lot to say about induction, but and maybe he hasn't been given as much credit as he deserves. I think at least some objectivists think that Bacon deserves more credit than he's been given for his contributions to philosophy. But I don't really have a view on that myself. I don't know enough about Bacon. Herbert Spencer, he talked about rights. Okay, another figure I don't know much about. He had a social Darwinist view. Wasn't that Spencer's view? I think he's often called, or it's often said that he advocated social Darwinism. Dan, why don't the people at ARI appreciate your contributions more? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really clued into that. I know some people at ARI. But I don't know if they watch my channel or if I don't know if they're familiar with the kind of work I do. So uh, yeah, I'm not sure uh, what what's going on there. I guess there could also be disagreements with what I do. I don't know. Um, some people have said like they don't. I don't know if they would say I don't. Like they don't like when I debate someone like Sam Cedar, or the way I debate, or I don't know. But people in the objectivist world have made criticisms. I don't always agree. But I don't know. I don't know what people at ARI's view of what I do is, or if they're even aware of it. So I just I don't know. But I guess you could ask them this question, and maybe you'd get a better answer. I would like to become more visible. So if there's I don't know if there's some way that's I could work with ARI to help grow my channel here. Um, but maybe I'll give it some more thought. Jason says you can meet Harry at Rand's Day. It's in Florida, end of January at Holden. Yeah, that's right. There's a conference in Florida, and Harry Binswanger will be there. And so Rand's Day is Ayn Rand's birthday. Harry gave it that name. So February 2nd, that's Rand's Day. And he says that's the day that you should give yourself a present. On other holidays, you give other people presents, but on Rand's Day, you give yourself a present. Um, so you can meet Harry there and other speakers. I think Yaron Brook might be there. Um, they could have I like numbers says the ARI could have a channel of programming like incubators of podcasts. I think that's what you mean there. You're referring to ARI there. They do have something called the incubator program, which they recently launched sometime in the last few months, I think. Maybe I could. I've actually thought about that. Maybe I would contact them about seeing if they could be of any help to me um, through their incubator program. I've also been curious to see how much I can grow on my own without any help. Like, can I get my channel monetized just on my own efforts? And I was able to get to that point. I got my channel monetized, although I haven't started to take advantage of it yet by taking super chats. I think I'm going to wait till January just because it'll might make my finances simpler if I wait for the new year. Another milestone would be seeing if I can grow it to 1,000 subscribers on my own. Um, and I'm getting close to that. I'm up to 971. So if I just get 29 more subscribers, I'll be there. So there are certain things which I've been curious to see, like, can I do it on my own? Because I can get some satisfaction from that. Now I'm sure if I had the resources of ARI behind me, I could grow a lot more. Um, so uh, I think it may very well make sense to try to collaborate with them at some point. But maybe I'll at least try to hit the 1,000 subscriber mark on my own, and then I can say I just did this on my own. Um, I'm pretty confident I can do that. So, but I do appreciate the suggestions. Uh, so the ideas, maybe I will take more action on those in the not too distant future. Jason says, I'd love to see an incubator of channels, a network of objectivist programs. There are other objectivist YouTubers, some also at ARI, like Nikos. Sotiropoulos. He's got a YouTube channel which has grown a lot recently. He's had some videos which have gotten tens of thousands of views. And Yaron Brook has mentioned Nikos's channel and on his show. I think he's encouraged people to subscribe to Nikos's channel as well as other people who have Substacks. Um, so, uh, yeah, maybe I'll see if I can get in on some of that. I have some ideas about that. I have given it some thought, but um, sometimes I want to just approach things with a certain pace, which, like I said, there's certain goals which I'm interested to see if I can achieve on my own. Um, but at a certain point, I think it will make sense to look into the possibility of some of these collaborations. Agosti says, don't forget philosophy who needs it. Capitalism, the unknown ideal, and the anti-industrial revolution. Yes, thanks for those. I eventually mentioned these last two. The Return of the Primitive is the new name for this book, which has some additional essays by Peter Schwartz. There's also The Voice of Reason that came out after Ayn Rand died. I think that might be the last collection of essays by her. And that also includes an essay by Peter Schwartz called Libertarianism, the Perversion of Liberty. And that deals with some of the anarchist strain in the libertarian movement, which was a reason that the ARI affiliated people distanced themselves from libertarians back in the 1980s. But as I said, at least since then, there have been other libertarian strains, like at the Cato Institute, which I think ARI has a more positive view of. Um, and I think they've done at least a little collaborative work with the Cato Institute. Um, so maybe the movement has gotten better in some ways over the years, maybe also gotten worse. I don't know. I don't follow it very closely. But there are different strains of the libertarian movement. Some I think are healthier than others. Philosophy Who Needs It, that's the first one I read. So there's a special place in my heart or in my mind for Philosophy Who Needs It. That was the very first thing I ever read by Rand. Recommended to me by my brother when I was in high school. I read it right after I graduated high school. That summer between high school and university. I read all of Ayn Rand's nonfiction, at least all the major works. They're really great books to check out. Yes, that's true. He talked about NAP without calling it that. You mean Nozick talks about the non-aggression principle without calling it the non-aggression principle. Jason says he owns a tiki bar. I've written Trader Vic's about things. They do not appreciate me. They do them, I do me. Oh, okay. So Trader Vic's, is that also another tiki bar kind of place? So this is an analog to me and ARI. They do them, I do me. Um, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there. Uh, Maybe there can be some kind of collaboration in the future. I'm not sure. To be determined. Yes, I'm close to 1,000. I think it's at 971 now, last I checked. Yep, 971. So I need 20 more subscribers to get to 1,000. And maybe there are some non-subscribers listening because I have found when I look at my analytics, often I think usually there's around a third of my viewers are non-subscribers. So maybe there are some people out there who can help me get my numbers up. And it doesn't just help me, it can also help you if you want to get a free super chat. So that's an offer I've made to people. If you are one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you are subscribed publicly so that I can verify that you're a subscriber, then once I start taking super chats, I'll give you a free super chat. So even if you don't send me money, I'll still answer your question. Jason would love to see an incubator of channels, a network of objectivist programs. He's off to karaoke. It's 8 o'clock. Maybe next time I call, we can discuss big programming ideas. I'd like to see someone do movie reviews regularly, high quality. And no, I'm not looking for a gig. Someone who can do them as well. I very rarely watch movies, so can't do movie reviews if I don't watch movies. I know last time you called in about a TV show you were watching, the what was it called? Pluribus? I think that was the name of it. Nah, damn, you still out in these YouTube streets. Bro is a beat cop policing YouTube. Prion talks in this slang language sometimes. Gene Walters is here. Hi, Gene. I compiled like 2 Ubuntu images and tested them, and we still out here. This is how long have I been going? Almost 7 hours. Because I started at 1 p.m. Pacific. My record is almost 10 hours. So uh, I doubt I'm going to break the record today. Not that I'm trying to, but sometimes I'm up for doing a long stream, and today's a pretty long stream. Merry Christmas, by the way. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. Secular Merry Christmas. We talked about Ayn Rand's secular view of Christmas and Thanksgiving in the last show some. Mariah Carey said that every Christmas she makes like 500 million off plays of All I Want for Christmas Is You. Yeah, I like some of her songs, including that one, which seems unlikely, but she said it on Twitter. That would be a lot of money to make off of a song every single Christmas. Maybe she was engaging in some hyperbole there. Jason says, yes, it's a franchise. His tiki business, I guess he means. And we sell a drink they made. It is in good fun. they do not mind me actually using some images of theirs in the context of history as long as I do not pretend to be them. Okay, so you collaborate with what was it? Trader Vic's. That's a tiki bar franchise. You sell a drink they made, in quotes. It is in good fun. They do not mind me actually using some images of theirs in the context of history as long as I do not pretend to be them. They are very high end and go back to the 40s. Okay. I don't know if I've ever been to a tiki bar. Gene says, I love contemporary art reviews in general, movies, paintings, video games. Yaron Brook does reviews of movies, paintings, songs sometimes. I don't think he's done video games. But I don't engage much with art. Yaron does. He consumes more art than I do. So this probably isn't the best channel if you're looking for art reviews. I don't know if maybe I'll do some in the future. I've talked about art some with Holden whenever he calls in about Ayn Rand's novels. So, but that's pretty close to my heart anyways, since my channel is all about promoting Ayn Rand. I mean, there's a lot of art I would like to learn about, literature, like to read, but there's just an issue of time. Like, when am I gonna? I have so many things I already want to read. Mostly what I read is fiction. Sorry, nonfiction. Um, but who knows? Maybe the my show will evolve in the future, and I'll engage more with art. You guys should read or watch One Piece. Non-contemporary also. You mean non-contemporary art? I went through a phase where I watched a lot of classic movies, like from the 50s, 40s, 50s. Humphrey Bogart is one of my favorite actors. Maybe my very favorite actor, most favorite. I really enjoyed watching some of his movies, The Big Sleep, The Maltese Falcon, Casablanca. Um, it's been a long time though since I've watched those. Yo, says Gene. It looks like a salute? Is that a salute emoji? Okay. Well, nice to have you all here. Thanks for being part of my show. I'm now caught up in the chat. It's getting a bit late. I do like to take advantage of having an audience, though. So while you're here, is there anything else we should discuss? Well, it's almost 8 o'clock my time. Anything else you want to discuss before I wrap up the stream? I'll give you a couple minutes to raise any urgent questions, comments in the chat. So if I stick to my pattern of streaming once every 5 days, then my next stream would be Monday, Monday the 8th. not set in stone, but it's likely I will stream again then. I didn't talk much about immigration today. I had that in my title, but I guess I had a couple long calls, but maybe I'll talk more about immigration in the next show. That's what I've been reading most about when I'm not streaming. All right. Don't see any new chats, so I'm going to end the stream. Thank you everyone for being here. Thanks for your likes, your chats. Thanks for your calls. Latent Prion and Holden Mitrione. Thanks for calling in and hope to see you in a future stream. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. Bye-bye.